Again, can look very different depending on the child or the adult. It could be cussing. It could be saying mean and inappropriate things that shouldn't be said at school or shouldn't be said to parents. For those that are nonverbal or who may not have those language skills, it could just be making inappropriate sounds, loud sounds, different things like that. Sometimes it's things like clicking noises, growling. Again, it's a pretty big category. But those are the behaviors that we typically see and are called in for. Lots of other ones as well. So I don't know if there's any of you guys are thinking of that I think you see pretty often that are not up here. Spitting.
Spitting.
That's true. I should have put that up there. We get spitting a lot. So, yes. You might be able to put that in with aggression, but yeah, typically when we take data on spitting, it's a separate behavior. To add that one for next time. Sounds like that might be the only one that is a really common one that I didn't cover. So with the behavioral approach to treatment, here's our step-by-step process. So like I said, we are not theory-based. So we are not kind of guessing as to why the behavior is occurring. We're really looking at, let's take some data and find out, let's go to the research and see what interventions are effective with behaviors that occur for that function. So the first thing that we like to do, and I already talked a little bit about it, but we want to define the behavior and measure it. So that's why I kind of talked about, when I'm talking about noncompliance, this is how we define noncompliance. Or when I talk about inappropriate vocalizations or any of those, this is how we define it. We want to come up with a definition, especially if you're taking data in a school setting and you're going to have more than one person take data, say teacher, paraprofessionals, maybe a gen ed teacher, or especially if that data is going to be going home and it's going to be collected in 2 settings. You want to have a definition that's written so well that anyone would be able to just walk into the setting, see the child, see the behavior occur, and know whether or not that counts as an occurrence of behavior. So an example of what not to do is we kind of talked about stubbornness. And you say it a lot. Most people kind of generally know what stubborn means, but what is stubbornness to one person may not be stubbornness to another. So say you have a child and you say, oh, well, we want to collect data every time they're stubborn. We want to see how often the stubbornness is occurring. Well, the teacher might say, okay, stubbornness is any time the child refuses and won't do anything. So if I give them their assignment and they say, I'm going to record that as stubbornness. However, you might see a paraprofessional or maybe a parent who then later sees that as just the child voicing their displeasure doing a task and may not consider that being stubborn, but may wait to record stubbornness when the child is screaming or when the child is throwing the papers off the table, things like that. So what you would actually do is then you would actually want to write a definition so that even a stranger coming in would know, is that an occurrence of stubbornness or not? So that's why instead of calling it stubbornness, we usually call it things like non-compliance or not initiating a task or something like that. So that way if you have it defined where when given a task or instruction, the child does not initiate within 15 seconds, any person could come in, a stranger could come in and say, oh, well, the teacher gave him the assignment, within 15 seconds they said no, that counts. So everybody's going to be recording the same thing accurately. So what you do, like I said, is you get your definition, and then you want to just start measuring for a few days how often the behavior occurs. Ideally, we'll talk about more behavior or more data types later, but you want to be able to give a little more information those first couple of days so you can start seeing if there's any patterns. We call it ABC data. But you're not really going to try any new things during that time. You really just want to get an idea of how often is the behavior occurring and kind of what are those situations that the behavior is occurring in, because that'll give you some information about what's maintaining the behavior, what's triggering the behavior, and that'll help you determine the function. So you know what strategies to use to decrease it. And then also you can use that as your baseline data to look back and see if your strategy is working. So after you put something in place, you can come back and say, okay, well, those first 3 or 4 days where we took our baseline data, it was happening about 20 times a day. Now it's happening 10 times a day. So, it's working. We might still need to do something else, but we're going in the right direction. So the second thing you do is after you get that data collected, you're going to start analyzing it to determine those external or changeable causes. So again, you're going to be, when you're collecting that data, you're going to be saying, okay, kind of what's going on in the situation, what typically happens right before the behavior occurs, and what typically happens right after it occurs. And that'll give you more information, like every time we present a written worksheet, behavior occurs. Or every time we do math or reading, it occurs. Or every time we say it's time to go to PE, the behavior occurs. Also, you might notice a pattern with consequences. So it might be, oh, every time this behavior occurs and he throws the materials off his desk, somebody comes over, instructs him to pick it up, and starts helping him get started. You might notice that that's the pattern, so it could be that he's getting some help, some attention, that sort of thing. But that's really what we're looking for when we collect that data for the first few days. And it's not a long-term thing at first, we just want to see what's going on. So that's kind of step 3, though. That data will help you identify the function once you see those patterns. Once you have that function, that will help you develop the behavior intervention plan. So we talk about it being a BIP, but that's going to include the strategies to teach a replacement behavior and the strategies to decrease the inappropriate behavior. It doesn't necessarily have to be like the full behavior plan that has to go in the IEP. You might have a smaller behavior that you're dealing with that you want to decrease that doesn't really warrant a behavior plan in the IEP, but you're still going to have some sort of plan. So whether it's just like a few behavior guidelines or the strategy that you're going to try that you have written out for your staff that's just a few lines, that would kind of be the behavior plan that we're referring to. So don't feel like it has to be the big, full plan, but really any intervention that you put in place, we kind of refer to as behavior plan. Once you get that in place, then you're going to monitor the effect of behavior, or the effect of that plan on the behavior, and adjust the behavior plan as needed. We always say adjust the behavior plan as needed because I don't think I've ever been in a case where we've been able to say, here's our data, we've analyzed it, here's the strategies we're going to implement, and boom, it works, and we never have to change anything. Typically what happens is kids come up with new behaviors, kids find a loophole in your plan, so you're going to have to make some changes and some modifications as you go along. So defining and measuring the behavior, I'll kind of skim through the things I've already touched on, but the behavior does have to be something that everyone can see. So it's not that we don't believe that there are other things going on. We refer to them in behavior analysis as internal events or private events. The only thing is we can't really measure those. The only way we know they're going on is either to guess or for the individual to tell us. And those can be things like if they're not feeling well, they're hungry, they're sad, they're scared, they can't wait to get home because dad's coming back after being out of town for a week, things like that. But those are things that we can't really see, so we can't really count them very accurately. So we try to only make sure that we're taking data and we're measuring things that we can see. And then we make sure when we're defining a behavior that it's something that can be measured or counted in some way. The 2 main ways we do that is a frequency or a duration. Frequency is just when you're recording each time it occurs. So maybe if it's hitting, you might put a tally mark each time the child hits or attempts to hit. That would be frequency count. Duration is when you're recording from the time something starts to the time it stops. So maybe if it's a tantrum, maybe the type of data that's working best for you is duration, where you say, okay, the behavior started at 1:05 and it stopped at 1:15. So that would give you duration as a 10-minute long tantrum. Without data, we're really just guessing, and when we guess, we see progress. Sometimes we can be lucky and guess accurately and get a good intervention in place, but if we guess wrong and we put something in place that doesn't work, we're really just impeding that progress because it's going to take us more time and more trial and error to get to something that works. So common errors when there's no data on behavior. The first one is you can give up on an effective strategy too soon. So I mentioned that for those first few days we're going to be collecting a type of data that's a little harder to collect, the ABC data where you're really recording a narrative of what's going on. But after that, you don't do it forever, but while you have an intervention in place, you want to be recording either that frequency or duration. Those are easier to record, at least to see if what you have going on is effective. So once you get something that's in place that is effective, you can stop taking your data. But it's important to collect some sort of data when you start an intervention to make sure it's effective. And the reason is, one is you can give up on an effective strategy too soon. I usually tell our clients to give something about 2 weeks. If you don't see any change in behavior after 2 weeks, don't keep doing it. Try something new because it's not going to be working. However, a lot of times what happens is the behavior is going down, but it's going down kind of slowly and you don't feel like it's going down at first. If you have data, you can usually see that happening. So that's one of the reasons to collect it. The other is that opposite, so continuing with an ineffective strategy. So a lot of times you put a lot of time and effort into coming up with your intervention and you really want it to work. And it might be a little, but it might not be making the behaviors decrease to the levels you want it to. If you're taking data, you're going to know that. You're going to be able to see, oh, what's happening 20 times a day and now it's happening 15 times a day. That's a little progress, but it's not very effective. So you're definitely going to want to be doing something different, putting a new intervention in place. If you don't have data, you might feel like because you put all that time and effort into it, and because it is working somewhat, you might feel really compelled to stick with it. Just because we get invested in things like that we put a lot of time and effort into. But if you really have that data in front of you, you can see wow, this hasn't really decreased it very much, we need to do something else, that will help you do it quicker. And the third is making a mountain out of a molehill. So this one actually applies now that I've been working in the private sector for about 5 years. I see this one happen a lot more often. We do a workshop that's through St. Charles County's DDRB, where families get to come in and they go through a 10-hour workshop spread out, of course, across a few days. And then they get some on-site consultation, and we write a behavior plan to help decrease those behaviors. Every single time, we do this every few months, every single time I get clients through this, they get to pick the behaviors that they want to address and prioritize. Every single time I've had families, parents, pick a behavior, and after they pick their data, they come back and they say, okay, we don't really need to work on this. It's not happening as much as I thought it was. It just really bothers me. Which doesn't mean that we're not going to give them strategies for it, but sometimes kids just don't want to push our buttons. And so they found something that's really effective at pushing that button for you. And we feel like it's a really big problematic behavior, and in reality, it might not be happening as often as we think it is. My one example that I always think of is I had a mom who, when we were coming up with the behaviors, they had to come up with 3 things the most that they wanted to address. She said climbing. Climbing is it. He climbs everywhere. It's dangerous. It drives him crazy. He climbs in the pantry, up to the highest shelf. He climbs on the counter. He climbs on the furniture. He's climbing all day. I can't get him off of things. Climbing. That's the big one. And then we had a couple others like non-compliance and aggression. And then she took data for a week, and I came out. She's like, he's climbed twice this week. She's like, and I'm starting to realize that's pretty average. I just can't stand it. And it really bothers me when it happens. So I don't think we need to focus as much time on this as much as the non-compliance that's occurring 40 to 50 times a day. So it was kind of that thing for her. She'd gotten really used to the non-compliance and it didn't bother her so much, but the climbing really did. So even though we worked on some strategies to decrease the climbing, it wasn't our highest priority at that point. And then the last one is feeling like you've tried everything and nothing works. And I think we have all been there a lot of times probably. One of the things that we do in my graph, and I would encourage you to do, is as you're trying those interventions, we put what's called the phase line. So there's not an example of one on this graph really, just the one intervention. But we would continue to put a line every time something changes in our intervention. So it could be that maybe the first thing we do is we implement a functional communication training program to teach a new replacement behavior. So we might put that line, and this is going to be our intervention. And you might see that it decreases a little, but not much. So you say, okay, let's do something, we need to add something else, let's put a behavior chart in place for when he's doing what he's supposed to do. So you put that next line on your graph. And you would label, what you're doing each time. And then you might do that again when you add a new intervention, or when you take an intervention away, or something along those lines. Well, why this helps and why we always encourage you to do that is because a lot of times we'll come out to schools or to home, but really, typically school is where you have a lot more data collection. Parents don't usually jump into data collection and behavior plans. And we'll hear, we've tried everything, we don't know what to do yet, but we don't know what's working. So we'll go through and we'll kind of interview, and it's like, okay, well, what have you tried, and when did you try it, and, we'll even start our graphs and everything, and what we end up realizing, and the teachers usually end up realizing as well, is, oh, well, we haven't really tried everything, we tried like 2 or 3 things, maybe, in reality, and really like stuck with it, and put a lot of time into those. But that helps you see that. So that helps you go back and say, okay, well, we've tried 3 things, that's not too bad. We're going to try 1 more. We're going to see how this works. But it just helps kind of keep things in perspective. So the 2 types of data, like I already mentioned, that you'll be collecting, if you want to go this route, is the first is that ABC data. It's the hardest to collect, so we always remind everyone it's temporary. You really only need to collect it long enough to get a good idea of why the behavior is happening and to see those patterns. What you do is, we'll use it to identify the function, and I'll show you the data sheet in a minute. But how long you collect is going to be different for each child and for each behavior. If it's a really intense behavior that doesn't happen very frequently, like maybe once or twice a week, you might end up collecting it for like 2 weeks because you're going to want to get a few instances so that you can see if there's a pattern forming. If it's something that they're doing 20 times a day, you might be done with your ABC data after a day because you've got your pattern, because you have so many instances of it. After you collect that, you kind of analyze it, look at it, see what those patterns are, come up with an intervention you want to put in place. That's when you're going to switch over to your ongoing data. And that's just taken throughout the course of the intervention to determine whether or not it's working, basically, to evaluate your intervention. And then you determine, based upon that, if any changes to your intervention needs to be made, and that way you can keep looking at your data to see if those changes to your intervention work. And then, like I said, once you feel like you have the behavior under control, you can stop taking that ongoing data. So the ABC data, that stands for antecedent behavior consequence. and we usually have what we just call our ABC log or ABC data sheet to take data with it. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that or how many taken ABC data before. I know it's not just contained to our field, but you're jotting down behavior that occurred, what happened right before and what happened right after. What happened right before we refer to as the antecedent, and what happened right after is the consequence. One thing that I always tell people when they're getting ready to start collecting the ABC data is do not worry about recording what you think pertains to the behavior. Record like a really simple version of everything that was going on in that student's environment about 30 seconds before the behavior occurred, so right before, and then again right after, within the 30 seconds following it. Because I often hear a lot too, like the behavior occurred out of nowhere. You know, nothing was going on. Well, something was going on. You know, even if the child is sitting over here at their table by themselves doing their work, something's going on. Either the rest of the kids are doing their work, the teacher's doing her work at her desk, the teacher's working with another student. Those can all actually be antecedents. It could be that, you know, maybe we see this as a pattern, that every time the child's alone and working alone, or every time the teacher's working with another student, that's when the behavior occurs. So really record whatever is going on, not just what you think led to the behavior. Because that's what we're going to try to figure out later. So just kind of record what's going on. Same thing for antecedent. You know, a lot of times I'll hear, well, the behavior occurs, but nobody really does anything. There's not a consequence to it. And it might be that we're not providing a consequence specific to that behavior, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing going on in the environment. So you want to record what's going on in the environment. So the child throws everything off his desk, the teacher doesn't do anything, nothing really happens. You can record that. That could be the consequence. You know, it was ignored, no one did anything. It could also be, though, that another student reacted to it and said, oh no, you know, maybe you could record that, because it could be some really simple little things that you don't notice at first that you might see as the pattern. You know, it could be that that child, the pattern that we see is that child throws their things off the table because it gets a reaction from the student across the room, even if it's a relatively small one. So this is an example. This is the ABC data sheet that we use at Behavior Solutions. So you can see what we typically do is record the date and the time so that we can graph it appropriately. Write what the behavior is. For this client, it's all grabbing behavior, but for a lot of kids, you might be taking down on more than one thing at once. So you might see grabbing along with hitting or non-compliance on the list. We put a general duration of the behavior on here. You're not really graphing it at this point. You're not doing a lot with it. The only thing it helps us to do is if we use this for our baseline data and we go back later, with a lot of kids we'll see that the frequency doesn't change at first, but the duration does. So this will give us some good information for that. So an example is, you know, like we had worked with students a lot. One comes to mind, but you know, we were working with a school and it was a child who the non-compliance was in the form of just laying on the floor. So he would come in, take his backpack off after he got off the bus, put his coat up, and literally lay down on the floor until it was lunchtime. And school policy was that, you know, they couldn't withhold lunch. So when it was lunchtime, he would get up, he would walk to the lunchroom, eat his lunch, come back, lay on the floor. When you hear the buses lining up outside, he would get up, put on his backpack, and go to the door. He'd be ready to go. So if you think about it, that's 2 occurrences per day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. So you start looking at the duration data, and you know we put some interventions in place and a lot of complexities, but we ended up getting to the point where he was still, his average was still twice a day that he would fall down and lay on the ground, but it was 2 minutes in the morning and 4 minutes in the afternoon was the average, which is a big difference from, what, 2.5 or 3 hours, which is what he started with. So a lot of times that duration data is going to tell you a lot more than the frequency. The frequency might remain about the same. So like I said, so you take that first, you kind of figure out what those patterns are, and then you switch over to some ongoing data collection while you're putting your intervention in place to see if it works. And so there are actually 4 different kinds that you can do. I'm not going to go into details about all of those. If you feel like you want more information on any of these, you know, come find me afterwards and I can definitely get that to you. The frequency and the duration are the 2 big ones. Like I gave the examples of, frequency is how often it's happening. If it's something that has a definite beginning and end and you feel like that's the most effective way to take data, usually those are things that are relatively quick, like a hit or a bite, non-compliance, sometimes because they'll just say no. Things like that, swiping materials off the table, that might be a good one to use. Duration would be a good one to choose if you feel like you're going to get more accurate data and more information from collecting how long they engage in the behavior. So the tantrums might be one, because there are some kids who, you know, they might be using 45-minute long tantrums, and our goal might be that maybe if they only do that once or twice a day, maybe we just want to get that time down to like, you know, a minute or 2. And of course we're going to eventually work to eliminate that, but our main goal at first would probably be decreasing how long they engage in it. Same thing, it could be for non-compliance if they're refusing to do something for, actually I think I gave that as an example, but Knuckle-my-feet can be a good one for duration. Tantrums can be a good one for duration. There are several along those lines. Sometimes even the inappropriate vocals if it's like an ongoing thing, like a really loud vocal will last a long time. Interval and scatter plot are the other two. Interval is just where you have a data sheet that's already divided into intervals, and all the behaviors are in it, and you just circle each interval. Usually I do about 15-minute intervals throughout the school day, and you would circle which behaviors occurred during those 15 minutes. At the end of the day, you would come up with a percentage. So if they were there for 20 intervals of the day, and the behavior occurred during 15 of those, you get this behavior occurred approximately 75% of the day. That's a good thing. A scatter plot is kind of a mix of the interval and the frequency. So you would have a big like interval sheet of the school day, or if it's at home, the day at home, and you would put a tally mark each time the behavior occurred. That way you would see if there's a pattern. So if in the 8:30 to 8:45 slot, right when the child gets to school, if you have like 10 tally marks, and throughout the rest of the day they're all just kind of sporadic, you would really look and see, okay, something's going on right when they get to school that we need to focus on, because that's when it's happening the most. We talk a lot about the 4-term contingency, and this is kind of relating back to like the research and the data and all the things that you'll be analyzing. You don't have to worry too much about it, but I like to give everybody a little background info so it makes a little more sense. But we talk about behaviors in terms of these 4 things. The first is setting events. Those are situations or events that increase or decrease. So in other words, they alter the likelihood of the behaviors. Those are typically things that we don't have a lot of control over. So those can be things like they're not feeling well today. They have a headache. Mom or dad's out of town. They didn't sleep well last night. They didn't have breakfast, those sorts of things. Antecedents are the things that occur immediately before the behavior. So again, when you're jotting those things down, it could be a friend took the toy they were playing with, they were given an instruction to work, they were told to line up, they were given a worksheet, they were told, or we were transitioning between PE in the classroom, they were told recess is over and it's time to line up, those different sorts of things. They were given a snack of applesauce and a spoon. Whatever happens right before the behavior occurs. The behavior is anything that the person says or does, so that's probably, you're gonna already have that defined. And then the consequence is the event that immediately follows the behavior. So if the behavior is they fell on the floor, when whatever the antecedent was, it could be we walked away and ignored it. It could be, a teacher or somebody came over and tried to talk to them to get them to stand up. We tried to physically get them to stand up. We tried to give them a transition object to walk the rest of the way in the hall. Those sorts of things could all be consequences. They're pretty limitless. As far as understanding human behavior and why we do what we do, the first thing to keep in mind is that behavior varies. So there's some natural variability. So examples are things like the sound a baby makes. The baby doesn't make the same sound over and over again. It might be a different sound, slightly different sound, ba versus da versus ga. Also, the volume's going to change. How quickly they put the syllables or the vowel sounds together is going to change. So you have to think that actually applies to everything. So it could be that, one day the child may hit 20 times, the next day they may hit 5 times. Behavior just changes. So even over the course of you collecting your data and interventions in place, I wouldn't really expect, even if we have an effective intervention, I wouldn't expect it to go from like 20 to 17 to 16 to 12 to 10. You're going to have those ups and downs no matter what. You're going to be looking for that overall trend though. Consequences are the things that follow behavior, like I said, and those select things that are helpful. So you can think of that in terms of like survival behaviors. If it works for them, it's probably going to be a consequence that makes that behavior more likely to occur. Disabilities and extenuating circumstances are only one factor. So even though we take that into consideration when we're putting in place a plan, typically that deals more with what the skill level is of the individual, and so what interventions are going to work. Like I mentioned before, the principles of behavior apply to everyone. They apply to us, typically developing kids, adolescents, adults, regardless of the diagnosis. So like we take those disabilities and things into effect mostly when it comes to what intervention are we going to put in place. But those are things that we can't change. We can't make a child not have Down syndrome. So we don't want to use that as the reason why they're engaging in behavior. We still want to put everything in place that we can in order to get them to a place where they are ready to learn and they're ready to engage with their family and in school and in the community. So we never would say like, oh, well, they're stubborn. Well, it's because they have Downs. You know, there's not really much you can do about that because there is something you can do about that. So that's why we try to make sure that we don't ever refer back to the diagnosis. And you know, we're specifically here talking about individuals with Down syndrome, but the same thing applies. We work with a lot of kids with autism. Until we'll hear things like, will they engage in the hand clapping because they have autism? That's true to some extent, but we can't take away the autism. And if that's impacting their learning and it's impacting their ability to interact with their family and in the community, there are things that we can do to increase that. So we never want to just pin the behavior on that extenuating circumstance with that disability. So ultimately, like I said, even though some of those things might play into it, ultimately it says antecedents and consequences that explain the behavior. The antecedents make some of the behaviors more motivating. And the consequences are the things that either reinforce or punish a behavior, which means makes it more likely or less likely to occur. So with a functional approach to treatment, keep in mind that all behaviors serve a function. So like I said, we hear that there's not really a reason that they're doing it. There's got to be some reason that they're doing it, otherwise they wouldn't do it. So that's what we're always trying to figure out, especially if it's a behavior we want to decrease. So we're looking to identify what the function of a behavior is, and then to eliminate what that bad behavior gets, and then we want to teach a new appropriate behavior to get the same thing. And this is kind of a sticking point for a lot of people, because if the child is doing something to get out of doing their work, for example, their schoolwork, ultimately our goal, yes, is that we want to teach them to do their schoolwork. But they found a behavior that's really effective. You know, if it's my client that I mentioned earlier who would come in off the bus and lay down on the floor, well, we got called in because the school district had gone through all of these different things and nothing had really worked. That child found something that was really effective to get out of participating in class and doing his schoolwork. So we had to figure out what a replacement behavior would be to get him out of doing his schoolwork, because he was not motivated at that point. There was nothing that no carrot that we could dangle in front of him, or no consequence that we would give him that would make him want to sit up and sit at his desk and do what he was supposed to do. He had found something very effective. So we want to make sure that our first replacement behavior is a more appropriate way to get out of work. So as an example for that client, we used some functional communication training, and we taught him how to request a break, because it's much more appropriate to start with for him to come in and sit at his desk and say, I need a break, and us to say, okay, you can go sit in the beanbag for 5 minutes, than it is for him to just come in and lay down on the floor. And we got to the point where he was doing his work. So like I said, why is he or she doing that behavior? It always results in either getting something pleasant or avoiding something unpleasant. So those are the things you really want to kind of look for in your data when you see those patterns forming. So are they getting something? Are they getting a new task? Are they getting some sort of attention? Are they getting an edible like food or candy? The attention, I always remind people that it doesn't have to be good attention. Sometimes it can be the bad attention, the reprimand. Sometimes it doesn't have to be attention from us. It could be the reaction of another student, another child. And the reactions can be fairly small. I actually had worked with a student who we went through like all of the functional analysis and everything, and we ended up discovering after a lot of trial and error that his attention that he was getting that was maintaining the behavior was with one therapist that he worked with, was that she flushed and blushed really easily. So whenever he would like jump up on the table, even though she followed the behavior plan to a T, just those things that she couldn't control, you know, okay, I know what's coming, like the adrenaline thing, would make her flush, and that was the like reaction that he was looking for with her. So unfortunately, since we couldn't control that with her, we had to switch out for somebody who didn't give him that reaction. But just keep in mind that those, they can be things like eye contact, rolling the eyes, just things that are very subtle. So keep an eye on that. And as far as avoiding something unpleasant as a function of behavior, it could be things like at-home chores, social interactions for a lot of kids. Maybe it's something difficult, a particular person they don't want to interact with. Academics is always a huge one in school, you know, just doing that work, because for a lot of the kids we work with, it's difficult, it's hard for them. So those can all be things that they tend to avoid. It can be locations, like going to the cafeteria, going to the gym, the library, things like that. So the function of the behavior, when we start talking about behavior from a functional approach, is the reason why the behavior occurs. The function is why it occurs. It's developed by the context in which the behavior is occurring. So it can be different in home and school. So it could be that, you know, a child hits at home and hits at school, but it's for two different functions because they're getting two different, you know, things out of it. It could be that the child only engages in a behavior in one of those settings because they get something out of it in that setting and not in the other. Those are different things that we look at. But we always have to remember that to change the behavior, we have to know what the function is, because that's going to determine what intervention we put in place and what replacement behavior we teach. So why examine the function of a behavior and treat the behaviors by their function? Why not just kind of guess at what is going on and pick something? Like I said, many behavior forms have the same function. So we don't have a program that says, when a child engages in aggression, here's what you do every time. Because if a child's engaging in aggression to get attention, the intervention we put in place is going to look very different than the intervention we put in place if the child engages in aggression to get out of doing schoolwork. Also, many behavior forms have more than one function. And this, I think, is the trickiest one. This is typically why you have to change that intervention or modify it along the way, and the one that we see the most often, because it could be that the child hits for many different reasons. Maybe sometimes they hit to get attention, and sometimes they hit to get out of doing schoolwork. So you might not be able to put just one intervention in place to eliminate aggression or hitting. You might have to put a few different things in place to address all of those functions for hitting. So, like I said, all behaviors are a form of communication. The basic functions, this is what we refer to as the basic functions of behavior. So when we're looking at research, these are always the things that behavior falls under as far as functions and interventions go. The first is access to attention. So I went into detail with that already, just some sort of attention, whether it's good attention, a reaction, a reprimand, adult or kid attention, just some sort of attention or reaction. Next is access to tangible items. So it's just really anything. So if it's a toy, a transition object, candy or food, an edible item, like I said, sometimes it's those objects and things that we don't really think of as the tangible that would be reinforcing, because sometimes we think of like, oh, well, I didn't give them, M&Ms when they engage in the behavior. Of course not. I wouldn't do that, but we end up seeing sometimes that as we're going through the data and we're looking at, well, this behavior occurs, and every time this behavior occurs, they get the weighted blanket. We absolutely believe in those devices. We use them a lot, but we always try to avoid presenting them after the inappropriate behavior occurs, because it could be that the child then learns, they engage in this behavior, they get this item. So if, like, say a weighted blanket is a preferred item, they like how it feels, well, now every time they get out of their seated circle, somebody gives them a weighted blanket to sit on their lap. Well, that might be something that we want to decrease, because, we don't want them to be getting out of circle or trying to get out of circle 5 or 10 times a day just to get access to the weighted blanket. We want to teach replacement behavior like asking for it. The third one is escape or avoidance. That's the one I see probably most often. So all those examples that I gave, like the non-compliance and throwing the schoolwork off the desk and laying on the floor, those are often to escape or avoid a non-preferred task. They don't want to do the worksheet, they don't want to do it right now, or they don't want to do it at all. They don't want to go sit for circle right now, or they don't want to go sit for circle at all, that sort of thing. So they're going to engage in something, either push it off to avoid it, or to escape it altogether. Sensory stimulation. So that is anything that a person does where the reinforcement is coming from within. They just do it because they like doing it. They're getting something out of it. No one else has to be around. I think we probably all engage in some of these at some point. There's, nail biting would fall into this category, clicking your pen back and forth. Moving your foot or your leg and your leg is crossed, moving it back and forth. Different things like that, tapping your toe, tapping your finger on the table, all of those different sorts of things. So for kids with Down syndrome, it could look different, because those aren't really things that we necessarily need to decrease. But it could be different things. Humming is one that I've come across, where the humming gets loud and kind of interferes with the learning that's going on in the classroom. That's actually one of the big ones. Some of the other ones have been kind of small, but it's still, impacted, like playing with the hair and things like that, hair in the mouth, and things. So I'm sure you guys can all think of some different things that the kids do that fall into that category. That may or may not be things that need an intervention. Sometimes they're just habits that, maybe you don't want to see happen as much, but maybe they're not that big of a deal and they don't interfere with things, but a lot of times they can escalate and they can get to the point where they're a problem. And then the last one is alleviation of pain or discomfort. Typically those behaviors look a lot like that sensory stimulation component of those behaviors. So if you see something that or self-injurious behavior can often fall in here. So if you see something, especially if it pops up kind of overnight or fairly quickly, and you can see it happening across the board, so it's happening during every part of the school day, it's happening at home and at school, those sorts of things, and you don't really have a good explanation for it, you don't feel like your data shows any patterns, this is one that I would refer to parents to maybe, refer to the medical professionals. Some that I have experienced are kids who all of a sudden started digging in their mouth and making their gums bleed. Well, it turns out they had a cavity, they had a toothache.
What if they dig in their nose and make their nose bleed?
Yeah, so that could be one. So especially if you don't see that there's a pattern, that it was happening in bed at night, things like that. That could either be that there's some sensory stimulation, that they just like how it feels and it gets to the point where it makes them nose bleed. Or it could be that there's something going on, like there's sinus infection or
What if it's
dry
all the
nose
time?
or, sorry?
All the time.
Yeah, so if it's all the time, I would first start with, this is what we always do, is we refer like, hey, this is going on all the time across settings. Like before we put too many things in place,
It's only at school.
check only at school. Okay, so then I would say it's probably something for some other function than this. This is one that I would definitely say the alleviation of pain and discomfort will be, you'll see it across all settings throughout the day. So it could be that, and it's really jumping for a guess without any data, but it could be that they're doing that at school because if they do that, they don't write. You know, their hands aren't free to do other things. Or it could be just a self-stimulation that,
Well, we think more just like go to the nurse, pay attention.
there you go. So yeah, so it could definitely be some. As far as like the alleviation of pain or discomfort, like I said, you usually see it happen kind of overnight. Like it doesn't usually go slowly and happens all the time. So one that we've had a
So
few
more
kids-
attention.
Yeah. So like for the pain or discomfort, we've actually had several kids who both in school, I'm going to have a clinic as well, so in our clinical setting, but like crying and leaning over on their desk and not being able to sit down and things like that, and which then of course leads to other behaviors because you present work at that point and see all the tantrums and throwing things, and we end up discovering after saying like, well, let's go see your doctor, you know, let's start there, we think something might be going on, that they were impacted and they had to go through a lot of like medications to, you know, start having regular bowel movements and things like that again. And I can only imagine, you know, they were probably in some pretty severe pain and couldn't really tell us that. So that's one of the other ones that we see a lot. We've seen, you know, for like migraines and headaches and things like that, the kids can't tell us, or sinus infections as well, hitting their head or hitting their head on the table or the wall or things like that. So if you see anything like that, especially like the self-injurious behavior, like I said, I think we've often had the most, that you really see happen pretty quickly, and you see it across all situations. This is where I would say like, okay, well now, like if they get to go do their own thing and it's free play and it's playtime, you give them some of their favorite things, do they stop doing it or are they still doing it? If they're still doing it, that's where I would really be concerned and you know, talk to parents and refer to medical professionals first. So how do we change behavior? The first thing we look at is why is the desired behavior not happening? So there's probably no antecedent, which means nothing is cueing the appropriate behavior, or there's a lack of reinforcement going on. The other thing that could be happening is that the behavior is being punished. And we use the term punishment reinforcement within behavior analysis just to talk about the effects that the consequence has on behavior. I know from working in a school setting for a long, long time, as soon as people hear the word punishment, it's like don't say that, don't do that. That's not how we mean punishment. You know, even if the consequence is, I'm trying to give a good example. If it's that they raise their hand to ask to go to the bathroom and the teacher says you've already been to the bathroom 4 times in the past hour, no, you're not going. That could actually be enough to like punish that behavior, raising their hand to ask to go to the bathroom for a break. You know, a lot of kids will do that for a break or to escape work. So if that happens and that no longer works for them, then we might start seeing the falling on the floor, the tantrums, things like that to get out of work. Because that previous behavior was punished. And it's not necessarily that a bad thing happened after it. It was a very appropriate thing that the teacher did. It's just that that punished behavior increased the hand raising to get out of work.
And the teacher just said, thank you for raising your hand, I really appreciate it, but you
Yeah.
go to the bathroom in 4 hours.
Yes.
4 times.
And what you're going to see is, if you see that then the child's behavior starts escalating to escape for other things, because that no longer works for them, that's when we're going to have to go back and we're going to have to teach an appropriate replacement behavior. So how do we solve that problem? First, we're going to identify the antecedents and the reinforcer or punisher, so that's where you take that data collection, and you're going to use that to change the behavior, which we will talk about examples. Another part, though, of what we talk about when we always go through our workshops is why do we do what we do? Because a lot of times we engage in behaviors, when the kids engage with behaviors, and it's, well, we'll kind of talk about why. So one of the things is that we say we yell, because we use this a lot with families. I'm sure at school, we don't yell so much as maybe like reprimand or give that with like that firm tone, because it temporarily stops behavior. So if the child is engaging in noncompliance, they're throwing things, we might say like, you know, Johnny, stop, you know, that sort of thing, and they stop doing it. Typically it's because the child is startled or scared, and so they stop doing that behavior in the moment. So for us, yelling is negatively reinforced because it took away something unpleasant. It took away the child tantruming or throwing materials, whatever it was. So we're more likely to do that again in the future because it works, at least it works in the moment. What we want to see though is, does that work overall? Because if you're doing that 20 times a day and the child's still engaging in the behavior 20 times a day, it's not really working. In fact, it might actually be increasing the behavior. It might be that they do that to kind of get that reaction from you. So we wouldn't look at that overall trend. Another thing that we do a lot is, so it's just an example that we use, we might hug kids when they're whining or crying. We are not against hugging. There's definitely a time and a place for it. They're kids, they should get hugged. They should, you know, feel about things that are going on. And that's one of the reasons why we do it though, because hugging feels good for us. So it's that positive reinforcement for us. And a lot of times it can temporarily stop that behavior like the whining or the crying. So there's that negative reinforcement. It took away something unpleasant. So we're more likely to do it again in the future. What we really look at though is if a behavior is occurring, especially if it's an inappropriate behavior, obviously like if a child falls down on the playground and they're crying, we're gonna hug them. Or try to somehow comfort them. Same thing for, you know, if a child's sad because mom dropped them off and left, we might visit them for a while before we redirect them and get them into something. This is more when it's a behavior that is becoming problematic. So if you see that a child is whining every time it's time to go to circle, I work with a lot of preschoolers actually, so I see this from a lot. Preschoolers are just so cute and you want to hug them and have them sit in your lap. So what I see a lot is, you know, it's time to go to circle and the kids across the room kind of whining, crying, pouting, and then a teacher's assistant might come in and say, oh, come on, it'll be fun, let's go. And they're kind of like, you know, hugging them and here, you can sit on my lap, you know, we'll sit together. And it does get them over there, but then I'm usually called in because this is a behavior that's happening, you know, 2 or 3 times a day every time it's time to go sit at large group. So those are just things to keep in mind. So it's not that we're saying don't hug. It's just that we're saying, you know, keep an eye on, a lot of times we engage in these behaviors because it feels good to us and because it works in the short term. But if it's not working in the long term, we probably need to change our behavior. So understanding that behavior though enables us to change it. So when we start placing the cause of the behavior on the principles of behavior, those are the things that we can change. So we don't put the causes of behavior on personality, on the disorder, like I said, or the diagnosis. We really place it on what's going on. We're really looking for those, you know, clear facts, those things that we can report data on, and things that we can see in the environment. So this is kind of our really quick, I mean, this is usually like almost a full day workshop, but I try to condense into about an hour. But this is kind of our understanding behavior, why it happens, and that starts with the functional approach to treatment. Next, we're going to start talking about the things we do to decrease the behavior. But do you guys have any questions over this part? All right, then I will, if we don't need a break, I know we're only here for 2 hours, so I don't know if we need a break or not, but if not, I will just go ahead and go into the next part. All right, so principles of reinforcement. So I talked a lot about reinforcement. The way that we define reinforcement and the way it's defined in the literature is any consequence that increases the future likelihood of behavior. So by definition, reinforcement is going to result in an increase in the behavior that it follows. It's not just something that people like. So this is one of the things that we hear a lot, one of the kind of mistakes I think that a lot of people make. But reinforcers are actually very individual. It's determined by a history of learning. So it can either be adding a preferred item or stimulus to the situation. So things like praise, giving candy, giving an allowance, giving tokens, giving points, all those sorts of things fall into that adding a preferred item to the situation. It could also be removing an unpreferred or non-preferred item or a stimulus. So like reducing the chores, reducing the tasks they have to complete. So if it's 10 problems on a math worksheet and they're behaving really well and they're getting all their work done, and you say, hey, you're doing so great, you can stop at number 5 because you're working so well. That could be a reinforcer where you're actually taking away an unpreferred thing, which might be work for that student. But just because it's something that we think is a preferred item, just because it's something that we think should be a reinforcer, doesn't mean that it is. So that's very important when you're coming up with your intervention, because pretty much all of our interventions rely at least some part on positive reinforcement or reinforcement of some kind. So instead of just picking out what we wanted to be and saying, oh, they like M&Ms, let's use M&Ms as a reinforcer, or they really like this toy, let's use this toy as a reinforcer, we really need to make sure that that is a reinforcer for them, and that's going to increase the behavior. We will a lot of times differentiate between a reinforcer, which is something that actually increases behavior, and a preferred item, which is something that the client or the child likes, but isn't going to actually change the behavior. So you can think of it as that's not motivating enough if it's not a reinforcer. There are two types of reinforcers. The first is primary reinforcers, and the second is conditioned reinforcers. Primary are all the things that we really don't need to teach. They just exist as reinforcers because. So those are things like food and drink and warmth and cold, things that you're kind of just born with. Baby, cries when they get a bottle because they're hungry. Well, that bottle's a reinforcer for the crying. That teaches them that when they're hungry, they cry, they get a bottle, that sort of thing. Conditioned reinforcers are things that have gained their reinforcing properties by association with a primary reinforcer. So those can be things like praise, because even from the earliest stages, you give a baby a bottle, you start talking to them and cuddling with them and things like that. Those are all become conditioned reinforcers very quickly. For kids that we work with, toys have gained conditioned reinforcer status because they've been paired with things, even if it's unknowingly. But toys and play and going to different areas, maybe if there's like a place you like to go swing or jump on a trampoline, those sorts of things. Punishers kind of fall into the same categories as well. But so things like conditioned punishers, those are stimuluses that usually signal the coming of aversive events, and so they become negative reinforcers. That's a lot of fancy wording, so just think about things that have been paired together before with things that they just don't like. So it could be that they're told, no, we're not going to do that right now, and then something happens that they don't like, so if they're told, no, we're not going to do that right now, and they're given a worksheet instead that they don't like, well, maybe now every time they hear the word no, they kind of flip out because to them that's a punisher. It could be different things. Like I had one, actually it was an adult, but it was getting in the car, because she knew getting in the car was going to mean probably going to school, going to her day program, different things like that. It had been paired with things that she didn't like following it, so she did not like getting in the car, so we had to work on a whole program just to get in the car. But one of the reasons why we talk about these, not that you necessarily need to know where those reinforcers fall, but depending on the individual you're working with, they may be at a level where they don't have many conditioned reinforcers yet at all. And so this is another thing that's kind of a sticky point for a lot of people, but we don't immediately, a lot of people think of ABA and think of oh, they use candy all the time. We don't. Actually very few of our kids work for candy, and even the ones that do don't work for it all the time. But for a lot of kids, they don't have those conditioned reinforcers yet. They don't have a lot of play skills. They don't, they might get a toy and they might spend on rolling the wheels or spinning the wheels, but they're not really playing with the toys appropriately. The toys aren't that motivating yet because they don't find them that fun. Praise hasn't gained that reinforcing power yet that they're going to work for praise. So for a lot of kids, when we're looking for a reinforcer, especially those younger ones, and especially when those younger kids have some sort of diagnosis where they are developmentally delayed, we're really looking at starting with some primary reinforcers like some edibles, some drinks, things like that. And we don't do a lot of it. We do really little bits at a time. I always tell people when I first started working in the school, one of the jobs was a preschool. So when the kids were off on Friday while we were having team meetings, one of our jobs would be to cut M&Ms in 4 pieces and put them in little bags, because the kids would work for a quarter of an M&M at a time. So they're not getting a lot. If they're really getting a handful of M&Ms, it's probably not being done well, because they're going to be done with that really quickly. And then whoever invented mini M&Ms is awesome, because they work great. So just a little hint. So how to use reinforcement. First, you want to identify what the desired behavior is, so what you want to see happening, and what the reinforcer is going to be.
I have to go back. I have a question. So
Uh-huh.
I think I probably have a student who doesn't have very many, like praise and things like that. She has some, but she also doesn't, can't eat solid food and she doesn't drink. So are there any other things you can offer up for those primary sources?
That's a
Besides
good
all
one.
food?
I would kind of go back to some of those the comfort and the warmth type things. So that might be a child that if they like the blankets and things like that, it might be that you it might be that they get the snuggle and they get the blanket. Obviously if the classroom's hot, that's probably not gonna work.
I know.
It can be the same sort of thing. So some of those sensory type things, maybe a fan, especially if the classroom's warm, maybe that they get to You know, if you have a cool fan, like some kids like to sit and like feel the fan on their face. You know, those are some of the big ones. Really, any of the sensory things like that that just like feels good to them. It may not be a condition thing, but even if says it she.
It's a she.
So like if it's like squeezing Play-Doh or something, if they like the way that feels, it may not be that actually like playing with the Play-Doh is the reinforcer, but just like the feeling of it. A lot of times we'll work with the OT because obviously we're not like the ones who implement the sensory diet, but is it squeezing or brushing? Because some kids just like those. Like even if they don't need those as part of a sensory diet, they just feel really good.
And we just happened to stumble upon the jumping frog. Man, she loved those yesterday. So
That's awesome.
I usually just stumble upon some of those, but.
And that's the other thing, and I cut out a lot of this from my longer ones, so I can't remember if it's in there. But a big part of what we do is trying to find reinforcers, and it's reinforcer assessments. And so a lot of it is just that almost that trial and error. So like you pull things out, you could do them structured, you could do them unstructured, but it's like you just pull out things and try different things. So not only like tangible items, but those different like the sensory things, and you're gonna try them and try them and try them and see if they work. And especially for those like sensory and more like the social type things, like the funny, and I don't know if they're at the point where, or she's at the point where, I know praise isn't a big thing, but she, like,
She doesn't
how big
get,
is she?
Huh?
How big is she?
She's kind of teeny tiny. She's
Okay.
like maybe size 5.
Okay. Because sometimes with like the little kids, you can do really fun things like, you know, like 3, 2, 1, blast off, and you kind of like lift them out of
Yeah.
the feet a few inches. And again, it's kind of when it's a condition, but it's also when the kids condition really early. So it's not actually like, yeah, you're doing a great job, awesome, keep it up. But it's like it's a fun thing.
I tried like slapping and just different things, and she's just kind of like.
Yeah, tickles, like the little feathers that do tickles. I had one kiddo who would always work for him. It's kind of funny.
You tickle her.
Oh, you can't.
She likes it, but then you focus or whatever, so you have, I guess, use it appropriately, depending on like it's like you like stamina during. It wouldn't be useful during a task where we're trying to keep stamina because as soon as you tickle her, we do that with the task.
True.
But it could be something like at the end of the task.
You could, yeah. I actually had one of our therapists who she always used to wear her hair in a ponytail with this one client because she found by accident from wearing her hair in a ponytail one day that swishing the ponytail in her face was like the funniest thing ever, and they loved it. And again, that's one of those where you're never really going to be conditioned to that, but it's kind of funny. Like, you know, it's the feeling of it, that sort of thing.
Like,
I'm sorry.
Who would have known jumping frogs? Hilarious.
Exactly.
Hilarious.
I was in that same boat several years ago when I had a little girl, and she was very girly, loved all the girly things, and she loved to have her fingernails painted. And so what we did, Mom sent her in with no fingernail polish, and as she earned stuff, we painted the fingernails. And we went from painting 10 nails, Mom would paint her fingernails at home, and then we would finish painting her other fingernails during that day at school. So she went from earning 10 to just 5, and that worked really well. Another thing that worked really well for this little girl, she loved hair barrettes. And so we found a big one that was metal, and we glued little bows on magnets, and as she could earn little bows on her barrette during the day.
That's
Those are something narrow, and just giggled and laughed, and we told her how beautiful she was, and princess, and those kinds of things. And but that worked for her, and that was sort of some ideas.
Yeah, I feel like those are great, really creative ideas. I feel like every time we have like team meetings, that's usually like finding reinforcement.
That's the best.
Yeah,
Together.
exactly. Just reminded me, so like one of the, I think it was a male that I used to work with, Paul. He also had a little girl who she kind of didn't have a lot of reinforcers, but she liked nail polish. And they would run out of like things to polish. So he became like, he would always come into the office and have like pink nails. So yes, beating other people, she would get to paint them. That was the fun part. So yeah, like activities, being creative, trying new things. Like I said, I'm not sure. I feel like I'm gonna be like talking about this and then it's gonna be in here later. But seeing what they gravitate towards is a big thing. So like talking to mom and dad, like okay, at home, what do they do? What do they like when they go to the store? Like what can she do? What does she gravitate towards? One of my kids that I work with right now, his biggest reinforcer is the mirror. He likes to, he has autism, but he likes to script. So he likes to script shows and things, but he will do anything. Like that's his most motivating thing right now is for a mirror. Like we covered up all the rest of the classroom and we covered up the ones at home. And he just will work to go and cover a mirror and he gets to stand in front of the mirror for like 5 seconds and take a show. So there's things that when we first started that was not on our radar as a reinforcer. So So we had put all the things in place that mom and dad was like, he loves Toy Story, here we'll buy you a bin of Toy Story toys, so you can have a Play-Doh before he loves Pokeyos, so we can do Pokeo videos, and we won't show him at home, all those sort of things. And all of those, they're gone by the wayside because that's the thing he wants to do, is look in the mirror. And his other big reinforcer that he'll pick was, again, stumbled upon by accident, and this is one for home, but he actually came to his house one day, and he started hiding from us under this big, like, down comforter that mom had just washed. And so we got him to work and all, and then we were like, hey, do you want to work for that comforter? And he said yes, and so we let him work for it. And then we started doing some social things with it, where like it was, you know, the bear in the bear cave, and we like, rawr, and we like pull it down, which he thinks is really funny. So those are like other things that we kind of stumbled across by accident. But instead of going, I would say most of the time you have more success with reinforcers, instead of going for the ones that are just like tangible items, like here you go. It's the things that you kind of stumble across of like what do they like to do, what do they gravitate towards, like ask around, what do they do when they go to the store, what do they do when
I
they go
find
to
the key is the parents.
Yeah.
I put a behavior modification plan in the kiddo, and on Mondays, it starts over every week. Like on Monday, he earns his points. We do a class dojo, so it goes to the parents automatically. We have a set amount of points, and he has X amount that he can earn during the day. During this hour, you can earn this, and it's set. And if he earns it, he gets like on the computer, and he gets like YouTube. And then he has it for the whole week. And then Tuesday, it will be on his iPad and another like internet type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Wednesday is dinner at McDonald's. And Thursday is, and towards the week, it gets to what he likes the best. It will be like another internet type thing that he likes to get on. And Friday is something else. And then now we're gonna make it bigger. Like if he gets X amount of points, it will be going to the movies with mom and dad.
That's awesome.
And then like since we've done this, over like October, November, they as a family went out to eat for the first time, which was like awesome.
Yeah.
And that like made me cry when they told me they were gonna go out to eat, and I was just like, oh my gosh, and it was just so cool
Yeah, and
to
thing-
see them grow. And
yeah, it is. And I think you actually, you made me think though, what kind of accounting for reinforcement is, and that's the thing, that's unfortunately the reason why I can't be like, here, use these reinforcers. It's because the kids are so different. So I'm sure the little girls who, you know, you're really struggling to find reinforcement throughout the day, just teach them on task and what they need to be doing is very
And
different from this.
I don't want to sound like I take credit for that too. This one here has started with him when he was 3. So it's not something that I just did in a year, but it's like as a team, our whole school has come together and just worked.
Exactly what they need to do. So get the teams together, everybody works with them, talk to parents, see what the good reinforcers are.
And
see
like
what
I
they're
said,
really
the
doing
parents
at
are
home.
the key too.
Mhm.
He is awesome.
Yep.
Awesome.
That's great, yeah, so I've done like, the same sorts of things where earning like the staff activity on the way home to get their favorite slushie, you know, things
Yeah.
that, not everyone comes to spend a lot of money, because, you know, not everybody has that, those resources.
And
but-
that's the simple thing.
Yeah.
You just learn it, and sometimes you just don't, I don't know, I just said, like, I asked him, like, what can I do for this kid? And it's like, I said, you can't think of everything always by yourself, because you're doing 10,000 other things.
Oh my goodness, yeah, like, I can tell you all the reinforcers that I've had for kids. I mean, it's been like, going to kids who like, they know like the training schedules, or they know what kind of trains they wanna see, so it's going to like certain trains, we call it like the crossings, to wait for the trains to come by at certain times so they can see their favorite train. One kid loved maps, and mom just went to like the gas station and picked up, because whoever uses those maps, you know, like the kind of they fold out, and he got his like dry erase markers, and he can write like routes on them, and put stickers on them, oh my goodness, like so many different things. Yeah.
I have a student right now that I'm struggling with because he's a sophomore in high school. He's gone through all the fidgets. He's gone through all of that stuff. And as of right now, even with parent help, we can't find a motivator that he's willing to work for. Like, what do you do?
So, that's a great question. So, one of the things that we usually go to is, usually there are things that the kids have that are preferred items that could be reinforcers if we kind of change up how they're used. So I would say like, what are some things?
And we've tried his iPad,
Okay.
that he doesn't get to use at school other than for those times. But then he got to the point where it's not really reinforcement anymore. He doesn't like to go to dentist, so he does like Laffy Taffy and Blow Pops. But we can't do those all the time because of dental reasons. And so those are the two big things we found. Other than that, it's just, you know,
So I guess I would ask, probably gonna relate back a little more to home, because typically what I've noticed is that, if you don't have an effective or if you don't have effective reinforcers at home, they're probably getting free access, or sorry, you don't have effective reinforcers at school, they're probably getting free access to them
Right,
at home or outside of
yeah.
school. So that's where you really have to have parents on board for a lot of those things, because it could be that even if he doesn't have an iPad at home, depending on what he's doing on the iPad, like say he's getting on YouTube
Right,
or whatever,
and he
well, then he
does.
goes and gets on it when he gets at home to the computer,
Yeah.
you know, that sort of thing.
yeah. And a lot of the things that you would use for reinforcers were already introduced as like soothing mechanisms, like for break time, like comic books. He loves comic books, but he already has free access to those.
Yep.
So we can't take those away because there's
So-
something he uses to calm. So I don't know.
So
It's just
that-
hard once they get older and they've already been through all the fidgets and all the
Mhm.
like things like that, and
Yeah.
they're like over it.
Yeah, so what I would do, like if you were my client, is come in, see, it's probably gonna be more seeing what he's doing at home, like what he's gravitating towards in his free time. Is he at the point where you could ask him, like what things do you want to
He's big into that. I don't know.
okay. That's what I was wondering, because some kids have like really grand ideas, like I had one kid who's like, I want to get my driver's license. Okay.
Oh, heavens, that would be.
That's just one type of.
So yeah, so I would actually start with like I said, unfortunately, hopefully it's a great, you know.
It is a
family
great
work.
family,
Good.
yeah.
So I
But
would
even
start with-
they're at a loss.
Okay, so what might be the case, and this is the hard part, because I go through this with a lot of clients, is that they have very limited things that they like to do in their free time. But in order for you to have a reinforcer, you're probably gonna have to take something they do in their free time and restrict it and only use it as a reinforcer. So which means they don't get it for a few days, and then once you bring it back out, they only get it contingent upon whatever the behavior is. Yeah. So it could be that if it's YouTube, let's just say that's what it's my guess, like that's what he's doing on the iPad and that's what he's doing when he gets home, YouTube is off limits. Like mom and dad put a blocker on the computer or whatever so that he can't get on YouTube. He can still, you know, maybe get online, he can still play games, things like that, but no YouTube. And that way you take it away for a few days and you can tell him what you're doing. You know, we always do is, okay, well here's the deal, like you need to be motivated to do your work at school, so you can start working for YouTube, but that means you don't get YouTube anywhere else. So we're gonna bring it back out on Monday and you can start earning it. And then use that as your reinforcer. Typically, that it's more effective to take something that they already like and restrict access to it and make it a reinforcer. That's more effective than finding something brand new. And the reason why is just because they have a history with that. So a lot of times when you're trying to find something brand new, it's something they don't have a big history with, and it might be like, say, and we do this, but like for potty training with a lot of families, the first instinct is like, okay, let's go to Toys R Us or Walmart or wherever and have them pick out this toy they really like, and we're gonna put it up on the shelf, and then they have to earn it by going in the potty. I've had some kids who are like, they get all excited, they pick it out, it goes up on the shelf, and then they could care less about it because they've never had it before, so they don't really know what they're missing out on. But if it's something that they already have and they already really like say it's YouTube and they really like to get on YouTube, all of a sudden they don't get that for 3 days, and now the only way you're going to get it is by doing your work at home in school and doing your chores at home and doing your schoolwork at school, then it's going to be pretty effective. Although I will say you might see some inappropriate behaviors those first few days because they're not used to not having it, and then they're not used to working for it, sort of thing. So you might see that initial resistance.
I teach kids that are 18 to 21 their vocational skills, and that's exactly what I had to do. I have a very privileged girl. She has everything, and
That's what we're working with.
we were at the point where I was like, she could care less because she has everything, but she loves to get on and watch Glee on her iPad.
Girl.
So I took Glee away from her, and I said during break, I said, you're not going to watch Glee, because she would get stuck in the bathroom avoiding doing her job. And I said, until you work the entire time that you're supposed to be working, you won't get Glee on break. You know, for every minute that you go sit in the bathroom, you lose Glee. And she doesn't go to the bathroom during work time at all anymore.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I have to find something there has to be something
Right.
that she
So
is motivated for. And it took me an entire school year to figure it out, but we finally, because I'm like, she has everything. Her parents give her everything, they have money, so she has everything. She can do whatever she wants, but there has to be something that she can work for at school. There has to be, and I'm like, please.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, you hit on that, it's always there. A lot of times you just have to like restrict it. It's kind of funny, like you hear like side conversation. This is always good, because I feel like everybody's like, oh, but it is important to get like the buy-in of everyone on the team, including the family. I actually, unfortunately, this is not a great success story, it's kind of like a failure story, but I had a client who, a year or two ago, a young woman with Down syndrome in her late 20s, and we were in the work setting. And she was going through a job coaching program where, you know, she'd already done the shelter workshop thing, she did pretty good there, and then she was going once a week to this program where they were going to, at a hospital, where they were going to get her trained for a job at the hospital. And if she could show during the 1 day a week that she could be trained and she could do the job, then she could apply for it as a paid 5-day-a-week position. And so parents were like, she can do it. She's got the skills. She's super smart. She knows how to work backwards. She reads. She writes. Like, she's good to go. But she was engaging in a lot of non-compliance with her job coaches. So they would say, okay, you need to do this, this, and this. And she'd be like, no, I don't want to do it that way. I'm going to do it this way because my way is better. And they pretty much said, like, she's not going to be able to apply for this job even though she has the skills until she's able to, like, do what she's told to do because her supervisor's not going to tolerate that. So parents are actually the ones who brought us in. We were all on board, and so we had this trouble with, like, she pretty much had everything, you know, at home, and so she loved to eat out. That was going to be our big thing, is that she would get her meal ticket at the hospital if she completed all her work for the day, and that was what we, you know, signed the contract. This is what we're going to do. You have to complete all your work after signing that arguing. If you want to earn your meal ticket, stuff like in real life, you know, if you argue with your bosses, you might get, you know, unpaid leave or fired or whatever. And we had buy-in for a couple weeks, and we saw the behavior getting better. And then the parents started, when she didn't earn her meal ticket, stopping at McDonald's or something on the way home. So of course the behavior went down really quickly. So there you go. Like you can find it. It's there. You also have to like have everyone on the team on board. So home and school is, but if it's something that can be done at home. Like if it's something that you only have at school, you have definitely have more control. But if it's something that they can access in different settings, then you definitely need to get everybody on board for sure.
She probably started work smoking a lot, crying.
Yes, I mean, it was very sad. She was so capable of the job. She would have been awesome at it. And then after a few weeks of the behavior plan going downhill, everybody was just like, parents were just like, yeah, we're just going to pull her from the program and try something else. And
Was it a nursing?
they have a great program.
My mom works there.
Oh, really?
She's a retired teacher and she does that program.
Aw, you know the head of here. It's been a couple years, but yeah. So yeah, I probably actually covered a lot of these things already, so we can skip through. So yeah, just different ways to identify the reinforcers. You can ask if they are, you know, verbal enough that they can tell you or point. You can also offer things. Say like, hey, here are some choices. What are something you want to work? You know, what's something you want to work for? Also, just look and see what do they approach, what are they attending to, what are they smiling about. Those are things that are possible reinforcers and are things that you can use as possible reinforcers. So like this, say trains. Well, it may not be the exact train that they were looking at. It may not be that they want to earn, you know, like a toy train, but maybe you can use trains as part of the leader chart or something along those lines. And then you want to identify whatever the stimuli is presumed to be the reinforcer, because again, we're kind of guessing at this point, and you give it contingent on behavior. So if you see the behavior occurs that you want to see happen again, you give them that reinforcer. That means you give the reinforcer. If you see the behavior increase, then you're good. You found the reinforcer and it works. If not, that means that it's not really a reinforcer yet. So either there may be still some free access out there, some things you need to control for. If you feel like you have it all controlled for and it's still not increasing the behavior, then it's probably not actually a reinforcer and you need to kind of go back to the drawing board and find another one. Just observe them, what do they spend their time doing. Reinforcer sampling is another method. This can either be forced versus free choice. Free choice is, again, just presenting a few examples, so like maybe 5 pictures or 5 objects and saying, okay, you know, which one do you want? And they pick, and they get to do it for like 30 seconds to a minute, and then you're coming back to the table, okay, great job, now pick again, which one do you want this time? And you're really just like taking like part of your day, maybe 30 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so, depending on what the items or activities are. And you're just recording which ones are they picking the most often. Because chances are they're going to pick all of them because they're going to want to try them all out. That's why you want to give lots of files. And then you just record, hey, wow, they picked the computer 15 out of 20 times. That computer must be a reinforcer. That sort of thing. Forced is just a more structured way to do it. There are some, I don't know if you guys have used them. You really probably don't need to. There are some really structured forced preference assessments. So you'd actually put things out in a certain order, and there's a specific data sheet, and there's an order in which you rotate them, and things like that. We honestly don't use them very frequently unless we are really stuck. So factors affecting reinforcement. So these are also things that, say you found something that you think is going to be a good reinforcer, these are some things that can affect how effective it is. The first is the immediacy after the behavior. So right when the behavior that we want to see increase happens, we try to give a lot of social praise, high fives, things like that. Because we want that to become a reinforcer if it's not already. We want to condition it to be one. We try to do that as we're getting the other thing ready. It takes you a second to get whatever it is, even if it's like a piece of candy or something. So you want to be like, oh, awesome, you did a great job. Here you go. That way you're giving them some sort of praise or some good stuff going on in the meantime. We also use contingency statements a lot, if then. So if you do this, then you get that. So they know first one thing and then the next, and it immediately follows it. Another factor is the deprivation of satiation, which we've actually been talking about. It's not in those terms. And you don't necessarily even really need to know those terms, just to know how it affects reinforcement. Deprivation just means they haven't had it in a while, so they're more likely to want it. So a good example of deprivation is kids have breakfast, when they're home, they come to school, now it's 11:45, it's not quite lunchtime yet. I bet if you pulled out one of their favorite snacks, crackers, marshmallows, whatever it is, they might be pretty motivated to work for that because they're hungry. That's an example of deprivation, just as they haven't had it in a while. Same thing, actually, the example I gave of if it's, say YouTube is the thing, and you cut off access to YouTube for 2 or 3 days, you're just creating a state of deprivation because they haven't had it for a few days, so they're going to be much more motivated, and so that reinforcer is going to be much more effective and increasing the behavior. So we're going to always try to set it up so that they haven't had it for a while, and then it's going to be a little more effective. Satiation is the opposite of that. So if they've had a lot of access, so that's what we were talking about, if they have free access to it at home, like if the comic books are a calming strategy, and so they get access to it when they need to go rest or relax, then you're not really going to be able to use that very effectively because they've had a lot of access to it. They're not going to be very motivated to work for it. So some of the things we do for this is we try to lock up things that we're using as reinforcers and only give the access conditioned on the desired behavior, and also rotate reinforcers so that they don't get bored with the same thing. So you can also think about it, if YouTube is the big thing and they get YouTube every single time they complete something that they need to do at school, so they're earning it 30, 40 times a day, YouTube's probably not going to be that effective very long because they're just getting bored with it, they're getting tired of it. So we try to rotate things out as much as possible. It's harder with the kids who have less reinforcers, but you still try to do it as much as possible. Another thing is the characteristics of the reinforcement. So the amount, the quality, and the intensity. This is where, the example I gave of cutting up the M&Ms into the 4 little bits, you have to think this was at the time for preschool kids, so 3 to 5 with the diagnosis of autism. And not only diagnosis of autism, but skills at the point where they weren't making progress in their adult classroom. So these are kids with pretty early learner skills, a lot were nonverbal, things like that. So we were really at this point reinforcing almost every response. So they were getting that little bitty bit. So they were engaging in 1 or 2 responses, and then they were getting a quarter of an M&M or a mini M&M. You couldn't take that same amount of reinforcer and use it for a kid who is able to go through his school day and go into general ed and do most of his work on his own and give them a quarter of an M&M every hour for being on task. That's not going to be enough. And it kind of seems like common sense, but it's one of those things to kind of look at. Because even though that was a pretty extreme example, you have to think that a lot of the kids that we work with, when you first put reinforcement in place, a lot of people want to put it at the end of the day, and for a lot of kids, they're just not ready for that. So if their reinforcement is that, the example I gave was for this client I worked with was to stop and get a slushie on the way home. If he's not at that level, if in the morning at 9:50 or whatever it is, and he gets presented with this math worksheet that's so hard for him, there's a good chance that slushie at the end of the day is not going to be nearly enough to get him to do that math worksheet, because it's much more, you know, he would much rather put off doing that math worksheet right now than to earn that slushy at the end of the day. So you really have to look at the amount of the reinforcement, the intensity, how often it's occurring, all of that.
And I think too, with that, some kids need to be rewarded right away. But some can wait that long.
Exactly, and that usually what we see happening is that when we put a behavioral plan in place, kids usually have to start with pretty immediate reinforcement, and then we fade it out longer and longer. So when the kids I'm working with now, and I've done this with a few clients in the past, we have intervals of, and again, he has some pretty good skills, you know, like reading and all that sort of thing. But we have a behavior chart in place for him that is about every hour, he's following his rules, he gets reinforced, and he gets access to something for like 5 or 10 minutes. Our goal though is that as he can do that at least 90% of the day for a few days in a row, we bump it up, so then it's an hour and a half, and it's 2 hours. Until eventually we get to where he just learns something at the end of the day before bedtime, he gets to earn something if he's followed his rules all day. So yes, so most, especially the earlier learners, like younger kids, kids with lower skills, they usually need to start with pretty immediate reinforcement, and then our goal is that as we get that behavior decrease and we teach the new stuff, then we start slowly delaying the reinforcement so that it's more spread out. Because obviously we don't want them to go in life at 21 when they're out of the school system and still have to have somebody there giving them something every 15 minutes for being on
And
task.
slushy at the end of the day because they went to work.
Yeah. Exactly. In general, just the rule to kind of think about is that you provide more or better reinforcement for better behavior. So another thing to think about with this though is times after you've had some non-compliance or a big tantrum, our immediate instinct as I think educators is to be like, woohoo, they're on task, they did a great job, here you go, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. But they've been laying on the floor for like half an hour screaming and crying, and they just got up and sat in their seat and started their worksheet. That really should not warrant that kind of reinforcement. Part of our protocol and part of what we do when we teach people is when we follow through, obviously we follow through with every demand. When they're finally on task, we reserve our praise and our reinforcement to how long it took them to comply. If they got up really quickly, like if they laid down on the ground and went, no, I don't want to, and then they immediately recovered and went, oh, okay, I'll do it. And they went and sat down, then we might give them a praise and reinforcement. But if they've been laying on the ground for 10, 15 minutes, an hour, when they sit down, it's like, hey, I'm glad you're finally doing what you're supposed to be doing. Here you go. And it's very subtle.
I see. I think sometimes I'm more of a softie when it comes to that. I'm not with my student all the time, so sometimes I don't want to do this. A rude tone is something we're really working on, but the fact that we are in the regular classroom and doing the work is huge from where, so I'm very happy with that progress right now. So I guess and I see what you're saying, and I just think we have to look at the big picture, where we're at and where our goals are at and what we want. So there's so many things. I mean, does anyone have, I'd like to just hear other perspectives on that, because the aide I work with comes and says that he had a rude tone, but I'm like, but we've got to give more time, I think, to get into that, but he still did the work.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be very dependent upon every individual and every situation. So I would say, in general, you know, like what that student is capable of. You know what your goals are. You know what. We also will talk about like ignoring minor behaviors. So there could be minor behaviors like if it's just the tone that's not such a big deal right now. We're okay with that as long as he doesn't do triple reading.
Because like when we started like in the morning when I do work with the student, we started with the rude tone. But now, and that was first semester, and now we have rude tones very little. And I think that's great. Yeah. But now we're in the classroom and having rude tones, and we have 20-some kids, and maybe we might have a rude tone once. I'm like, that's great.
Yeah.
I think, am I being too soft with that?
I don't think so. I mean, it's very individual. It depends what the team has decided is like the criteria. But I guess that's more like the overall picture, and what I was referring to was more like in the moment.
Right.
So we tend to want to reinforce and make a big deal out of it when the kids finally do what they're supposed to be doing after a long inappropriate behavior or after very intense inappropriate behavior. And that's really not the best thing to do, because then what ends up happening is we're basically reinforcing that chain of behavior. So what happened right before, because I guess you could see it as, okay, so the student comes in, and you say, okay, you know, Johnny, go sit at your desk, we're gonna start reading, you know, let's get this book. And they're, no, I don't want to, and they wipe all the books off the table and throw themselves on the floor, and they're screaming, and that lasts for 20 minutes. They finally decide to get up and sit at the table. Our instinct, I think, usually is to be like, they're finally doing it, let's reinforce it, and we make a huge deal out of it. And we're like, yay, Johnny, thank you for finally coming and sitting with us, I'm so proud of you. High five, here you go, you get an M&M too for sitting down. Well, let's look at the other side of that. So, if in the big picture, most of the time, he comes in easily and sits down, at least better than that. Say his usual day is, okay, Johnny, come on, you know, we're gonna sit at the table and get your reading book. And he's like, oh man, I don't like reading, I don't have to do that. But he gets it anyways and he sits down. Does he normally get you to like throw a big praise card and give him an M&M when he does that? Probably not, am I right? We tend to reinforce after the behavior's been really bad.
Okay.
And what we want to do is flip-flop that. And we want to try to remember to reinforce when the behavior's really good. And then when the behavior has not been so good, your reinforcement should be equivalent to their behavior.
Okay.
So if their behavior.
And I'm not there, that's what it is, so I don't.
Right.
So it's hard, so I don't know. She left. Let me remember that, my mind is not. Okay.
Yeah, so it's more like in the instance, because that's the other thing, is we tend to like, as kids are working well, we want to get more done. So they're doing really well, and it's like, hey, they're on task today, they finished the whole worksheet, here you go, here's another one. But in reality, then what's that teaching them? That better behavior gets more work, and
Gets
that
more work, yeah.
bad behavior ends up getting them more reinforcement. You know, so that's what we're kind of looking at the overall. We want to try to give lots of reinforcement when they're on task, and praise when they're on task, and make sure that when they're having those big inappropriate behaviors, that they're not getting it. That when they finally comply with it, it's not the big party and the big reinforcer. It's, hey, I like what you're doing. I'm glad you're finally listening. Way to go. Let's keep working. And once they're on task and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, then they get the big praise and the reinforcement, but not right after, because right after is really chaining that in, and it's gonna, you will see a lot of kids who learn that pretty quickly. That bad behavior gets more, like, kind of more carrots dangled in front of them. So we don't want to do that.
A situation then when, because it still sounds like they're, like in that situation, okay, so if you like moved and broke or whatever, so it's like, I don't want to do it. Is that then where, if you don't have the big, like, dramatic thing, then you would start laying off the positive praise, that huge positive praise for the like, little things that you were praising before? You know what I mean? When, like,
Yes.
Because that's like, that's where I think, you know, our natural reaction would be like, well, if we keep praising him for complaining, we're still, you know what I mean, praising him for complaining. So
Exactly.
we don't want to keep doing that forever, right?
Exactly. So that's where it's kind of hard without knowing like each student and what their level is, because you're going to kind of look at that overall picture.
I think this, when you have a child that's autistic and social things, think of how confusing we are when we do that to them. I just like, that just like dawned on me, when they don't get the social things, and you have to teach them, and I've said things, and they're like, oh, okay. Like, you know, I said, this is, you know, don't yell at me, but I didn't yell at you, but yeah, you did. But, you know, because, and I pointed, you know, this is my kids, and they don't yell at me, so you should not yell at me. Oh, okay, then he got it. I shouldn't yell at you because I'm a kid, and you're an adult, and then that made sense. So it's like those things they don't get, so when we do that, I can't imagine how confusing it is.
Yeah. So that's kind of the
thing. So I'm like,
So
yeah.
I generally say, like, since everybody's so individual, so for like, here we go back in. So for one kid, it might be that the grumbling and complaining is the problem behavior you want to decrease. For the other kid, it could be that the laying on the floor screaming and throwing things is the behavior you want to decrease. And if they were just grumbling about it, you'd be pretty happy. So you, as a team, you have to decide, and that's part of your plan, is what behaviors get reinforced, what behaviors don't. And that's why you want to be very specific, and that's why you go back and define things. Because again, you could have like teacher, teacher's assistant, different teacher's assistant, and now all of a sudden this person's reinforcing one behavior, this person's not, this person's reinforcing something different. And you have this child that usually would end up having different behaviors with different people, honestly. You might see that inappropriate behavior is going up all over, but you're probably gonna see that they know they can get away with this with one person and not that with something else, someone else. Other behaviors are very different.
Assistant, we still have the consequence of no root tone under the class dojo, which is immediate, and that teacher, that adult takes care of it. So it's not just always one person.
Yeah.
And I think that's important too, but yeah, that makes sense, that helps greatly, thank you.
Yeah, and then like as your student makes progress, and so now they're, you know, the laying on the floor tantrums, the big stuff isn't happening often, so maybe it's like once a month you might see that happen, but it's not a daily occurrence. But the grumbling is a daily occurrence, maybe now that's the problematic behavior that you want to address. And so now it's, okay, here's the deal, you know, Johnny, when he grumbles and he complains, or when he says this, he doesn't get reinforced, he only gets reinforced if he walks up or quietly, that sort of thing. So as a group, you determine what's gonna get reinforcement and what's not, and what's the expected behavior and what's not. So that's, the communication is a big part of that, so that everybody's reinforcing the same thing. So how to decrease undesirable behaviors? Using extinction. So extinction is the thing that we put in place like 98% of the time. What extinction is it's when a behavior that has previously been reinforced no longer results in the reinforcement, and so it decreases. It's not just ignoring it. A lot of people hear extinction and they think, oh, extinction means ignoring it. I don't do anything anymore, and that's not what it means. It just means that whatever, you hold whatever the reinforcer was. So if your data shows that they were engaging in behavior to get attention, say they go to the nurse or reaction from you or whatever, you stop providing that. You stop providing that attention. So if you find that it was to escape from doing a work task, they no longer get to escape from doing a work task. If you find that it was to escape or to get a tangible item, so maybe to get that fidget toy or a blanket or something like that, you no longer provide that when the inappropriate behavior occurs. We're going to teach different ways to get those things, but you no longer provide it when the inappropriate behavior occurs. And it's always going to be based upon the function of the behavior, so extinction is going to look different depending on what the function of the behavior was. So to use it, you identify the behavior and the source of reinforcement, so you look at that data, see what that pattern is of what's typically happening as a consequence. And then you start withholding that reinforcement when the behavior occurs. But then when you use positive scanning, so you want to look for positive behaviors to reinforce, because we do want to provide a lot of reinforcement when they're doing things they should be doing. And give it time to work. So if you know that you're going to give in, don't ever start it. That is a very important thing. Because what ends up happening is, and there's a graph in here I think coming up, that there's always an extinction burst, and there's almost always spontaneous recovery. So an extinction burst just means behavior gets worse before it gets better. It's going to get more intense, it's going to happen more frequently, and you might see new behaviors pop up. So if it's behavior that you want to decrease as a tantrum or laying on the floor and screaming and shouting no and refusing to do work, know that you can go through extinction and not reinforce that, because what's going to happen is if you reinforce it, well, first it's going to get worse, so those tantrums are going to last longer the first few times you withhold the reinforcer. They're going to get louder, they're going to last longer. You might see new behaviors pop up, maybe they start throwing things, maybe they try to kick people, who knows. You have to know that you can go through that, because if you can't go through that, what ends up happening is the behavior gets worse, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, you can't do this anymore, it's too disruptive at school, we're just gonna stop doing it, or we're gonna whatever. Well, now you've reinforced the behavior at a whole new level. And so now that's kind of the level that you're gonna be at next time, and it's gonna get worse than that. So we always, when we're trying to implement this is usually one of the most effective things, because it works pretty quickly. The behavior, like I said, it gets worse before it gets better, but they really quickly learn that that behavior doesn't work for them anymore. It doesn't function to get them what it used to, and so they're gonna stop doing it. But if you know you can't do it, please, please, please don't try it, because it makes it so much harder in the long run to get the behavior to go away if you reinforce it at a higher level. We always want to use extinction with other reinforcement procedures, because that's how we want to teach the appropriate replacement behavior. We use a lot of rules and instructions. So like you were just saying, it can be confusing for kids if they don't know what's going on. Even with kids who are nonverbal, we don't do a lot of talking. We don't try to negotiate. We don't have like full conversations about it. But we always, 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 even with our kids who have no language, try to give them some very simple instructions about what's going on. Because a lot of kids do have a little more receptive language than we get them credit for, I think. So it can be, when you're starting, especially if you know that they've been falling on the floor a lot to get out of work, you might start to say, okay, when you fall on the floor today, it does not get you out of work. We'll bring the work to the floor. If you go stay at your table nicely and you do your work, then you can earn whatever the fun things are. And we're giving them those reminders throughout the day so that they know exactly what's going on. We also say consider a schedule of reinforcement. I won't go into that too much, but we've already kind of touched on this a little. Just make sure it's pretty consistent. So make sure you're not holding off to the end of the day for the most part. And then also consider the setting, public versus private. So at home we have a lot more control over these sorts of things. So when it's a family who can't go out to dinner because they've been having inappropriate behaviors or can't take their kids to stores, and that's why we're called in. We always want to make sure we have the behaviors under control at home first, because we don't want them laying in Walmart for 2 hours having a tantrum. It's really hard to follow through. So again, like when you're going to use this, consider the setting. You know, if you're doing some community-based intervention and you're going out to the community, or you're doing like a work program and you're at a site, things like that, those are going to be things that you might not want to jump in using the extinction. You might want to try some other things first. Try to teach your replacement behavior first before you start using this, because you may not be able to follow through. So just kind of take that into consideration. Things to know about extinction, the advantages to it is that it's very effective and it's very long lasting. Once you go through it, the behavior doesn't come back. It also precludes any need for punishment or more restrictive procedures. So you don't do any aversive things or anything like that the kids really won't like. Even though the list of disadvantages looks long, I think a lot of people see this and they're like, oh, I shouldn't use it. These are things to keep in mind, that it is an aversive procedure, and by that we just mean that when you're using it those first few days, the kids aren't going to like it, because it's not going to be fun for them. Because if they used to get out of work for doing something and you're now not letting them get out of work, or you used to give them attention or a tangible item and they're not getting that anymore, that's not going to be very pleasant for them. Also, it doesn't teach an alternative behavior, so you have to have a plan in place to teach them alternate behavior and reinforce that. It says it's a gradual reduction, gradual over the course of like a week or two. I mean, it's not going to be like months and months. You'll know if it's going to work pretty quickly. And really probably the only thing you're going to get that's going to reduce it any quicker is a punishment procedure, and we typically avoid doing this to begin with anyways. Also just keep in mind that behaviors that were reinforced intermittently are more resistant to extinction. So if people have been inconsistently contemplating the behavior, so like sometimes they get attention, sometimes they don't, sometimes they get out of work, sometimes they don't, those are actually going to be the hardest behaviors to decrease. And you can kind of think about intermittent reinforcement is what goes on with the slot machine. Continuous reinforcement is if you were to get payout like a little coin every single time, like you got a quarter every time you played, that would be continuous reinforcement. The reason why they don't work like that is because people wouldn't play them for very long or put much money into them, because think how long you'd have to sit there to get a little bit every single time. If you know your next chance might be a jackpot or a big payout. So that's that intermittent reinforcement, nothing, something, nothing, a lot of something. And so that's why people stay and play a lot longer. And it's actually behavior analysts that work with make slot machines and casinos to program those so that they have just the right reinforcement schedule so that people stick around for a really long time and put a lot of money in. So keep that in mind for behaviors as well. If they're not getting reinforced every time, but every once in a while they're getting reinforced by getting to escape or getting attention every once in a while, that's actually the strongest reinforcer possible. So those are going to be the hardest behaviors to decrease. Let's see, extinction versus we talked about. So that's about it for that. So this is the graph I was talking about. So this is a new behavior developing. Somehow the behavior is being reinforced. So they're getting attention for it. They're getting to escape from work, something along those lines. All of a sudden you're like, well, this behavior is a problem. It's happening 20 times a day. They're throwing items 20 times a day. We're going to use extinction, and we're going to stop letting them get out of escape from their work by when they throw things. So actually you see it gets worse. So the first couple of days you're going to be like, oh man, this isn't working. But expect that, and then you're going to see it starts going down. And then there's spontaneous recovery, which happens most of the time, not all the time, but most. And spontaneous recovery is just where you see the behavior happen again. So all of a sudden you'll be like, wow, it's back. Just keep in mind that you should expect that to occur and keep the same plan in place, because again, you need to be prepared, because if all of a sudden everybody's like, oh no, it happened again, and you jump right back into your old ways, the behavior is just going to keep going up. But if that spontaneous recovery happens and everybody sticks to the plan and you keep keep it on extinction, it's going to go right back down. So prevention strategies. These are also called antecedent strategies because they're things that we're doing to manipulate the antecedents. These include reinforcement, which we talked about, functional communication training, visual schedules, time in, clear expectations, contingency statements, behavior charts, tolerance training. I'm going to try to go through this a little quicker because we did have a lot of discussion, and so I'm a little behind where I should be on time. Differential reinforcement is when you provide reinforcement contingent on one behavior, which is the desirable one, and place another on extinction. So that kind of that package of what we were just talking about, you put the behavior on extinction, but then you're reinforcing an alternative, that's differential reinforcement. Your goal is just to decrease that undesired behavior and reinforce an appropriate replacement. So some success stories of some of the clients that we worked with. One was a girl who engaged in dropping, and this happened at school, and it would last 1 to 1.5 hours at a time. So the data was collected, and attention, escape, and access were functions of the dropping behavior. So like I mentioned, rarely is it just one function. Usually it's for multiple things. So they implemented positive reinforcement for walking to school and a functional communication training program to teach her how to ask for going for a walk. So that's a differential reinforcement component. And PACE prompting was used for dropping. And all the PACE prompting is they continue to present the work. So the work is right there, and every like 30 seconds to a minute is you can't do anything else until you finish your work. You can't do anything else until you finish your work. There was no arguing, no negotiating. It was just presented over and over and over again, and she never got to do anything else until she did her work. Over a 2-week period, the dropping went from every day to once a week, and it went from being an hour to an hour and a half at a time to 1 to 2 minutes at a time. Another client that we worked with engaged in skin picking. He was 13 years old, with a mental retardation diagnosis, which you know is, the terminology has changed since then. But because of all the skin picking, he had scabs and his skin was frequently bleeding. So the plan was to implement a progressive DRO up to 15 minutes. And all a DRO is differentially reinforcing other behaviors. So pretty much if he was not picking his skin, anything other than picking, he was being reinforced every 15 minutes. Although this is up to 15 minutes. So they started at some point lower, maybe like a minute or so, and then they worked their way up to 15 minutes. It actually eliminated the skin picking. So yay. However, he started cussing. So that kind of, like I said before, like those plans are always going to be changing. Like never expect that you get a plan in place and it's going to work when you're done. These kids always come up with something else or find a loophole or something. So they just switched over and the DRO started to complete that. So in order for him to earn his reinforcement, he couldn't pick his skin or cuss. It was 15 minutes.
If you want to have another 15 minutes, so until like 11:15 or so, that's totally fine.
All right, we'll see how quickly we go. Nobody can get too long.
I'm curious, what was the replacement behavior for the picking?
You know what? It does not specify, and the DRO doesn't require a replacement behavior. It's purely just reinforcing the lack of, or the non-occurrence of the skin picking. And it doesn't say, so there might not have been a really good one. Sometimes, honestly, sometimes there's not a good one, like our goal is to come up with a replacement behavior, but you're not really gonna find something that completely gives that same sensation, I don't think. I had a client, so I can say, he was not my client, so I don't know for sure. He was actually a Laura's client, but I did have one that engaged in skin picking and nose picking to the point where he was bleeding. And we did the DRO, but we also implemented for replacement behavior, just other things for him to do. Like we would just give him like, and he was 13, and some in his pockets we would give him like silly putty or something to just like squeeze and pick at. I don't think that would work if we didn't have the DRO in place and we're reinforcing the lack of the behavior from occurring. But at least it gave him something to do with his hands. So it helped a little, I think. Yeah, that can get tough on like the self-injury. I think anytime there's self-injury, there's, unfortunately, that's why it's hard to decrease, but there aren't really any good true replacement behaviors. Because a true replacement behavior is going to have the exact same function, and we don't want them to be picking their skin or hitting themselves, even if it's with something else. So another prevention thing we do is functional communication training. You guys should all have the protocol for that. And I've talked about it several times, but all it is replacing a problem behavior with a socially accepted behavior that serves the same function. So this isn't necessarily going to be every single time you use FCT, but a lot of times you will say like this is a good strategy to teach replacement behavior. It teaches the child to independently communicate their wants and needs instead of doing it with tantrums or other inappropriate behaviors. The difference between functional communication training and saying use your words is that functional communication training is taught to be independent and used prior to the behaviors. So it's an antecedent strategy, not a consequence strategy. So it's not the reaction, but we're actually doing it proactively. The replacement behavior for this should teach the individual to request the same thing that they wanted when they were exhibiting the problem behavior. So, for example, if they're doing something to avoid or get out of work, we want to teach them an appropriate way to avoid or get out of work. Which again, a lot of people, it sounds kind of counterintuitive because you're like, that's not what I want them to do, I want them to work. But that's our starting point. Like we have to teach the replacement behavior that has the same function. And once we get that, with that inappropriate behavior decrease, then we can start increasing how long they work or how many breaks they can ask for in a day, things like that. We can modify that. When the function taught does not match the problem behavior function, the behavior doesn't change. So keep that in mind. So if you teach a child to request a break because he thinks they're doing it to get out of work, and they're appropriately requesting breaks all the time, but the problem behavior is still occurring at the same level, then you probably just got the function wrong. You just need to go back to the data and find another communication strategy. So, like I said, behaviors can differ on what function they have. So some possible communicative functions of hitting could be that the child is hitting to say, leave me alone, which would be escape from interactions with others. They could be hitting to say, this is too hard, so escape from a difficult task. To say that I'm well done with this, again, it's another escape. To say, help me, so that could be for them to escape a difficult task, to get attention or to get help from others. To say, pay attention to me, so again, that's an attention thing. To say, I need something to do if they're bored. To say it's too loud, to get out of that environment. To say I don't feel well, to say get me out of here, to say when can I have it, so if they want access to something, when told no. To get some sort of sensory input, and we have talked about this a lot lately actually at Behavior Solutions, that hitting is a very difficult one sometimes to decrease because sometimes it's just that even if you go to block it, they hit you, so they got some sort of input. So sometimes that's all the reinforcement the kids need, so that can be harder. Or to say I need to relax and get out of those anxiety-producing situations. So functional communication training for that, some examples would be if it's a behavior to end the task, so they're engaging in an appropriate way to get out of the task. Now you might teach them to say, or request, I need a break. If it's to get attention, it might be teaching them to say, look, or hey mom, hey dad, or teacher. If it's to get tangible items, we would teach them to say, I want, or somehow request that desired items. For kids who might be a little beyond that, it could be, when can I have it? Or what else can I have if I can't have that? So it might be teaching them some of those more complex forms of communication. And also, even though we stated these as words, it does not always have to be words. In fact, I would say most of the time when I teach this, we're not teaching them verbal communication. It could be with gestures, with signs, pointing to cards, pointing to pictures, handing you pictures, typing, writing, any of those things. So it's just somehow teaching them to appropriately request through a form of communication that they can be successful with. Some examples of visual communication, I'm sure you guys have all seen similar things, but these are some that we've used with clients in the past. So prevention, one thing that we always say is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of treatment. So a lot of our strategies focus on how do we prevent it from occurring in the first place versus what do we do when it happens. So we always look to identify when you're taking that data, those antecedents. You see what those patterns are with the antecedents and what is evoking the behavior, when's it occurring. And you want to alter the environment so that the appropriate behavior is more likely and the inappropriate behavior is less likely. So one thing you can do to increase the desirable behavior is to present an existing antecedent for desirable behavior. So some examples that we give are like they engage in inappropriate behaviors at a restaurant, but they engage in appropriate behaviors when we provide them with toys, or if they have a book to look at, if they have a DS to play with. Try taking us to the restaurant, so that's the FC for the appropriate behavior. Same thing for us, this was a big one for me in grad school. Studying or working from home is really hard because there's a lot of other cues going on in the environment, laundry, dishes, and so go study at the library, go work at Bread Co, something like that. So just look at things, what normally gets that behavior to occur with them, and then see how you can use that as an antecedent to get it in the times when it's harder. And then the other thing you want to start doing is creating a new antecedent for the desirable behavior. So you want to present some neutral antecedent, prompt the behavior, and then reinforce it. So this is just that teaching procedure. So those can be things like presenting visual schedules, presenting new instructions, coming up with rules, new signs for visual cues, rearranging the room, so like keeping the books away from the toys if they keep messing with the toys when they're supposed to be reading, things like that. So that new antecedent now cues the right response, the response you want to see. So an example is teaching a behavioral relaxation. So we have that actually as a program that we do with clients a lot, it's just teaching them like, hey, okay, we're going to practice how to relax. Let's go sit down, we're going to relax. And teach them to sit quietly, to take breaths, close their eyes, that sort of thing. So we would teach that on a daily basis as an antecedent for that calm behavior, so that when they're getting in an anxiety-producing situation, we're starting to get worked up, we can say, okay, hey, let's remember, let's go sit down and be calm. The other thing we want to do is to increase the motivation for the desirable behavior. So things like if they have trouble going to sleep at night, you eliminate naps during the day. If we're working on potty training, we give them extra local experience throughout the day. Limiting the access to the reinforcer to increase the motivation to earn it, which we've already talked about. And then also to decrease the response effort for the desirable behavior, so things like if they're having trouble getting dressed in the morning, we lay out their clothes so that they don't have to do all the work of getting them out of the drawers and out of the closet. If social interactions are hard and we see a lot of behavior happening then, we would do things like decreasing the length of the social interaction, providing like a script for them to go by, lots of prompts so that it's easier for them. And then we can start fading those as they're successful. Antecedent procedures to decrease the undesirable behavior. First, we want to remove whatever the antecedent was to the undesirable behavior. So if we had a child who was obsessing over Barney stuff, so we tried for a while, we gradually worked it back in by trying removing all the Barney stuff so we're not obsessing over it. Also, you can create a new antecedent, like we already talked about. So a rules card is a good example. So praise them when they're following their rules and use it as a reminder when they're not. You want to eliminate the motivation to engage in the undesired behavior. So, like if the child's engaging in pica or excessive eating, maybe providing them with a lot of healthy snacks throughout the day so they always have something else to put in their mouth or something else to eat. If it's they're engaging in behavior for attention, we want to provide more attention throughout the day so that they have a chance to get that attention, and then not when the inappropriate behavior is occurring. Also, increase the response effort for the undesirable behavior. So, some examples, and these are more like they would apply to us, but if you want to decrease your spending, you might leave your credit card or your debit card at home, things like that. Also, separating people to make aggression harder. So if you know Johnny always hits Susie, don't have them sitting next to each other, keep them apart. It sounds like a very overly simplified example, but then what you would do is then you would work on once the aggression has gone away, then you would work on, okay, now we're going to have a really structured playtime with Susie. So Johnny and Susie get to come to the table and sit on opposite sides and play a game. That sort of thing you work up to having them sit next to each other again. And then you have to remember that the antecedents are only going to get the behavior going. They're going to cue it, but if you don't have appropriate reinforcement for it, then it's not going to keep going. So you want to have both in place. Time in, this is just to remember, we talk sometimes about timeout being an effective strategy. Well, the opposite of timeout is time in. So that's just whenever the kids are in the environment. So in the classroom, at home with the family. But it's not just for kids. It's an environment that's rich in praise, enjoyable activities, and positive interactions. So some ways to increase those that will make the kids more likely to want to be a part of that environment and less likely to want to escape it are to make sure there are plenty of leisure activities that are on their interested topics, so things that they can actually do. Keep those activities rotated and rearranged so that there's that novelty effect so that they're more interested in doing them. Make sure the area is organized and structured. That helps keep them engaged in the activities, and it's not like a chaotic environment that they're just moving around and don't really know what to do. Make sure they put away one activity before the next, so that helps keep their concentration and keeps them moving from one activity to another. We always make sure that the adults in their environment show interest in what they're doing. That helps with that attention component, and that they have clear rules and expectations. So we always say, don't assume, because I'm sure everyone's heard it. We want to make sure that they know exactly what the expectation is. What's going to happen if they do the right thing? What's going to happen if they do the wrong thing? Try to make sure the antecedents for the undesirable behaviors are absent or modified. So those can be things like putting video games and TVs in a remote location if those trigger some inappropriate behaviors. Making sure there's sufficient materials around to avoid conflict with others. If you know Johnny always takes Susie's car and just playing with the car, and there's only one red car on the captain who likes it, maybe try for a while, get him another red car, so that there's two. And if it's a person, we try to minimize the exposure to that person until the new skills are learned. Make sure there's a lot of opportunities for choices available. And then also use a lot of praise statements and positive comments and interactions. And this is the hardest one. We want to interact in ways that make them smile and laugh. So it may not always be praise. This is social play handouts. I don't think I gave you guys, but just some of the things we talked about. So the silly things, little jokes, fist bumps, 3-to-1 blast off with the little kids, things like that. And then also using sincere statements of the individual's work. So instead of a general like, great job, you're doing so good, doing things like, hey, you're so good at, and then telling them what they're good at. So you're a great artist, or I love how you're sitting and you're listening nicely, and you're telling them exactly what they are doing that you like, what they should be doing. And in this, we're instilling confidence while learning the appropriate behaviors. So things like, hey, stick with it. I know you're going to get it. Or I really like how you're trying so hard. I'm really proud of you for trying so hard. So that they're more likely to want to stick with it and stay in that environment than just escape all that stuff. one of those really hard ones, just try to make sure all those positive things that we talked about are happening about 4 to 1 compared to the demands and the reprimands. So that should be greater than 80%. And that by far is the hardest. I know on the few occasions where we collected data on this, it's almost exactly the opposite. So we try to avoid sarcasm, especially a lot of kids, I know with autism and with Down syndrome as well, just with developmental disability, they don't like to get the sarcasm, because that's kind of a complex language thing. And same thing for teasing, joking, put downs, and negative comparisons. We try to avoid all of that. And then if you have all these things in place, it sets the occasion for the desired behavior. It increases the desired behavior, it decreases the undesired, and it makes the procedures like the timeout more effective when needed. We have already talked about unclear and conflicting expectations. Just remember that kids and adults have drastically different desires and goals in any situation. Our goal is to teach them, to get them to do their work, and to learn new skills, and their goal is usually to have fun and try to avoid work. So expectations often are communicated until after they're not met. So we want to make sure that we explain right away what's going on, and we don't assume. So giving those consequences prior to behavior, we talked about you can use if then as the statement. If you do your work, then you can go play outside. Also using schedules, behavior charts, behavior contracts, those are all helpful as well to get those expectations across. If then, we just talked about, but it is what it is. It's that statement. The first thing is the work thing or the harder thing. The second is the fun thing. Just remember, once you speak a contingency, you need to follow through with it, or else kids are going to really quickly learn that the things you say don't really matter, and you don't follow through and you don't stick with them, and so they're not going to respond very well if that occurs. You can always use a visual. This is kind of a visual that we like to use. Just a very simple if then with the pictures that you can take off if you need to, and switch them throughout the day. If then, a lot of people aren't too sure about it, but that's really how life works. People may not speak it to us in those terms, but if we don't go to work, if you go to work, then you're paid. If you don't go to work, you're not going to get paid, and you might lose your job, things like that. So we'll use things like, okay, especially in the community, if you stay with me, then you can go see the toys afterwards. If you run off, you're going to lose, and usually we have something already planned in the car for afterwards, but things like that. We already talked about if you say it, your words need to come true. Say what you mean and mean what you say. If you're not going to be able to follow through, don't say it. Routines usually in school are kind of already set in, so we don't really have a lot that we need to cover there, but just make sure there is some pattern of events for the kids. Spontaneity can be okay because we obviously don't want them to get so stuck in a routine that it's going to be hard to deviate from it. But if we don't have structure for kids, a lot of times they experience fear and failure. They don't know what's coming next. They don't know what the expectation is. So the advantage of having a routine is to increase that engagement and decrease the problem behaviors. So the environment starts exerting the stimulus control of the behavior. So for example, when I'm here, this is what I always do. So when I come in from lunch, I always go to my table and sit down for reading. That's what I do. And then there's less waffling by adults as well if you have a routine in place, because then it's not when they come in from recess, it's not like, no, what are we going to do today? But like I said, I think schools usually have this covered because usually when I'm in the classroom, there's a pretty good routine already in place. And then there's less unexpected changes. Visual schedules, I'm sure you all are very familiar with those. It's just an abstract concept of time put into a concrete form. It's a visual display of the sequential tasks and a general idea of when those tasks need to be performed. So first you do this, then you do that. And then we can also sometimes do a task analysis, which is where we break out and do a more detailed schedule of a task within the schedule. Trying to go through and get the examples for you guys. But when you establish a schedule, you just identify all the tasks that need to be completed, consider the difficulty and the duration of the task so you know when to put them on the schedule, and try to alternate the low preference with the high preference. It's just that pre-max principle. Kids are more likely to engage in a more difficult task if they know there's something easier or more fun coming up afterwards. The design can look very different depending on the kids and their ability. It can be an object schedule, it can be a picture schedule, it can be written. Here's an example of a morning schedule where we had to break out and do a task analysis for teeth brushing. So they have their overall morning schedule, and when it gets to teeth brushing, they have their separate task analysis just for brushing their teeth. This is actually the same exact schedule, although it's written, so it's for someone who can read. Some examples of what we have done in classrooms and in our clinic. These are independent work systems with an activity schedule. So you'll see on the desk are numbers 1 through 5, and then on the cart or the shelf are numbers 1 through 5. So what this child would have to do is their schedule first number one, so they go find number one, do it, they put it away, whatever the task is, and then they go and they look, and it's number two, so they go find number two. Teaching independent work, there are some, these are the more pre-vocational and daily living skills, but the same sort of way, you can see how it's all set up. Very organized and with the schedules in place and tasks to do. For kids who's not yet even at the stage yet where they can match pictures or identify pictures, you can do an object schedule. So these are some examples of object schedules. Which gives you like maybe it's get a drink or get the water and brush your teeth, or the bottom one might be first it's going to be reading, and then it's going to be the art area, and then we're going to go play. There's the ball. Picture schedules are what we use the most often, so I'm sure you guys are all familiar with those. Research shows really horizontal or vertical doesn't really matter. There just has to be a way to indicate that the task is done, so that could either be taking a picture off, or flipping something down over it, or crossing it off with like a dry erase marker or something along those lines. But there has to be some way to indicate that the task is finished. And then a countdown card, so this could be for a visual to show how much time's remaining. So if there's 5 minutes left, you could give them the card, and then as every minute goes down, you could cross it off. So 5 gets crossed off when there's 4 minutes left, and then 4 gets crossed off, and maybe they know how long they have to sit or how long they have to work. Written schedules for the kids that are writing. We also try to individualize the schedule based upon what's most effective for the kids. So the top one in the green binder was created for a client, or it limited the opportunities for the client to move the pictures around and play with the pictures. The orange one is for a client who was easily distracted with more than one thing on the schedule, so there was just one item per page, so you get him the page when it's done. And then the bottom one was for a client who really loved to write things with the dry erase board. So it's actually done with, it was laminated, and they could use the dry erase board to check it off or write what was coming next. So that helps because it was just something that was his interest, so he liked doing it. So storing those cards, if you have a lot of cards, you probably already have a system for storing those. One is the box that we filed them in, the other is the little cabinet. My personal favorite is the binder right there that I put Velcro in, and I put all the cards in the binder. And then the one over here, I don't think you can get these anymore, but they're like the little sheets that you could store slides in. So like I said, I don't know if they're available anymore, but they fit perfectly in there. So some examples of routines and behavior contracts. Pushing down here to see if I have a tissue. So the more that you can get the individual in the routine development, the better. So kind of give them choices of what they can do next, so they can also pick their work tasks. And it's not that they get to choose not to do something, but it could be like if reading and writing are both difficult, oh, which one do you want to do next, reading or writing? They still have to do one of them, but at least they get the choice to pick which one. And then that helps to promote independence and responsibility. Behavior charts can look very different for a lot of kids, which is why we actually don't have a lot of examples of behavior charts, because they can look, like I said, very different depending on what the kids can earn. So we have the example of the student who is earning the points. I also sometimes do with the younger kids just a chart where they're earning like a little sticker here and there, and once they get like 6 stickers, then they get to earn something, and so they go through that multiple times per day. But it's a great way to just focus on the positive and increase that positive behavior while decreasing the inappropriate. And you just refer to those behaviors of reinforcement that we already talked about. So making sure it's immediate, making sure it's contingent on the behavior that you want to see increase, all of that. Response costs, everybody already asked about. That's just when you're taking away something that's already earned. So they're earning points or they're earning stickers, and now they engage in an inappropriate behavior. Do you take a point away or do you take a sticker away? The research shows that it can be really effective, but it's actually considered a punishment procedure. It's aversive and kids don't like it. So there are a lot of negative things that can come up when that occurs. So what I always recommend is say that as a very, very, very last resort. Because it could work, but I would say try just doing the positive approach, and then try some of those other things like the functional communication training and all that first. And then if you know that you have all this in place and you still need something else, that's when you might start taking away the tokens or the points. Tolerance training. So you guys all have a protocol for this, so you can go through it on your own and look at all the details. But what this is it's a positive method to help someone overcome an anxiety-provoking situation or stimuli. It's the same protocol we use. I believe it's called waiting and accepting no. But it's the exact same. You could change waiting and accepting no to tolerating getting a haircut, tolerating walking down the hall, tolerating sitting in a circle, whatever it is. It's basically just taking very small steps and teaching and reinforcing a very small step and working up to finally getting the end goal. So it's a type of shaping. It can increase the duration of calm and appropriate behavior when told to wait. It can teach a response without an inappropriate behavior when told no. And it can also teach the response when an obsession or a ritual is changed or something unpreferred is brought to the picture. Consequences. So I should have these all in there. If I don't, please let me know and I can send those to Aaron. But like I said, we don't spend much time actually talking about consequences, and everybody's always surprised about that you actually see more behavior change when you have all those antecedent things in place, and you can teach them these skills to replace it. The consequences for the inappropriate behaviors are typically one of these three. The first is pace prompting, which I already touched on. All pace prompting really is just if there's behavior that's occurring to get out of a task, we want to make sure we always follow through with the task. And I say that's just good practice in general. Give somebody a demand, follow through with it. Pace prompting is always follow through with it. If the child falls to the floor or starts to run away or whatever it is, well, if they fall on the floor, you can just let them. But if they try to run away, you're going to block them from leaving the room or leaving the area. You don't let them play with anything else, but you also don't make a game out of it. So you're going to want to kind of, if they keep going for the books on the bookshelf, maybe turn the bookshelf around. That sort of thing. You don't really talk to them and negotiate with them. You don't react or make any faces or make a big deal out of it. You're very neutral, and you just inform them we can't do anything else until you, whatever the original instruction was. So if the instruction was go sit at your table to start reading, it's we can't do anything else until you go sit at your table. And then you wait about 30 seconds. If, like I said, you don't want them to do anything else, so they don't get to go get books, they don't get to go get toys. If they do, you just take them away. And then about every 30 seconds to a minute, if you feel like they're on task, if they're screaming and hitting, they're not ready. So you don't say anything. But if you feel like they might be receptive, you can say it again. You can say, okay, we can't do anything else, and keep us at your table. That sort of thing. The first few times you do it, it will take a really long time, so be prepared to follow through. After that, it usually goes pretty quickly. But it's a way that they learn that they're not going to get out of whatever the task is. Planned ignoring is what we do if the consequence for a behavior is attention. And we really just provide them two other choices. We don't talk, we don't react, we don't make faces or interact with the child in any other way. So if they're making some silly noise to get your attention or doing something to get your attention, we say, we tell them exactly what the deal is, what their routine is of, okay, we are not going to respond to that anymore. You can either talk to me about your toy, or you can go read a book. So you give them two other choices. And as long as they keep doing whatever that behavior is to get attention, you just keep ignoring it. And again, like pace prompting, as long as they're kind of calm, every minute or so you can give them those two choices again. Remember, you can either do this or this, or I'll talk to you again when you say this or this. Timeout. I believe again you have the protocol. It's just when a consequence when that takes away all of the attention as well as all of the tangible items in the environment. So you're just removing them from all reinforcement is really the goal. So it's a really good one for aggression and also for inappropriate vocalizations because sometimes those are really hard to take away attention for unless you remove the child from the situation. Typically we start with about a minute for the child's age, but we don't put 2 on because they're older and they stop at like 5 or 6 minutes. And we tell them exactly what got them in timeout as we're going, and that's the only discussion we have. So timeout for hitting, 5 minutes, and you leave them there. If they get out, if they're talking, you're non-verbally gesturing, mocking them back to timeout. No eye contact, no conversations, because we're removing attention during that time. And then when the timer goes off, or when their time is up, we want them to be appropriate. We don't want to let them have a timeout if they're throwing things across the room or if they're yelling. So just wait until they're calm for about 30 seconds after their time is up. Hopefully they're calm when their time is up. And then they get to get out of timeout. We usually have them do a quick compliance task to make sure they're on track. So, hey, can you go this away from me? That sort of thing. If they're not, and they engage in behavior again, it's right back to timeout. But hopefully at that point they're on task and you can be like, oh, great job. Thanks for throwing that away. Thanks for listening.
I have a question about timeout. So, instead, when they're done with timeout, you don't, re-talk to them and say, okay, this is what you're in for.
We actually avoid doing that because
Okay,
for a lot of
that's
kids
what I
that can
wanna
be the
know.
attention component that might be maintaining a behavior. But what we would do then is we still want them to learn from that situation. So it could be that, hey, the next day, or if that happened in the morning, maybe later in the afternoon, you sit down and you have that conversation of hey, this happened this morning. Depending on what level they're at, this happened this morning. What could we do instead next time? Let's come up with some other ideas. Let's practice what that looks like. What could you say instead if you don't want to do your homework. And then you might do like the functional communication or something like that.
Okay. So you think, but when you do get them out of timeout, you just give them a task to do to kind of get them refocused?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. That's,
Like I said, I think that's one of the protocols that you guys have. If there's anything I missed, I can definitely send it to Erin, and hopefully she can get it to you guys. All right, and I know I went through the last very quickly, but if you guys have any questions, let me know or come find me. I can stick around for a little while. And then that is our website up there if you guys are ever interested in any, more individualized consultation or anything like that. And thank you for letting me go a few minutes over.
We'll take like a quick break if you go to the bathroom or last minute plan. Well, honestly, do you
Yes. So the school. Okay. Wait a minute. What are you doing? Oh, sure. Okay. I was trying to think like where my graduate was going to be focused. Okay. So he's doing it across the board like at night.
We'll have lunch around noon.
Okay.
We have an hour, our next speaker will come in, so we'll have Miss Linda and Christy speak for about 45 minutes. Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess I look at, so you data, but it sounds like it probably is lacking. So what have you tried? Have you tried like putting in place some sort of reinforcement system where like for small individuals, and you can go without that? Because I'm thinking almost like this conditioning thing, like there's not really hot. We could get into other things, but and then hot. And then we probably just fix that. Because some kids like a little stuff, but usually it's a very different conversation. And the thing is, he doesn't have to go first in there.
Double check that I have it right. I'm sure we have.
Yeah.
Yes,
so I actually like first start with some sort of reinforcement or small intervals. It may not be right at first. It just maybe like when you go to
I'll make sure I can get all the materials right in my class.
You could start with some session like hey, or like constant. How long does he go for the train? I would say.
Okay, you don't. I don't think
Right.
a lot more.
So if you can reinforce him, it's probably going to be the most effective ones. So what I would do is usually some baseline data and see like about how things are going. So we typically start about what that baseline is to reinforce for intervals. So like if you're talking about every 15 minutes, you want to start about 15 minutes intervals. But if it's happening like every 2 or 3 minutes, you might start at 2 or 3 intervals. And so what you would tell them is say the reinforcement is the hard part. The reinforcement is to get a bunch of our, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
oh, that is so
right, but I don't mind the lot.
the hardest things when I come to do workshops. It's so hard not like being in a situation. You know, you get to do any follow-up? My grandma do the grant? Yeah. I mean, you come up and hang out with us because unless you're follow-up, so that you come back out. And it's you can have a refresher. It's all covered. So, just check it out. No, yeah.
Email directly to us.
Well, like, yeah.
Okay.
Or like, you know, this yeah. And that's exactly what the follow-up is. The follow-up is really like, hey, behaviors have increased again, and so usually there's exercises to cover behaviors out. That's where it can start. Because otherwise it sounds like it's going to be probably that DRO, which is just to figure out about the egos. So we're going to do that and let you know that you know that one. That's our reason that you can earn it. And then just do that maybe like throughout the 2 weeks at first. Before that works. That's where I would start. Yeah. So did the teachers start? Okay. Otherwise, like I like, it's anywhere past that. So, in which case that's the DRO, that's the enforcing, and then you can find an effective enforcer. Yes. Really? Okay. I thought you were serious. I'm so used to having it about that. Yeah. But I'm lucky I'll call the office and see that because I mean, I don't think I've tried to wait for So what that is, the hardest part about the playground is it's blocks of blank. Because you don't from anything else. The instruction is going to be when the stuff is over. So it's, if anything else is like overnight. And so it's going to be blocking from blank in the playground. Which is going to be really hard to pass that. Exactly. And then the problem you run into there because it's outside is I don't know that we can it's like for somebody else. I would actually recommend, and I know this is so fair with all of these, but doing some work to get them inside the door. And then at that point, you can't go and do anything else and keep it possible. Because then it's much easier to block them because you're going to be in the hallway, probably with the door and a couple walls. it's locked, so then you go right into face punching, okay, we can't do anything this, so you walk in, and then you're there to block her equipment, so she starts running. Yes. Right. So if she runs, that's when you want to get her again. Okay, we're going in. So she like stands up and tries to get her inside, so she's standing up, oh, okay, let's go. And you're right there to like start walking her, and she drops again. Then we always say, yeah, if she struggles, exactly, if she struggles, you back, okay, go outside. All right. So sorry, what was the first part? So exactly. Yes. So yes. Somebody would say that a lot of people are like, oh, I come in more than I can do. She's gonna doesn't happen. You can absolutely block anything. Cells in that, or whatever she's going to get to. It's just going to be no eye contact, things off the line, arguing on a basis. That's what it's going to be. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Yep. So, like I said, just if you guys don't have those, definitely let Aaron know, and I can send you right by all this and they can let us send them. Well, underneath. No, actually, it This is what I mentioned at the beginning. So all my full-time working, well, and all my full-time working, they said to be restrictions when my first daughter was home, so I could work part-time. Like, 10 hours per week, because we're also, we're doing clients, so it's not like, yeah. So, this is like working on. I know, that's what I'm actually like thinking, like I was talking to my husband, like, I should go back to work part-time for like 6 months, just to like get it over
Also, for any of you who might have to leave early, I do have a flash drive that has all of the materials from all of the sessions on it. So if you do have to leave early, please let me know because I don't want you to forget that. I'll put them up on the table up here so you can just grab them. Thank you so much.
That's what most of our
Well, I would like to go ahead and introduce our parent expert. And Christy Klaus is actually also our family support coordinator here at the Down Syndrome Association. I'll let both of you ladies tell you a little bit more about themselves. But Christy handles all of our, Christy handles all of our incoming family. Thank you so much. Thank you. All of our incoming families, so all of our new babies, expected babies, lots of calls about referrals and information and resources. And so if anybody ever has a question on like what to do, I send them to Christy. And Linda Cromiller, she actually used to work for the Down Syndrome Association. So she's been volunteering for probably almost as long as Eric has been alive. Oh, yeah. So Linda is awesome, and she's served on like all of our committees and is a wealth of information and resources. And she is excellent at, especially one of many things, doing social stories and working on behavior issues through social stories and that sort of thing. So I'm just gonna let them kind of talk about themselves, talk about what's worked for them, and I really want this to be an opportunity for you to ask questions as a teacher to a parent. I know sometimes you maybe don't always have that opportunity in the classroom. I think these ladies have pretty much heard it all. So, all right, thank you.
So just a little background, so you got specific questions. So my daughter, Olivia, is our third child, and she is 12 years old, my daughter with Down syndrome. She is in St. Louis City, and she is at a charter school. So this is a newer charter school, so we've been kind of figuring things out as we go. She's in 5th grade, isn't included for part of her day. She has a para with her most of the day, and she is also in the resource room, specifically for math goals and some reading goals. All of her curriculum is modified, and she has a behavior plan. We have had a behavior plan on our IEP for about 3 years now. I don't think we have to tweak it regularly, and I do, I work with the school. We bounce ideas off each other about certain new things that come up and reinforcers that don't work, things like that. We've seen a variety of different behaviors from Olivia and have tried to brainstorm. We have not figured everything out. It's continually, we work at things to improve her behavior, but that's kind of what our setup is and what our situation is, and we've used a lot of social stories too, and Linda's going to talk about what she's done with her son. But that's just a little logistics about Olivia and kind of her educational setting. Do you have any questions, particularly as a parent or things like that? And we're both going to talk about things that we've used to improve behavior.
My son Eric is going to be 18 in March, and so I've been through the whole, preschool all the way through high school. He's a junior. We did keep him back 1 year in preschool before he went to kindergarten, so he really should be a senior this year. My big piece with him, I've been a volunteer with the organization since he was a baby, and I always wanted to learn from people that had kids in school and stuff. So it really put me on a course to make sure he had appropriate behavior. That was a big key factor for me. So we started very early with strategies to address behavior. He is very appropriate now. He is in mostly gen ed classes at the high school. He's been in gen ed since preschool. It's never been, so it's been re-education with the teachers so they can understand how to work with him. I work very closely with the teachers. If they need me, I'm there. I feel like if you give your parents a little sheet that they can fill out to tell you about their child and what works with their child, I found that really worked. So we were both on the same page, and they knew that at home I was supporting whatever they were doing in the classroom. So, do you want me to go ahead with my story, or do you want to go first?
I've done it similar, I'll pop in, but yeah.
Okay, all right. Preschool. He was in a early intervention center when he was 2 years old, and then when at 3 years old he went to preschool. He went to the regular Rockwood School District preschool. First kid with Down syndrome. We did have a TA support in the classroom, and that's when I learned about behaviors at school, problems that we were having with them. When kids with Down syndrome, they're very young, they have a lot of sensory issues, and their stamina is not as good. So we learned that he needed a lot of breaks. They had a beanbag chair in the corner of the room, and he would take a break and sometimes even fall asleep when he was very young. We also learned that sensory issues in the school, the noise, the school bell, all of that really affected him. So what we did was taught him to cover his ears whenever a noise was coming. So all the teachers, our team, were all on board. Eric is going to have behavior that escalates when that bell rings. He'll, start thrashing out, yelling out, whatever. So we taught him to cover his ears, and we taught him to put his lobes up over, so it really muffled the sound. We did try the headphones that you can get where people shoot guns. We did that for a while, but we just found covering his ears worked, so it wasn't as noticeable to the other kids that you have these big The other thing that we found that when he was online to go to either lunch or the restroom or whatever, he was pushing. So he was either going like this or going like this. So what we did was he was either the line leader or he was at the back of the line. We never put him in that sandwich position because behavior would escalate. So we learned a lot of those things early on. One thing that we did learn is some of the behaviors that he acquired were taught either by other kids or even the teachers and not in a intentional way. One of the things that we found in preschool, some of the TAs had big breasts, and they would hug him, and he became obsessed with women's breasts, and like little guy. So we had to educate all the teachers in the school. We either do high fives, handshakes, and at the time, they didn't want him to feel left out because we did hug other kids at their preschool level, that you do a side hug. So that's real important if you're working with young kids, because what's cute at 6 is not cute at 16. And he was cute, super cute, very huggable. So it just wouldn't work. So you need to be aware of some of the things that you're doing that you don't think would affect the child and did. So I always use that example because it really was an issue. So what happened was I had gone to a workshop about social stories, and I was like, I didn't really take too much seriousness over it, and they weren't really using them in our school, but we did start doing visual supports with them. So good choices at school. We had they're kind of like social stories, following directions. Okay, what we did at his desk was we taped appropriate behavior, sitting at your desk with your feet down, that type of thing. And what would happen is the TA, because he was in a gen ed setting, she would, if he was doing something that was not appropriate, she would tap on the picture. It didn't work 100% of the time, but it helped. We found that taking planned walks, because the classes when they're super young it's a lot for a young kid, and especially a kid that has a developmental disability. So we did planned walks. So he would, when they felt like what the work that they gave him was getting to be too much, they would take him out for a walk, he'd come back in and he'd kind of refresh. And the TA would talk to him and, kind of get him psyched about whatever, we're gonna work on a map today, that type of thing. And we just found that really helped with his behavior and staying on task in the classroom. Some of the issues we did have at young, and I have to always remember that, was escaping. Like kids with Down syndrome love to run off. So we had stop signs on all the doors, and we taught him what a stop sign was, what a stop sign meant. So if the teacher, saw him coming to the going to go out the door, she would stand by the door and point to the stop sign. And it took a few months, but he knew then not to run out of the door. The other thing when he was young is, I know the speaker before us spoke about visual schedules. That was really important. And that countdown chart that she had, we didn't really use the chart, but we did use our verbal. You have 5 minutes, because one of our big issues was coming in from recess at that age. He actually was on a swing, and the bell had rung, and they had to get the kids back in, and the TA went to go get him, and he slammed into our kicker. So they called me, and I said, okay, let's talk about this. So we actually had a schedule for recess. You can be on the swing for this long, and this and that. And he carried it on a little ring that we attached to his peanuts, laminated, and she would actually show him, you can swing for this amount of time. And we used timers too. So that's the early years. Yeah. So. And then we started doing visual schedules for time, things like that. So I have, if you want to peek at this stuff later, this all worked. We also, as he got older, found that he would talk about things that were not appropriate. And what we did was we made up this little game. What I may be thinking but must say in my head, and things I can talk about. And we had him sort the cards onto the board. We did this probably from 3rd grade through middle school. And it really taught him what was appropriate. Because that was my big focus, is I wanted his life to be easier. So if you're appropriate, life is easier, right? So then I went to, so the social story thing, somebody had suggested it at the school, have you ever used social stories? And I said I had gone to a presentation and you know, they said it really worked for a student that they had. So I actually hired a behavior therapist, not because he had significant behaviors, because I wanted him to learn appropriate behaviors. So out of that came these 2 binders. And we addressed things at home and in school, fears that he had fears of going to the doctor, he had fears of having haircuts. All of that was addressed in social stories, and I am not exaggerating. It fixed anything that we addressed with a social story eventually was not an issue. So I'm a real big advocate of social stories. These are simple, they're not complicated. You know, I know you, as teachers, you don't have a lot of time. We just did real simple. Some of them are handwritten, some of them are done on the computer. It also helped him learn how to read. Like one day, you know, therapist came in and she had a new social story, and he just started reading it fluently. And he was in 4th grade. I was like, I mean, they were simple 1-sentence, you know, pages. So it really helped with his other skills. So I have from an old workshop a handout about social stories and how to write them if you don't, you know, if you don't use them now. There's another small 1-page, and then I only have a few of these. Anybody that wants it, it's just like a little thing on behavior that's really cool that we used when Eric was younger. And I'm just going to fast forward and I'm going to let Christy talk. So middle school, I thought, oh, we have this all down. He knows appropriate behavior. Well, transitions were an issue because in middle school, you're constantly changing classes. So kids with Down syndrome are extremely routine oriented. So if you keep them in their routine, you're not going to get as many behaviors. Well, we did not do, they had a community access program in middle school, and I just wasn't for him. I still wanted him to have that inclusive academic experience. So he didn't participate in that, which caused some behavior issues because there were other people that had to work with him because the people that worked with him normally were not there. So there was a TA that was working with him, and it was time for Eric to move on to the next class. And I guess the teachers didn't really talk to the TA and say, give him, you know, kids with Down syndrome need some processing time. So when you ask them to do something, you sometimes need to wait a couple minutes to get the response you want from them. So this person, Eric's binder was his comfort. He always had a little comfort thing. He always had happiness. Binder was his comfort in middle school. So he wasn't moving, and the TA took Eric's binder out of his hands. And my son kicked him hard. So it became a big issue, so we then did a behavior plan that Christy had mentioned. So we did have a behavior plan for the teachers to understand what to do and what not to do with Eric. So now we're in high school. He's very appropriate. If you saw him walking around, he looks like any other kid in the school. The only issues we have is he has the attitude that a teenage boy would have towards, you know, I don't want to do that kind of thing. But he does it. And all I have to do is say, you want to sit down and do your social stories, which he doesn't like them anymore because we did them for so many years. I said, well, we're going to sit down and read your social story to remind you what's appropriate, to be polite, you know, type of thing. And that works for us. So we really have had super success. Just a couple more points. When he was younger, redirecting worked big time for us. So like if they were presenting work to him and he didn't want to do it, they would talk about something that he liked. Oh, when you get home, you're going to do Matchbox cars. And they would kind of get him off thinking. And then they would start presenting that slowly to him, whatever the task was that they wanted him to do. And that really helped us a lot. And then giving him choices. You know, choices was a big help for us. So I'll let Christy talk, and then if you have any questions or you want to see me. Oh.
Well, I just wanted to, because I use a lot of social stories, but there is a website because they do take a lot across a few years ago. It's called, no, it's looking for it because it's on my computer at work. It's setbc.org, and they have a lot of free
Free-made.
social stories that you
Yeah,
can.
honestly, if you, we're doing something with the work, you know, people with Down syndrome in the workforce. And I started Googling social stories for the workplace, and a ton of social stories popped up. So you can typically, instead of making them, you can probably find them,
Yeah.
you know, and have them loaded onto your computer, so.
What was the website? setbc.org. It's actually out of British Columbia. It's Special Education Technology.
E is in boy.
B, yeah. SETBC.
I have one more thing. What I did for the teachers, and I meet with, like, since there's constantly a change of teachers, so anybody that's someone in high school, I created, because he had a behavior plan, I had a good template to use. So I created for the high school a support plan. So I'm actually meeting with two teachers that haven't had Eric before next week. And I basically did a little, I know it's a lot, but it really kind of teaches them how to work with him. I'm gonna just read a couple things from the top and then tell you. Eric is well liked by peers, and then I put, but has a tendency to be shy. Staff should encourage friendships at lunch. He has great receptive language skills, but has difficulty with expressive language. So that type of thing. So I inform the teacher on Eric, who he is, and then how he learns. He's a visual learner, hands-on learner, that type of thing. And then setting events and antecedents and triggers that can result in a lack of cooperation when written work is requested, routine is interrupted, too much attention placed on Eric in front of the group. So I let the teachers know up front so they can be aware. So you know, if you as a teacher want to make a little, like I said earlier, a little questionnaire for your families to fill out, so this way you can know. And I know it's like, oh, what is he like, but more about how they behave in situations, you know, have them answer those questions for you. And then I put some teaching strategies and things like that in there based on prior experience with other teachers. So.
What kind of questions would you suggest that a teacher puts on there to ask a family?
Well, I would say, you know, what motivates, what gets them upset, you know, because they're not going to maybe like what's the antecedent type thing, you know, what upsets your child, you know, what do you do when they get upset? Those kind of, you know, questions. Because I mean, some of the teachers, when Eric was younger, did have little forms that we would fill out, but they were real generic. I would, those all about me things. I would do more like, when you have a problem, how do you fix it at home? The other big thing is consistency amongst the team, and hopefully get the consistency and the support from the parent too.
Okay, I remember. Oh, so would you recommend, well, I have a little Down syndrome girl, she's in kindergarten, and, I mean, like, she has good parents and stuff, but I don't know if, you know, she's adopted from China, so all this is new to them. But, like, would it benefit me to maybe sit down before school starts with who her teacher is, and maybe her mom, if her mom would come in?
Absolutely.
And get, okay.
And ask the questions, because that's what's going to hurt, you know. Kids with Down syndrome, they're slow to learn at the beginning, but then they catch up. But the biggest issues you're going to have are behavior issues. The flop and drop, the, you know, elopement, those type of things. So talk to the parent. Does your child run off when they're home? You know, this way you're prepared at the school to deal with some of those things. As much information as you can get. You can even talk at the IEP about it and tell them, I'm going to have a support plan for your, it doesn't have to be under the law on that IEP, but I'm going to create a little support plan, so I want to understand what works for your child, what makes them upset, you know, what kind of rewards they like. We did not want to do food rewards. I was very against that because kids with Down syndrome have a tendency to have a weight issue. So we had comfort items, Matchbox cars, and I'm kind of embarrassed to say, Matchbox cars are still part of his life, but he knows to keep them hidden in his backpack. And it's a comfort item for him because we use the Matchbox cars as a reinforcer in his younger years. I and he loves them, and we probably have 5,000 of them, but he keeps it in his backpack. Doesn't, you know, because it's kind of not cool, you know, when you're in high school to have toys. So he knows, and he takes them out when he gets in the car or when he gets home from school. So it really worked. I have to say, I am working and really focusing on behavior has affected everything. You know, he's been able to learn easier, be a part of, be included in more. It really has helped.
And when he was like in kindergarten and that young, he did understand those social stories and stuff.
We did, I'll be honest with you, I didn't really know about the social stories until he was like in second grade. I didn't use them until he was like in second. We used visual supports, yes. We used pictures. We used a lot of pictures. Like sit at your desk, there's a person sitting. We used that kind of thing with him. Yes, he understood pictures. And we use Boardmaker, but now with like Google, and I mean, you can use actual real people. And I had more.
Your son's aid, a one-on-one or just a classroom?
Now, he did have, I didn't ask for it, because I'm more about letting him learn to be independent. He did have TA support through 5th grade, and then in middle school as needed, and in high school, probably once in a while. I mean, and they don't go in for one child, they go in for several. Like our school's big about including kids, so like there might be a TA in there for like 3 or 4 kids, and if they need help, he can take his own notes. It's really cool, you know, what he's been able to accomplish. But if he needed the support, they would provide it. But I said if he doesn't need it, don't provide it. I didn't want somebody standing over him in high school. I thought it was important. He functioned as best he can independently.
I have a little girl, but she's fully included, no aid, pushing everything. So it's kind of like all on me.
Yeah,
and I
that's
get the
hard.
parents are all about inclusion, and they also do not want that one-on-one supporting. But at the same time,
How old?
kindergarten.
Yeah, they should have TAs.
It's kind of like I'm there the whole class, and it's kind of.
That's something on the IEP. I mean, I know like budgets within the school district.
Right, I mean, this was an absolute parent.
Oh, the parent doesn't.
Yeah, the school was willing, the parent doesn't want it, but she's just been to all kinds
Well,
of
then you get
conferences, and
to
in her
support your
mind,
class.
right,
You know
in
what I
her
mean?
mind, everybody's saying inclusion, so she's taken it to the point of full inclusion. I mean, even speech pushes into the classroom, everything pushes in, and there's like, no support there.
And I'll be
to
honest
me,
with you.
I think she's taken it too far.
The parent will learn in order to compromise. I was like that when my son was young, but you learn, and I'll be honest with you, now that he is 18 and I have a lot of different look, I mean, I view things differently. I was a big inclusion person. I still am. I mean, he's been in those places, that's where we kept him. I am absolutely not opposed to him being in a segregated setting. In fact, we just did his transition plan, and there's the possibility, I said, you know, we want to obviously look at support, competitive employment. I don't see that yet, but supported employment, and I'm actually having them look at sheltered workshop just as an option. Not that that's what we're going to do, but I have opened my eyes, and I have to be realistic that, you know, he has to make those choices now. Like, I was the big inclusion person, but he likes being with his peers. He enjoys being with the kids that he can relate to. The kids at high school are nice to him and supportive of him, but they don't hang out with him, you know.
It's difficult. It's difficult for them and him.
Yeah.
And I think I think there comes an age when the kids with disabilities, they know.
Oh,
that
yeah, he knows.
It's difficult for them to have a conversation with kids that don't have a disability. They know they can't. But they might not be able to express to us that they know something's different. But they get it.
Yeah. See,
And
what
it's
we,
not that, but we all have to learn to live
Yeah.
in this world together, and
Right.
and they do. And I think kids do a better job than sometimes we do as adults.
yeah, we've had super success with like, my big thing is he's never going to get academics again. I wanted him to be exposed to history. I wanted him to be exposed to science electives. He'll never get that again. So that's why I did it. But honestly, I have learned, and I have him in Special Olympics, I have him, you know, sports that are geared towards kids with special needs. So he gets that.
He's still getting,
Friendship.
yes.
You know what I'm saying? But when he's going to be an adult, and, he will be in situations where he is less included, but he does have the appropriate behavior in an inclusive setting. And that is my key.
When you want to, yeah.
Absolutely. Sorry.
No, Brenda, I go to her anytime I need anything. 6 years ahead of us. We also use social stories, and Olivia's Hera in 3rd grade was just very techy, and she created this social story book for me. And what's effective about the ones that she created is she did take pictures of her. So I know the board maker and stuff, I'm sure is easy, but with iPhones and iPads, for her, and she's got all kinds, sitting at her desk, if she was standing too close to somebody, keeping your hands to yourself, coming into recess. But I think the key for Olivia was to see herself, personal space, was to see herself doing the right thing, to see, and they enlisted some of her classmates to help with the book. So then, and it shows her the right behavior. So she really, really enjoys looking at these books, which is what you want them to do. And when they see themselves in such a, so we had a lot of luck with using her in our social stories. And it's become really easy because you can just, email yourself the pictures and drop them in a Word document.
Did you have to get permission from the other kids' parents to use their picture in her book?
I
I'm
did-
just curious.
We did have that in the very beginning of the school year. The school sends out like a general thing, so it was covered under that. But yeah, you're right. Because we also asked for the class, pictures of the classroom kids so that she could learn their names and things. And so this definitely was the help of showing what behavior should happen and that we could review this regularly. Also, she is very techy. She loves the computer and the iPad. So for us making videos, she loves YouTube, which we actually had to ban recently because it spirals into all kinds of crazy things after just a few short videos. So we do use video modeling. She likes to do Olivia's morning routine. So these have been good with just a few things at home that we've been working on for a video to show her the right way to act. So I don't know how many people have access to iPads and things like that at school, but for very visual kids, that can be really effective, and they can just watch the video of how they're supposed to line up or whatever the appropriate behavior is. A video can, of themselves doing it can be really effective, and that's kind of new, but there's some data out there on video self-modeling. We do use checklists. I love these little things where you can just slide in a different piece of paper for the morning, Olivia's morning checklist. Now for her, she would check it off with a marker, and they used to be more, where you picked up something and moved it, but now she could just mark off, and when she gets 2 stars from her week, she gets to pick from the prize box, which is some things that we picked out from Target from the dollar store. So I know that they use a lot of these at school too. Some things that we found successful at school is Olivia's craves social time, and the older she's gotten, the less time she's able to spend in the classroom because the curriculum's harder, it's too long, she can't stay in there for a 50-minute math class, they're yelling out multiplication tables, and she's working on an addition. So the older she gets, she's getting more and more separated from her peers, which is hard because she craves that social attention. And she's the only child with Down syndrome, there's a child in kindergarten. So even when she's out with the teacher, the resource teacher, a lot of times she's by herself, so she's around a lot of adults. So a couple years ago, we started with Lunch Bunch, and maybe you guys have had a version of it, but it really, really helped her social language. The recess, the lunchroom is very difficult to make friends and to get to learn about each other, especially if you have communication challenges anyway. And the big changes I saw were around the other kids who felt more comfortable around Olivia, and then therefore included her more, and therefore her behavior improved. So I think looking beyond just the kind of behaviors and seeing socially, they maybe can't communicate that they feel left out, or things are too hard, or they want to have time with friends. I think it happens over time. So we had to try to create some more opportunities for her to be social at school because she just kept getting more and more sort of excluded socially. Not on purpose, it was just kind of the way it happened. So we had to look for more ways to include her. And the Lunch Bunch is twice a month. It's the resource teacher. We incorporated into a speech goal one year, so her speech goal. So the speech therapist was there during Lunch Bunch, and they would play a game and ask questions, and all those great kind of life skills too. But then that helped her self-esteem, and I've noticed when her self-esteem is better, she has better behavior. So we kind of looked at some of the social things.
So you do
Just
that
to-
with other typical developing kids and her? Is
Yes,
that what it is?
yes. So, I know another one of her friends does it, and we just took both their two classrooms of each grade, and we just went down the list, and I told the resource teacher, I said, I'll send snacks. If people don't want, they give up, so it's lunch and recess together, so they have more time to take their time. I'm like, I'll send special snacks, whatever it needs to get kids up there 2 to 3 at a time to have lunch with Olivia. They want to go there. They like it. I think what happened is other kids also wanted that extra time in a quiet setting to get those shyer kids, and kids would, introverts. So it turned out that people wanted to have their turn. So then we just went down the list, these 3, and I really wanted everyone to feel included, because Olivia, I was afraid she would pick the same 2 or 3 kids every time. And I wanted her to be able to meet more of the kids in the classroom, for them to get to know her, and it has benefited the other kids in the classroom as well, just to have that time to learn about her. I also do go talk in the classroom every year. Last year when I went to talk, I talk about Down syndrome, because now she's been with these kids for a couple years. Last year, though, I had her parent take her out the last 10 minutes of the classroom, because at this point in time, the kids knew she had Down syndrome. They understood that she was different from her, but I also wanted them to ask me questions that they would not have asked with her there. Like, what do I do when Libby keeps asking me the same question? Or she keeps saying, I want to come to your house and play this weekend. So we talked about some of those things that they just didn't know what to do. So it's not just teachers that don't know what to do. Sometimes it's the other students that don't know what to do with behaviors. So we talked about some of those things when Libby was not in the classroom. Some things that they could try that could work. So I think, once again, socially, that just has helped her with behaviors. We are going through a tough period right now. She's getting ready to start middle school, and I'm scared to death. I'll be calling Linda regularly. So that's going to be a big transition. So I'm kind of in that planning stage of another school, a whole new set of teachers. Luckily, the kids will be the same. Some of the things that I have found is there's a visual timer, and I know we talked about the countdown. If you guys know about the visual timer, it is the best thing, the one with the red that decreases. We use that all the time, even in 5th grade for her homework. Something very visual. For her, it's even better than a timer, like a countdown timer, because she can see, because she'll be looking over and seeing if the red is getting smaller, so that she knows when she's done her task. And then we can work on lengthening those too. So I love the visual timer. They have one at school, and we have one at home. Some interesting rewards that we have found more recently is on FaceTime. God love her resource teacher. She has a great day. She gets to have 5 minutes of FaceTime in the evening. So it's been finding those rewards, because she is so visual of things that, and it works. It has worked, because she's very excited to have FaceTime in the evening with somebody, and sometimes it's grandma, but this was the idea of the resource teacher, so it's been really effective. Ball time, she's very much into balls, so they've been good about trying to incorporate a buddy. So her break time is ball with a buddy. So she gets that social time, and she gets that desire for socialness, and then she gets to move around a little bit, which is a good break for her. She's working toward a dress down day. Independence, when I do notice that behaviors are increasing, we always have to stop and look over the years. She's had a pattern of and it's typically adults where they're doing too much for her, and she's craving independence, and she doesn't know what to do, so behaviors start. It'll be a lot of refusals, a lot of things like that. So we'll have to stop and say, okay, well, what else can we have her do where she can be independent? Because she needs to have those things to feel good about herself. So a lot of times when we see behaviors changing or escalating, we stop and look at, okay, is somebody doing too much for her? Is she having not enough time with peers, and too many adults telling her what to do or showing her what to do? Because she's not very good at when you want to tell her something to do. She's much better if you show her, or she has a list she can look at. Ignoring, and probably the best thing that we use at home, which is really hard to do, is ignoring. Just the other day we were going out to the garage, and she was having this, I don't know, this little 12-year-old fit, and she didn't want to go in the garage, and so I just played with my phone and messed with my purse, and it felt like 5 hours, but it was really probably 3 minutes. And then finally, no words, finally she just went in and got in the car. So ignoring is effective, and it's hard because it feels long, but
what does she do? What's the behavior?
She wouldn't go into the garage. She stopped.
Like when you say behaviors, like,
that was that.
because I mean, eventually
behavior.
within my school district, I will work with a child with Downs, but so like, when you say behaviors, can you tell me what the behaviors are? Is it screaming, is it, yeah, because I mean, I don't know what to expect.
Yelling no, non-compliance,
Just
not
sitting-
following directions.
Dropping down on the floor, not, no.
We had a few where Olivia's been potty trained since she was 4. She would just, her new thing she was trying was she was just not using the bathroom appropriately anymore. That was a new behavior that we had to kind of try to figure out.
And are both your kids verbal?
Yes,
Like fluently verbal?
No.
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 Difficult to understand.
Okay, so I'm just trying to relate to
Yeah.
where we
No,
are.
very difficult, that's why pictures, using
Yeah.
pictures when
Okay.
they're
And
younger
short sentences
is
for
key.
you, not a lot of explanation. Blah, 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 you know, just like complaining to the
I have
point.
some students right now with Down syndrome, and 3 are nonverbal, 2 are difficult to understand, and 1 has the best speech I've ever
Yeah.
heard with a kid with Down
all over
syndrome.
Yeah, so I can,
So it's
yeah.
It's probably
all
between
over.
those two, just you can understand, but.
But what they get the most frustrated with is if you don't try to understand.
Right,
Yes,
if you don't
very
take the
much
time,
so.
yes, that's very
Yes.
true. Yeah,
And I will see
frustration. You're like-
and my kids are, most of them are 20. The behavior of wetting their pants if I won't try to understand them.
Mhm.
So
Taking
that
some
has been
time.
the biggest thing is they want you to take time and understand what they're trying to communicate to you. So it's been a variety of
Responses.
figuring out
Sometimes
pictures,
it's like these
getting out the books, and some of them don't some of them that speak but don't understand that you don't understand them. I've had to record what they're saying and play it back to them, so, and they went, that's what it sound like?
We've used Siri before, if Siri doesn't understand them, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, 'cause there's like the voice
Siri
memos
doesn't
that you
understand
can-
me.
Siri, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not, like, you know, any real credence, but Siri, if Siri can't understand you, forget the idea I put them. And a teacher or whatever, well, that's you guys being you, but if Siri doesn't understand.
I'm glad you mentioned that, I didn't mention that. They do get very frustrated after 3 times of you saying, what?
I'll go, some of them I go,
Yep.
and I'll go, no, we're gonna figure this out. He goes, forget it. I go, no, we're not going to
Well,
forget it.
that's
I wanna know what you're telling me.
With all the
Draw me a
technology
picture.
now, though, which is good, get on Google and show me, get on, you
And
know.
that's-
I didn't have that, you know, I'm
Right,
kind of.
and some of them will say, get out the bottle tablets, he'll say, get out the tablet, and he wants to type it in and find it. I said, get it out, figure it out, show me what you're
That's
saying,
great.
because I wanna know what you're talking about, it's important to me. So,
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
I mean, 'cause I'm here, it's like to learn, I know. when
It's, the
when it comes.
behaviors are different when they're
And
young.
yeah, and I
Those are
understand
more
for all
challenging.
kids it's different, and I understand every student is gonna be different.
Yeah.
I get that, and I'm just trying to.
If you get them young, you know.
I think middle school's a tough transition time. I taught middle school for 10 years and I had some. Because they're going through their typical changes as a teenager. And then I've seen, now I have some that they've taught into my program now and I see them and I'm like, you're a totally different person now, you're so mature.
It made me think, because a lot of boys will touch themselves in middle school.
Oh, yeah.
because it's- So we made this up, rules at school, work, and in the community. And it's, you know, so we made this, and we had this posted in our house on the back door. We had the teacher, you know, and it helped us. We didn't have it as bad because we worked on it a lot at home. But if you have parents that aren't, you need to do this, because that can get a kid suspended. Big time. You know, we don't want to do that because it really is not,
It's natural.
It's natural.
It's a natural instinct.
Exactly.
But they have to be taught. And
appropriate.
we had to teach it a lot, and I was in a self-contained classroom, so.
Especially
we
when they like
could take
to-
the time.
True, it's
I
true.
know,
That's
I
why
know.
we nipped it in the bud up front. I was like, I don't need my 16-year-old boy. I have a friend that her 16-year-old boy in high school. Like, it's good having friends that have older kids and learn from them. And, you know, her son actually in gym class put his hands on the girl's breast, and he was suspended for 10 days. You know,
And
and
he's
it
a child
wasn't.
with Down syndrome.
10 days.
The problem is that in
I'm sorry, I'm
the
a
general
special ed
ed
teacher,
building,
so-
and the principal looked at me one time, and I'm like, are you serious? You're suspending this child for this? He said, I have to go by the book.
Exactly.
It's the rule. I have, because if I don't for this student, then I don't for this student, and if we open up for.
But there are
girls
instances in the law where what they did was caused by their disability.
But
Yes.
that isn't as strong anymore, the law changed, like the manifestation of disability.
Right, and it has to be after so many X amount of
Yes.
shots.
Yeah, and it has to be.
And I'm like, come on, please.
Yeah.
And he's like, I can't.
That can be rewarded. Oh, I can absolutely.
And that's what I said, you're rewarding him actually right now because he's learning.
So one of the things I find value with is when I work with children in elementary school and I've had the opportunity to meet and talk to them after they got into high school or gotten older, I find value in them sharing things they remember, because most children have great memories about, and it's mostly the memories about what happened, what went wrong. And I'm wondering, because your children are talking about, Mom, do you remember when I was 6 and this happened?
Yeah, it's amazing the long-term memory that my son has. It's amazing. What we used to do to kind of let him be able to communicate with his peers, since he was in so many inclusive settings, is we sent pictures in a little photo album that he could share with others. But then he'll go back and remember, like this, we haven't done this in years. But oh no, for years we sat at a table with a therapist and drilled this into him. He wants nothing to do with it. And he'll talk about these. The big key word we taught him was appropriate. And to this day, if he'll smart mouth, just like a typical teenager does, not because he has Down syndrome. And I'll go, is that appropriate to talk to your mother like that? And he'll go, no. I'll go, I get an apology, right? So teaching him that word at an early age was magic for us, for his, and I told all the teachers, if you have a problem with him, ask him if it's appropriate. Because we drilled appropriate into him, drilled it.
And do you sometimes get things like, this is why I did that, this is why I did that behavior?
No.
No, okay.
No, that's for us to figure out. Typically, the teachers and parents have to figure out why they're doing it. Mostly, it's sensory. It's not understanding. Like, sometimes we think, oh, we did this great curriculum for them. We really made a simple curriculum. It still might be too high level for them. So, kind of re-looking at. Those are the things that usually make our kids act up.
Interesting, thank you.
Well, now I know this is a really popular thing that we should do every time. But the ladies, maybe you could sit up here and answer questions
Sure.
over lunch.
And take things,
And yeah, you can come up and answer some of the things they have. But yeah, I just want to give everybody a chance to have some lunch and grab it, even for our other speakers start talking 12:30, no big deal, we can continue to eat. But we have turkey sandwiches, like a club kind of sandwich with cheese and stuff, and then a veggie sandwich back there, and salad, so help yourselves. And ladies, maybe if we can let the ladies get lunch first. You guys want lunch? No? Okay. Yeah, grab something, and then that way they can come and get settled. So if you have a question, you can ask them. That would be awesome.
Having their curriculum and function Tuesdays rather than Tuesdays. Who's gonna know I'm talking about, like, this is the thing that
and it's Eric's, but I took his name off because I think this is the sheet I made up. This is Eric, how to teach Eric. So and I'm meeting with food teacher and photography. Because they want to know, oh, that's pleasure. Actually, okay. She didn't take it for you. Like this, like I'll come in,
We
Well, I have the last presentation I've not gotten yet, so I'll send that out by email. But grab your flash drive.
Okay.
And let's see what else I got. And there's a flyer for next year's session. So you want that, take that. Oh, great. You put flyers out for it. Awesome. Yeah. Are those yours? Okay. Oh, okay.
Public and private is a big one, like what you can do in public, what you can do in private, that game is talking about.
Yeah, I never thought about that.
That is awesome. Well, that, I mean,
But if you want to pass, that's what they can do. Make it beneficial to
I think that's started. That was her, like, he associated social stories, and he did them series. That he had to do a contract with, like, yeah, I was this was his project, and he filled it out.
I used to go to research for
And what I found out.
Yeah, so you get to go buy and sign Target. Exactly, it's simple, keep it simple.
But then there's also much more. Yeah, there are right. Okay. And why aren't they doing that? Right. So it's just kind of a back and forth conversation that was really valid. I just can't think to get through that. You know, so like maybe I'm right. And there's also so much to teach them about
Multiple choice. Like if you grab them, oh yeah, lesson then you have to go to the
well, yeah, that's another problem. They're not very like well, that can have every it might have just not worked, you know, it might be broken. I just, well, yeah. So I hope I'll try. Yeah.
you know what I mean? I didn't know what it was.
But I
It's a religious building.
I don't have it, but yeah, I just want to one to share, or I can drop it over to
have you done the social stories?
Yeah.
That situation was 24/7 residential for kids with significant mental health issues. We could make you behave. Because if you elected to not behave to the point where you were becoming violent, we paged Dr. Trog. Dr. Trog was code for very large men in white coats to come and make you behave. You know, and I joke with teachers, I get it, there are some days you would love to page Dr. Trog, but we don't want very large men in white coats coming and making kids quote unquote behave. But as educators, we can create environments. Good, highly effective classroom teachers figure this out. They don't make the kid fit the environment. They figure out what I'm going to put in my environment to help that child. We as special educators, we as folks who work with young people, you know, across the age range with disabilities have understood this forever. I'm not going to ameliorate that disability. If you have a disability, you will always have a disability. I'm not going to cure that or fix that. But I can absolutely put supports in the environment to lessen the impact of the disability. I can put supports in the environment to increase the likelihood that you're successful, regardless of how you measure that. Does that make sense? And again, I know I'm preaching to the choir here a little bit today. Some folks oftentimes dubious. So, what is school-wide positive behavior support? There are a lot of myths, misrules, and misunderstandings about school-wide PBS. It's not a package, it's not a curriculum, it's not a program. I really characterize school-wide PBS as a problem-solving framework. We work with teams of educators to basically do what we've been doing in special education for years. We look at data. Based on data, we make decisions about what practices, and then we figure out what environmental supports need to be in place to increase the likelihood those practices are successful. We absolutely promote evidence-based practice. We have got to be good consumers. You need to always challenge anyone. Show me the data. Remember the old, what was that movie with Tom Cruise, Show Me the Money? You know, that was a catchphrase, kept screaming, show me the money. You guys should be screaming, show me the data. You should be very, very good consumers before you adopt a practice, right? And the basic logic, as we know, kids will need different levels of support across the school day to be successful. My guys all had quote-unquote EBD labels, emotional behavior disorders. My guys were very, very street smart. My guys knew guys in gangs. My guys were in gangs. Those are some tough, tough kids. They spend most of their day doing the right thing, being on task, being appropriate. Yeah, when they cross lines, man, they cross lines. But for the most part, they were okay. They were on task because the environment was matched to what they need. Now, I sort of characterize school-wide PBS as a problem-solving framework, not a package. And this sort of figure represents the logic of what we do in schools. As I said, what everybody wants to know, what's the latest, greatest? Tell me the 10 things I need to do to make behavior go away. We always start with data, right? What do your data indicate are your challenges and struggles? What data indicate the practice will be successful with your kids? It's pretty interesting. I work in a lot of schools, and I can always tell when somebody's gone to a conference because they come to the team meeting and they're all fired up about something. And I remember one time a counselor, school counselors on our school team came in and was like, "We need to do mentoring. Let's start a mentoring program." And I said, "Why?" "Well, it's a good idea." I said, "Well, it is a good idea, but what data, what evidence do you have in this school that would suggest kids could benefit from a mentoring program?" "Oh, and how will you know if it works?" "Well, things will get better." "What does that mean, things will get better?" You're going to ask your colleagues to invest a lot of their minutes. How will you know if it's paying off? So data drive practices, and we always measure. And then the third piece, the most critical piece, the most important piece, and one of the reasons why our center is the only center in the history of the U.S. Department of Education to be funded as long as we have. Because we spend a huge amount of time focusing on what do the adults in the school need to be successful. Not just send them to 2 days of training, but what supports will they need across that school year? What supports will they need day in, day out in the classrooms? It's not sufficient to just simply tell everybody to do something. In fact, I occasionally get the opportunity to talk to superintendents and other school leaders, and I tell them, do not ask teachers to do anything new unless you have two things at the ready. The first is sort of skill-based training. Second, ongoing on-site technical assistance. If you don't have that, you're setting your teachers up for failure. They are busy people. They have enough on their plate. You don't just simply say, here are two more things. We're going to send you to a 2-hour workshop. Good luck. Let us know how it goes. That's not how you build good practices. That's not how you change cultures of schools that do great things for kids, right? Data practice systems, data practice systems. People ask me questions all the time about kids and school and issues, and my answer always comes back to this. What's the evidence? What data? Based on that data, let's identify a practice, figure out a way to monitor it, and how are we going to support each other? Right? How are we going to support each other? I clearly remember at that high school, it was a fairly big high school, so there were about 6 of us who were special educators. But pretty much we were like a little island in that high school. We were pretty isolated. There was nobody that we could go to for support, answers, connections, and so forth. We would advocate as best we could for kids, but we heard routinely, nope, not coming to my classroom. What could we do about that? Not much, short of get the parent all riled up, go through process, and then create a really sort of situation that we don't want to, kind of that adversarial. We work with school teams that in essence advocate for all kids. In fact, as I said, I'm a special educator, very proud special educator, will always be a special educator. My wife's a special educator as well. We are a special ed family. We have 2 kids, and I joke they never stood a chance having 2 parents as educators, right? Neither one is going into education, surprise, surprise. At this point, still holding out for my daughter. The point being that unless we sort of collectively work together, we're not going to be able to take on the challenges of high-risk kids as well as kids with disabilities who present those significant challenges in school, regardless of disability, right? Again, I understand this, the Down Syndrome Association focusing on a sort of subset of kids with disability, but they need the exact same things that all kids need, right? Good instruction, good supports, environments where they can thrive and be successful. Okay, the other figure that represents and reflects this notion of school at PBS is this idea of a continuum. And if you've not seen this figure, then you've not been paying attention for the last 5 years. Somewhere along the track, somebody showed you this triangle, right? We borrowed this triangle from public health. We've been using this triangle for a long time. This triangle represents, in essence, the entire school. We tell schools, the good news is 80–90% of kids will respond to what we call universal interventions. Tell, show, practice, they got it. In other words, you teach them what's expected in this school, what's expected in this classroom, That's what you'll see. Another 5–10% will need more practice. They're not going to master with just universals. And then we've got about 5% that accounts for over half of all behavioral infractions of school, eat up what administrators, teachers tell us, 46% of school day dealing with challenging behavior. They need highly intensive individualized supports. Now, what people tend to do is say, well, here's us, special ed. Wrong. We're part of this continuum, right? I remember in the early days, years ago, we were doing some training and there was a self-contained special ed school. And they're like, we're gonna leave at the first break. Why? Well, because all of our kids are on individual plans. Well, I understand that, I'm well aware of that. I said, but do you have common expectations across settings? No. Do you teach and practice those? No. Do you give feedback? No. Do you put in less intense at the first sign of issues? Well, we reconvene the IEP once a year. No, this is you as well. We work in self-contained special ed buildings. We work in juvenile justice correctional settings. We work in alternative high schools. This is your school, right? The logic is you build good universals, and then you ratchet those up based on what the kids need. Now, when we started using this triangle, we had this unintended consequence. So thankfully, educators stopped talking about our kids, your kids. Now, unfortunately, you talk about red kids, yellow kids, and green kids. And we're like, no, no, that's not what we meant. Or my other favorite, he's a pointy end kid. A pointy end kid, yeah, you know the top of the triangle, the pointy end? Like, no, no, that wasn't the intent here. The intent was to build good universal systems and then put additional supports based on what kids need. So here's a better picture of the logic of what we're talking about positive behavior support. This is my daughter. My daughter Emily graduated from college last year, Phi Beta Kappa. She's a smart, young, beautiful young woman. Again, I'm biased, right? But my daughter was reading at age 3.5. My daughter, surprise, surprise, was an English major. She still will not get in the car if we go beyond 10 minutes without a book. She constantly has a book in her face. Whatever school did was fine for her. She was already reading before she even set foot in kindergarten. So whatever universals they put in place, that's all she needed. She's pretty good in social skills, Spanish, but when it came to math, starting in grade 4, we had to hire a tutor that worked with her every week to get her through math, particularly high school math. Now, you would never look at my daughter Emily and say, well, there's a red zone kid if I ever saw one, right? She needed highly individualized, intensive supports for a very specific topic and under very specific conditions. The key is, across all these, is that these are also connected. One of the things I love to do is to go into big high schools, and I'll just randomly pick somebody in the audience. You, what do you teach? I teach English. Okay, how many sections do you teach? I have 5 sections a day. How many kids in each class? 25 to 30. So across the day, you're looking at 150, 200 kids. Yep. How many kids in this school? We've got 3,500. Okay, English teacher. I want you to tell me every kid that's in this school that's on an individual plan. I want you to tell me what's in the plan, and I want you to tell me what your role implementing that plan is. And they look at me like I have 3 heads. Are you not paying attention? I can barely keep up with the names of kids in my class. My high schools will say, well, I don't know the nuances, but I know it's related to respect, responsibility, and cooperation. I know if I see kids in the hallway doing it right, here's how I interact. I know if I see kids doing it wrong, here's how I prompt to get them back on track. The key, and be successful, is that all of these things have to be connected. Again, think about what we do, right? Especially we're a little bit to blame. Remember, the law passed, and it was like, give them to us, give them to us, give them to us, give them to us. And we all of a sudden had all these schools and classrooms, and we looked around, like, oh, this is a bad idea. Here, take it back, take it back. And then we realized, well, that's a bad idea too, because now they're failing again. Now we're kind of, I see a better balance of sort of push in, class within a class, as well as pull out when it's appropriate and intensive. The logic is, schools are only going to be successful with kids who are at risk, kids with significant needs, to the degree to which they have good universals in place. What does that mean? Put your hand up if you learned to speak a foreign language in high school, college, somewhere in your life you learned to speak a foreign language. Put your hand up if you did that. If you can still speak that language, keep your hand up. How come so many hands went down? How come? Practice, practice, practice. I tell schools, you're sending kids to the counselor. You're sending kids to the trailer behind your school, that special ed room, to learn to speak French. And unless everybody in the school speaks French, don't be surprised when they don't master the language. We do way too much in isolation. We do way too much parallel play. In our schools, they come up with universal expectations. Every IEP, if there's a social behavior goal, should be linked back to those universal expectations. The logic is everywhere that kid goes, every adult is speaking the same language. Every adult is explicitly teaching what they should do. Every adult is giving very specific performance feedback. That's how you get skill mastery. That's how you get generalization. That's how you get maintenance. And in the absence of that comprehensive school-wide system, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it. Again, think about what's our biggest frustration in working with kids with disabilities. Get them to generalize and maintain those skills. We spend hours and hours and hours teaching. To get them to use their skills across and within different settings. That's been vexing us for a long time. The logic of school at PBS is that you build the environment that looks just like your classroom, just like your pull-out program. It's a line that significantly increases the likelihood. Remember, because you can't make kids behave, you can't make them learn. It's all about increasing the likelihood. It's all about building those environments. So, some of the essential features across school-wide. First of all, we don't work with individuals. We will only work with school teams. Because we know kids with complex learning and social issues are beyond the capacity of any one person. So we say, you've got to put a team together. One of our non-negotiables, principal, assistant principal, must be on that team. If your building administrator is not willing to be on the team, we won't work with you. And it's not that we don't want to work with you, it's just that we know we're going to frustrate the hell out of you. Because without that administrator that gives it okay to make those changes, that gives you license to rethink our school day, to reallocate resources, you're not going to be able to be successful. So building administrator, beyond that, you comprise your team in ways that make sense. We typically get grade level representation. We always recommend strongly that there's a special ed teacher on that committee. We ask for support staff, paraprofessionals, and so forth. We comprise the team to make it look like what our school, what our agency, what our building looks like. I talked a little bit about the database decision. We always start with data. Every decision we make in terms of where we put our resources, where we put our minutes, is driven by what your kids need, not the way we've always done it. We take an instructional focus. One of the first things we do is have schools identify problems. That's easy. Not kids, but problems. What's going on in this school? What's going on in this building? Man, we get a lot of disrespect. We're getting a lot of graffiti. We're getting a lot of vandalism. Okay, what do you want them to do instead? Well, stop. No, you can't tell me stop. What do you want them to do instead? Right? The focus is on building appropriate social skills, not simply removing problem behavior. Again, it's the same thing with an IEPs. I would much rather see a goal and objective set up to promote and increase appropriate instead of one that says this child's going to reduce tantruming. No. We're going to focus on what they're supposed to be doing instead, right? That in alone totally flips things in most schools. Again, think about it. You pick up, for academics, a scope and sequence. We now have the Common Core that shows you, at the end of this grade, these are the skills kids should master. I look through that. Nowhere in grade 5, for example, does it say kids should not be doing calculus. They shouldn't even be thinking about trigonometry functions. It focuses on the skills kids should have mastered by the grade 5. Then I pick up school's code of conducts, and what does it have in it? The 27 thou shalt nots, right? We want to focus on what kids should do instead, and we want to teach and practice, and teach and practice that until we know kids have mastered it, they're doing it fluently, and they're maintaining it and generalizing it across settings. We also have to give kids lots and lots of feedback. Now again, this is one of those misrules about what school-wide positive behavior support's all about. I hear it all the time. Oh, you're just bribing the kids to behave. You're just handing stuff out. You're punishing them by rewards. You know, just add it to the list. I guarantee I've heard it. And we point out all the time, look, you don't have to hand something out. But if you want students to learn, you have to give feedback. We don't want to do that. Okay, then at this point forward for the rest of the school year, no one is allowed to grade any homework. No one is allowed to give a quiz or a test. If a child walks up to you and says, hey, did I get this right? I want you to look at it blankly and then turn your back and walk away. Ooh, that makes teachers nervous. No, we can't do that. Why? Because we have to check to make sure they're learning. We have to let them know if they get it right. Oh, then why doesn't that apply to behavior? Why is it okay for behavior to assume they know, scream and yell at them when they get it wrong, and try to punish, and somehow think that's going to change behavior? Study just came out, the sociologists actually looked at classrooms and schools where there are high rates of suspension. So the logic is if you suspend really disruptive children, all the other kids will succeed and learn. They actually found the exact opposite. Schools in classroom where they suspend high rates of kids, actually the performance went down when suspension was in place. Now, why does that happen? There's lots of reasons. My theory is if your system is set up where you're just looking for kids to screw up and punish, you're not going to be successful. You can send all of those kids out. You're still not going to be successful. You're not going to be successful until you explicitly teach kids what they're supposed to do and give them feedback. Just like all of us in this room, we learn the same way. Without explicit instruction, opportunities to practice, and feedback if we get it right, we're not going to master skills either. You know, I joke, did anybody ever try to learn a sport on their own? I mean, I learned to play golf, like a lot of guys my age learned to play golf. Somebody in high school, one of my friends, had a bag of clubs. We went to the links, and we just started smacking the ball around, right? That's how I learned to play golf. So a few years ago, my wife decided for Christmas to give me one of these high-tech computer analyst, you know, and then you meet with the pro to sort of improve your swing. So you go into this little cage and they put all these points on you and you swing and the computer records it. And so I did that and the pro's looking at it and he's like, I don't even know where to start. I just wish I could just basically say, you've never seen a golf club in your life and start from scratch. You know, he basically had to help me unlearn all the bad things I was doing before he could even begin to teach me how to swing the club appropriately. Without explicit instruction, without mastery, specific, precise feedback, kids aren't going to master skills. Yeah?
I worked in a school where PBIS was big, and we did it, we were probably trained in it for, I don't know, about seven or 8 years from the time that I started working there. And the problem that I found with it, though, was that we never, I guess, got to the level or taught the kids that there was intrinsic rewards that they needed to learn. They always felt like they needed external things to be given to them. And, it was hard to explain to them that at some point in your life, somebody's not going to be at your door knocking and saying, here's something fun for you. This is life. And so,
well, hopefully people are knocking on your door and giving you fun things to do. But anyway, go ahead.
You know, and we were, and I think that sometimes our administrators or teachers use it in the wrong ways,
Yep.
where they ignored the good kids and the bad kids, or the kids that were misbehaving,
Right.
Which may have been a lot of kids with special needs, maybe behavior, emotional problems, were the ones that they focused on giving the rewards to, and then it just compiled, and they
Right.
continued to get things and get things and get things, and they never are learning the internal
Right.
rewards and the intrinsic part of life.
Right.
And that's where I kind of clash with PBIS and I
Well,
struggle.
again, you're not
and-
clashing with PBIS. What you're clashing with is a school that basically didn't understand and implement the logic correctly. That's what you're clashing with. And I hear you, and we hear this all the time. I tell schools, if you're gonna hand something out before you ever hand something out, you gotta have a plan to fade it. You gotta plan to get rid of it. You've gotta build in all of those other sort of natural quote-unquote outcomes for appropriate on-task behavior and so forth. What happens is people will resonate to a certain piece. Teaching and practicing is hard work. Remembering to give kids specific feedback about learning is hard work. Handing out a token is pretty darn easy, right?
Oh, yeah.
It takes the onus off me to do all those other pieces that is really at the heart and soul of PBS. It's not about handing things out. And quite frankly, most of our schools hand something out, it's not about the kids, it's about the teachers.
Oh, absolutely. They
It's
would
the
track-
reminder.
They would track how many were due with your name on it
Right.
from each teacher, and you'd get data showing how many rewards you handed out each week as a teacher, and I'm thinking, well, if we're supposed to be teaching these children how to learn to do these things on their own, by the end of the year, I should be giving none out.
True. And again, what you're describing is not the flaw with the logic. It's the implementation side done incorrectly. The ultimate outcome data that should have been tracked, it's helpful to kind of see what people are doing. Did you have problems? If you're not having problems in your classroom, you're right. You should be reducing the number of times you're handing things out. And again, it's not about handing out, it's all about this. It's all about the specific feedback. You hear a lot around classroom management about 4-to-1. So the logic is, and another misrule is you always have to be positive. And I tell teachers, no, the kid's disruptive, tell them to sit down. Tell them to stop doing that. That's fine. But the idea is you want to try to catch that kid at least 4 times and give them positives, right? And no, it's not like, I remember what a teacher one time said, well, can I say nice shoes, nice shoes, nice shirt, nice hat? No. Now shut up and sit down. No, that's not the idea. The idea here is we don't want to give too much attention to the problem behavior. We, a number of years ago, went and collected a boatload of data on what elementary school teachers do in their classrooms. And we found that highly effective teachers, their ratio is 15-to-1. For every corrective statement they made, they get 15 positives. We also found that those teachers that were highly effective rarely said publicly, good job. They rarely said that out loud. What they did is they knew their kids, and you'd watch them. And they would walk around the room, and they would look at her, they would pat her and smile. They would give a thumbs up. They would just sort of maintain eye contact. They were constantly giving the kids feedback that what they were doing was on track, on target. It's not about that piece of paper, and it's not about who gives the most out. I've seen horrific punishment sort of systems. I've seen horrific reward systems. I was in a classroom, 3rd grade classroom, and this teacher had the highest rate of positive praise statements I've ever seen. I couldn't even count them. I couldn't keep up. It was like the streets of consciousness. And I'm sitting in the back of the room, and there's a little guy kind of there, and I lean over and I say, do you know what she's talking about? And he kind of looked at me sort of scared because I was talking to him. It's like, no. It's like every now and then I hear my name, and I look up, and she's already talking about some other kid. A non-example. In a middle school one time, they were handing out, the kids could earn like gold cards and platinum cards or whatever, and it got them discounts at the store, et cetera, et cetera. So this kid got a gold card. He's all excited. Yeah. And he comes back and sits again. I kind of lean over and say, that's great. What did you do to get that? I have no idea. But here's what I can do with it. Again, another good non-example of where people take one element because it's easy. And it is gimmicky. And it's splashy. And think that's sufficient. If that was sufficient, I wouldn't be standing in front of you on a beautiful Friday afternoon. Right? The key pieces are this. Right? The feedback is all about mastery when we teach in practice. It's not just handing a bunch of things out. And it's not just high rates. And the ultimate metric and measure that we should be monitoring is not the number you've handed out, but the overall performance of the kids. Are they improving social behavior? Are they improving academics? Are we seeing fewer problems, fewer disruptions? That's the measure that we should be looking at. Because that, again, at the end of the day, is what we're about in education, right? Other questions, comments? Again, thanks for sharing. Again, that's a perfect example. And there are many out there where schools have good intention, but they also want to try to take the shortcuts. And they want to focus on some of the more gimmicky pieces that we know some kids respond to, others won't. And you're dead on. I mean, ultimately it's about getting kids to maintain behavior, make decisions for those naturally occurring outcomes. Right? Grades, opportunities to do things, privileges in school, and so on and so forth. Okay, at the school-wide universal, key pieces. We come up with what are kids doing now, what do you want them to do instead. We come up with strategies to teach and practice, teach and practice, teach and practice. We talked a little about ways to encourage, giving feedback, prompting. We also apply the logic when kids disrupt and misbehave. You know, I point out to principals all the time, parking kids in a room for 4 hours, sending them home for 2 days, doesn't teach them anything other than don't get caught. It does not teach you what to do instead. So we apply the logic of PBS to responses to problem behavior. So one of our elementary schools has a detention room. That's what it used to be called. And it used to be, she'd be so disruptive, somebody Tammy's so disruptive, I'm tired of it. I fill out that usually pink sheet, and off Tammy goes, and she sits in the detention room for an hour or two. Tammy's gone, so I'm happy because she's gone. So I'm in no hurry to go down and check on Tammy and get her back in my classroom. Well, guess what? It's not going to change Tammy's behavior. So we flipped it on its ear. So the detention room is now called the self-management center. And that's how much nicer? You go to the self-management center versus detention. Still not a fun place, but when Tammy shows up, the person who basically mans that room starts immediate problem solving. If Tammy's really hot, she de-escalates. Once Tammy's calmed down, what happened? They start problem solving. They pull out the behavior plan. They start practicing and teaching those skills that got her sent there. Why do kids get sent to detention? Why do kids get out, right? Compliance, disruption, so forth and so on. So we even apply the logic when kids cross lines. Because we know simply removing kids doesn't change behavior. I mean, there's a reason, as much as I was horrified to see it, linked to the discipline provisions of IDA that requires you to do that functional behavioral assessment if you're removing kids beyond 10 days. You got to remove a child from an educational setting for more than 10 days. Whatever you're doing isn't working. And what you've got to do is figure out why. You've got to figure out what you can do to teach them. And you've got to figure out what environmental supports will increase the likelihood that you won't see that problem again. And then you'll start seeing the appropriate. All of those common reactions, all of the things that educators do in school are predicated on certain assumptions. They're predicated that you want to be in school, that you've got the skills to be successful in school, that you've got supportive parents at home, and so on and so on and so on. That's not the case for a lot of the kids that I work with. It's not the learning history for a lot of the kids that I see. Okay, we move up that continuum, tier 2, small group. Kids aren't responding with just universals alone. Another misrule, people think, well, if kids on IEP, they can't get tier 2 supports. Wrong. There's a student in that school, they are a student of that school. And the logic is all means all. The logic is universal means everybody gets it. The logic is if you're not successful with universals alone, and your behavior sort of fits this, then you should get additional supports. My friend, colleague, George Sugat tells this great story about being at this elementary school, and the principal was out front, and every kid that was coming through, she greeted him by name. Hey, how are you today? We're gonna have a great day, right? And she's just, this bubbly and positive. And he said, all of a sudden this little guy walks by, and she kind of looks, and she looks the other way. And he goes in, and so later, after she's done, he comes over, he's like, I have to ask. you were greeting everybody, you were, talking about what a positive day, what a great day, we're so happy to have you here. You didn't say that to one little guy walked by. It's like, oh, he's an IEP kid. He gets all kinds of individual supports and help. It's like, wrong. wrong, right? Universal means all. Universal means everybody gets it, not just. So, at the tier 2, what we really focus on are quick, easy decision rules to figure out sooner rather than later. We don't want problems to become chronic. We want to get in there as fast as we can. We primarily focus on 3 areas: additional social skills, some self-management, and/or academic supports. A lot of kids who struggle, misbehave, act out, that's an academic issue. They're not able to stay within the curriculum. Whatever, and by academic, I'm talking the broadest sense, not traditional, just simply traditional, kind of, reading, English, math, and so forth. And in very bright red letters, it has to be linked to the larger continuum. The logic is, if I pull you out, give you additional practice, it's got to be linked to universals. I want everybody in that school giving feedback. I want everybody in that school using the same language. At the tier 3 intensive, again, when small groups not sufficient, when the problem's intensive or chronic, again, we use functional assessments for all, not just IEP kids. And again, this is where now other agencies are coming in, mental health, community agencies, so forth. We know some kids are going to need well beyond what we can provide kind of in that school day. And then once again, in very, very bright red letters, it's got to be linked to universals. Now, what happens if you implement with fidelity as the way the logic is set up? Well, in the US now, the gold standard are randomized controlled trials. These are all randomized controlled trials showing significant outcomes when you put school-wide PBS in place, you implement with fidelity. What do all these things say? Well, we get reductions in major discipline, we get improvements in academics, we get enhanced perception of health and safety, we get improved school climate, we get improvements in social emotional outcomes, we get reductions in bullying. You name the problem, we've demonstrated we can reduce it when educators work together for all kids, right? For all kids. So that's a lot of information in a short amount of time, big overview. Sounds like some of you are in schools or agencies that are already implementing to some degree. Maybe not with high fidelity, but at least implementing to some degree. What I want to talk a little bit now is sort of what we're doing here in Missouri. And as I said, we really have created kind of the national standard. So we formed a partnership. So the National Center I'm part of, but I also have an additional center at the University of Missouri. We partnered with the Department of Education, Elementary and Secondary Education. When Heidi Atkins Lieberman was the Assistant Commissioner, she was the one that really kind of pushed this forward. We're now working with Stephen Barr. We all know Nick Castro's gone, but Margie Van Diemen has also been aware and part of and supportive. The way that schools, agencies access supports is through the RPDCs. You guys familiar and know which RPDC you reside in? There are 9 regional professional development centers across the state of Missouri. Here they are. So depending on, again, what county, what area, you can call your RPDC, and there are full-time school-wide PBS facilitators. In addition, we have another dozen that work out of my center that provide support across all the RPDCs for those tier 2 and tier 3 more intensive supports. In terms of participation, this was 2012, 2013. We need to get the data obviously updated each year, but you can see each year we're increasingly getting more schools and more districts, okay? Now, I shared outcomes at the Universal for all kids. And what we find is, again, we can improve those school environments. We can't make kids behave, we can't make them learn, but we can absolutely build environments to increase the likelihood. So these are the all-powerful MAP scores, okay? This is a very busy graph, I realize that. But what this says is this. These are our gold schools. So schools that have the entire continuum in place. Tier 1, 2, and 3. When we compare all kids across gold to non-PBS schools, now, the other thing thing we're finding that's pretty exciting is schools that are struggling are coming to us and saying, help. Now here's the really cool thing. These are IEP kids. Gold schools, schools that have entire continuum, non-PBS schools here. That's huge, right? That's huge. Now again, these were limited number of schools that have built the entire continuum. But I challenge anyone to show any initiative that has reduced and resulted in that kind of performance among broken kids without IEP kids out. Special educator, this is stuff that gets me jazzed. This stuff that keeps me going, right? We can be successful with our most impacted and challenging kiddos. Any questions so far? Again, I was pointing out, this is my favorite time to talk. Y'all good, right after a goal, talk to adults, right after lunch. Ideal situation. Any questions yet? Comments? Okay, here's what I propose then. Why don't we take just a short break, like a 10-minute break, get up, move around, and come back. What I want to do now is focus more specifically, because again, I realize many of you in here, it's like, well, I'm it from my school. I don't have the authority or position to go back and create a school-wide initiative. I'm going to absolutely send you to our Missouri website to get involved if you're in Missouri. I also realize there are folks from across the river, but Illinois also has a statewide initiative in place. But I want to talk specifically about how we push a lot of these principles down into the classroom. And talk about some of those effective strategies from a systemic way within the classroom, okay? So let's take a short break, about 10 minutes, come back, pick up the classroom, and I promise I will get you out early, get you on your way on this beautiful day.
Dr. Lewis?
Yeah.
I'm Morgan Clow. I worked with Lisa Powers.
Oh, good.
Yeah, for 2.5 years. I was
good.
did PBS facilitating.
Great.
It's nice to finally meet you.
Oh, thanks.
See you in action, and the refresher is wonderful.
Oh, good.
I'm at a middle school this year, Nicer Middle in Kirkwood, who I coached as a facilitator.
Right.
It's so nice to see everything you talk about just fall right into place.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So what are you doing there now?
I middle school special education.
Okay,
teacher.
perfect,
Yeah.
perfect.
Self-contained,
Good for you.
severe developmental disabilities.
Yeah.
Three and a half, half-day kid,
Right.
4 students. And so it's
Get your work cut out for you. Now you're on the inside to the outside.
yeah, it's a lot easier than one would think.
Yeah.
And I think you could attest to that.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Working with these kids is much
Yeah.
easier than a lot of the kids you with.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
but yeah.
Hey, good. Yeah, nice meeting you.
What she talked about?
Right, yeah. No, Right.
I have a friend who just never. My sister-in-law just said her third. What people think about, yeah. Well, there was just this.
I wasn't looking at that. Yeah. Oh, maybe you go. Right, exactly.
Like if somebody needs.
Yeah, but it's not like. And next year. Oh, the Girl Scouts. Yeah. Yeah. They're just, if you
Okay, so. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so, we're in phase C now. And they're saying, what? See, I'm worried. Why are you, I've not done mine right. I mean, what I've done, does that have to be done? Right. So the other thing is, it's done with mine. Is it done? If I'm on the what? Right.
Okay, let's come back together and get started again. Those who are staying, I think they're still here. I was asked to give a big picture overview. That's what I've done. I've got information sort of we can put down in the classroom. Happy to do that. Also happy to take any detour you guys want to take. Are there specific things you want to know? Are there questions, things that are vexing you? All right, you hung in there. Keep hearing about positive behavior supports. You've got some behavioral instruction this morning as well. All right. So let me kind of just go through. I want to share with you a study that we did that helps to kind of explain the logic of what we do in PBS, particularly as we support those individual classrooms. And then I'll turn it over to all of you in terms of what information you're interested in, what you want to explore more, and so forth and so on. So this is a study colleagues and I did a few years ago where we had a general ed teacher who was a true master teacher. And she was a rock star. And what I've learned in education for a very long time, if you're a really, really good teacher, they reward you by giving you the most difficult and challenging students, right? Since you've got to figure it out, here's three more. She was one of those teachers. And she had this little guy that just had her number. So he's only 7 and already identified as SED. That takes some doing to get that diagnosis at that age. He was also diagnosed with medical diagnosis of ADHD. This is a general ed second grade classroom. There's also a student teacher floating around in here. Concerned, high rates off task, lots of disruptions, and so on and so forth, okay? So here's what we did. We said, we'll come help you if you let us play researcher. She's like, whatever. Just come help me, right? So we went in and did some functional behavioral assessments. And the functional behavioral assessment basically said that this kid was acting out for lots of attention, both teacher and peer. We also found that when there was multi-step directions or group settings, increased the likelihood we saw problem behavior. That's how you get that ADHD label, right? By, in essence, demonstrating problem behavior during these conditions. And lots of problem behavior, both reported and inconsistency and so forth. So we went into the functional assessment. This kid was doing it for attention, Here were the conditions where we were most likely to see problem behavior. Then what we did is we went in with the classroom teacher. And we said, teacher, what are your rules? What are your expectations? What are your routines? Right? And she told us. And we basically found that she was being really inconsistent in following through with her basic classroom structures. So the clarity of the expectations and directions were inconsistent, lack of enforced procedures, particularly when kids were supposed to raise their hand, when they weren't, and so on and so forth, okay? So we did a functional assessment of the child, and we did this environmental assessment with the classroom teacher. And it wasn't to go in and get this teacher and say, well, this is a bad teacher. I already told you this was a great teacher. She truly is a rock star teacher. Here's what happened. We just worked with the teacher, okay? So here were the baseline rates of those things she told us about her classroom. Expectations, rules, routines, procedures, and so forth. We just worked with her to get her implementing those with more consistency. That's all we did. And here's what happened to kid problem behavior. There's baseline, and when she became consistent, problem behavior almost all but disappears. One of the things we know, and one of the keys that we talk about in positive behavior support, whether it's school-wide, down to individuals, behavior is functionally related to the teaching environment. What does that mean? Not rhetorical. What's that mean? Behavior is functionally related to the teaching environment.
What you do in the classroom will impact the behaviors that you see.
Absolutely, and vice versa,
Yeah.
right? So what the kids do will also impact the environment and change. They're not causal, they're not absolute, they're high probability. So when we do those functional behavioral assessments, we're looking for those high probability. Wow, every time the kid does this, teacher responds this way, or peers respond this way. When I give this kid a worksheet with lots of things to read and write, I see a higher likelihood of problem behavior. Knowing those things helps us design and build those supports that are going to reduce that problem and increase the appropriate. That logic falls all the way through the continuum. The universal logic, when we change rules and routines, when we explicitly teach and give feedback, it gets better. Tier 2 also looks at those functional relationships. Tier 3, absolutely, because we're going to be driven by that functional behavioral assessment. One of the things we know, that if we've got high rates of challenging behavior, we've got to really look at that environment. And it's not one or the other. It has to be both. We have to explicitly teach that appropriate, what we expect from the kids, as well as look at what environmental supports are in place. Now, we came in and worked with that classroom teacher. How many of you can pick up the phone and have a team of researchers show up to your classroom and help you figure out problem behaviors? One? Not many though, right? Not many.
I'm sorry. I
Nope, that's
misunderstood
fine.
your question. Don't take my hand now.
Nope, you're fine.
Retract that.
The point being, and I went back to those essential features, systems, systems, systems. I have reviewed hundreds of FBA VIPs. I've been working with Palm Beach School District, 5th largest school district in the country, down in Florida. They were sued, class action sued. Part of the settlement agreement was to do school-wide PBS all the way down to individual. So every year I get 150 FBA VIPs, and we review them, and they're awful, just awful, right? People identifying function that is not a function, people identifying interventions that have nothing to do with the function, people identifying supports that also have nothing to do with that school day. To understand and to build environments, regardless if you're working with gifted kids or you're working with kids that fall in an IQ of maybe 20 as best guess, it goes down. Behavior is functionally related to the teaching environment. The logic behind positive behavior supports builds on that basic logic. What do you want kids to do instead? What do we change in the environment to increase the likelihood? That's what we see. Makes sense? If it doesn't, raise your hand. It's okay. And ask the questions. all of the things that we throw at you as teachers, all of those, here are the 5 things you should do, the problem behaviors will go away. Unless you understand that 5 thing, or that 1 thing, or those 2 things, and how they connect with what's going on in the environment, you're not going to see the outcomes you want. I remember years ago, right, it was all about form of behavior. If you did the right thing, we reinforced you. If you did the wrong thing, we tried to punish that behavior. So I remember being in a center, I won't name it, for kids with autism. This was in the dark ages when I was a teacher. And if kids started to engage in stereotypic behavior, self-stim, they put them in timeouts. Because that would punish that form of behavior, right? What the hell happened? It was beautiful, right? This is great. You're going to put me in a room and leave me alone so man, I can filter all I want now and nobody's bothering me. What happened to behavior? It increased, it didn't decrease. Because we just simply looked at the form. Logic of PBS is all about the function. So I work with kids that throw chairs. I work with kids that hide under them and cry. I'm going to approach it the same way. What's the function? When I work with classroom teachers, and they've got lots of disruptions or problem behavior, I'm going to focus on function. In fact, the whole sort of logic and the whole science started with the clients that many of you work with. They started with clients who had basically very limited or no language. And we talk about the communicative intent of behavior, right? Based on the function of that behavior, we can create plans, we can create classroom environments to promote the appropriate. Again, I started my career in the dark ages. We didn't have this technology. One of the jobs that I had is I worked at a rehabilitation center where they basically taught kids, depending again, or actually not kids, young adults, taught them skills. Some basically skills to work in a sheltered workshop, others kind of supervised competitive employment. And there was the one group, the real severe group. I remember this young woman, she was deaf. Actually, she wasn't deaf. She was hard of hearing. She had very limited hearing. She was blind. She had no language, had no words. She could sort of make sounds. But again, looking back, she communicated very beautifully and very elegantly, right? And I remember one day, we were in there and working, and the task was to put flashlights together. Again, you think back, it's like, God, what were we thinking? But basically, these kids, these young adults, put the flashlight together, and then put it in this box where they're supposed to put it, and we, the trainers, would take it apart and put it back. So they could perpetually, so even young adults would, I keep it pointed, what the hell? No, I just put that together. But I remember this young woman, when she was done working, she was done working. And she did all sorts of appropriate things, right? She would push it away, and then kind of sit back. The appropriate way to say, I need a break. I'm done with doing this, right? But what did we do? No, you got to stay on task. You got to keep working. You're going to be in this sheltered workshop. They're not going to allow you just to wander off and everything. So we would push it back in front of her, right? She had visual impairment, so we do lots of hand over hand. We do all those things we're supposed to do. Until she would reach the point where she said, look, she didn't say this, of course, but thinking and projecting, I've told you I'm done. Now we're going to be done. So she would stand up and basically shred her clothing. You have a bare-breasted woman in the middle of a workshop, works over. It's break time, right? She was clearly communicating, I'm done. If you don't get the actions I'm telling you, then I'll go to a point where I know, I can predict, even with my limited ability to communicate, you will take those stupid flashlights away from me. And we did. Because now it was quickly escort her out, find a shirt, get her calmed down. Work was done. We just simply looked at form of behavior. Now it's about function. Now we'd all say, yeah, she's telling you she's done. So instead of having you do that, let's teach her to do this. Sign for break. And that's what we did. Yeah, she still had to work. Yeah, she's still got to give us what we want, but we're going to allow her to break when she wants a break. Seems like a reasonable expectation. Much better than shredding your clothing. Creating quite a stir on the workshop floor, right? The basic logic of PBS is all about those functional relationships. At the school-wide, that's what we're after. I call it when the teams have that aha moment, when they make this link. I remember all of our schools have what I call the YABA guy, or the YABA gal. Everything you say, well, yeah, but, well, yeah, but, well, yeah, but, they're always telling you why we can't do it. And this guy came into the meeting, and he's just grousing, and he's like, you know, the only time these kids behave is when we're handing out those private tickets. It was almost like a cartoon. You could see the light bulb go bing, and he kind of looked at me like, don't say it, don't say it. I get it, I get it, I get it. When I give feedback, when I prompt them to do the right thing, that's what I see. Exactly. When they say, wow, when we changed the routine in the cafeteria, it got better. Wow, when we explicitly taught what we wanted them to do, we're starting to see it. They're making that connection. We unfortunately in higher education do not teach gen ed teachers to think that way. They're great in terms of delivering instruction and curriculum, they know pedagogy, but we don't teach them just basic, simple concepts of how to manage classrooms, short of kind of gimmicks and the 5 things you gotta do. You gotta understand the science of behavior is what we talk about. And when we work with our teams, and our teams are implementing fidelity and building fluency, that's what they're all about. They're understanding that science of behavior. So when you think about classroom supports, and you've all seen those big long lists of things you should do, what you should do is step back and sort of say, okay, what's the science of behavior here? What if it doesn't work? One of the things that's just music to my ears is when I work with whole schools and we put data up and it shows that it didn't improve. I remember middle school was one of our first schools to use check-in, check-out. And we piloted it with just a small group of kids. And we shared the kid data at the faculty meeting. This is the entire faculty. And some kids improved, some kids stayed the same, a few kids got worse. Not a teacher said, see, I told you it doesn't work. They all started asking questions. What's going on with those kids? Who are those kids? Why didn't it work? What was missing? When we look at data and we see kids aren't responding, the response is not, it doesn't work. It becomes a series of questions about why. Because I can guarantee you, a few times somebody that works with social behavior, I can guarantee you we can track down what in the environment is missing where it's not working. In this particular case, the kid that got the worst, we found out that what the teachers were doing, they were giving feedback on their daily progress reports, right? Their little sheets. But they're writing these little mean, snarky comments in the margins. Well, I'll give you a 2, but I really didn't like your attitude today. You better shape up tomorrow. I started misbehaving too, if that's what teachers are telling me, right? It was a breakdown in the environment. I mean, I can guarantee you, if kids are not responding, we haven't dialed into the right function, or we haven't put the correct supports in place in the environment. And it's oftentimes a trial and error. And yeah, kids are complex. Young adults are complex. They present lots of challenging behavior. We've got to take this sort of logic of, well, what's missing in the environment? What do I need to do different? What other supports can we put in place to increase the likelihood kids behave, increase the likelihood kids learn? Make sense? You got it. So, tell me, what are you challenging? What are your struggles? What are your issues right now? Again, nobody's sitting here this beautiful day. You're not at work.
We work in a larger building, so I guess part of the problem is like having the universals, how we teach it to the older kids that have gone through it so many times since they were little.
Right.
And make it still apply to them,
Right.
so that they buy into
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know? We struggle with that a lot, because the little kids, when they're just coming in,
Right.
they're excited about it, they're buying into it, but the bigger kids are like, I've heard the same thing,
Yeah.
we do our stations, why are we wasting my time?
It's a great question, and you are wasting your time, not you personally.
Right.
But we as educators are. The other thing that we forget to do, not sure why, is we keep teaching as if it's a skill deficit. If they've mastered it, move on, right? People forget all those phases of learning that all children, students go through, regardless of disability. You're in that acquisition, you don't know how to do it. Once you learn how to do it, we've gone through this. We've shown you we can do it. You're moving to fluency, then you're moving to maintenance and generalization. For older kids, they should be self-monitoring. They should be sort of regulating and reporting on their own behaviors and so forth. We're moving to that maintenance generalization piece, but we keep teaching it as if you don't know how to do it. We're going to teach you one more time how to walk down the hallway. Okay, this is the 10th year in a row. I think I've got it. I stay on the right, hands and feet to self. I don't tear things off. I don't want to do this lesson again. And I wouldn't want to do that lesson either. If they've got it, then move on. Right? Move to maintenance generalization. We're going to go on a field trip. We're going to do this. Or let's say you're in a crowded, mall or an airport. Things aren't going on the right. What would you do? How would you figure this out? You push them into that kind of that program maintenance and generalization, especially for kids with disabilities. They're not going to do it on their own. Typically, fun kids will. Other questions? Hands up. Yeah.
I just kind of want to bounce off what these two people said already. I see a lot of teachers and programs that will talk the talk, but they're not necessarily walking the walk. So when you were talking about the Tier 2, the social skills group,
yep.
I'm working with a kid in kindergarten that's having challenges around those pro-social behaviors, and he's enrolled in this special social skills group he's supposed to go to once a week. And so when I talked to the general classroom teacher, she's like, well, I don't really work on that because he does that in social skills group. Like not generalizing the skills back, but then, the counselor's gone 1 week, and then an intern or a student teacher is supposed to lead the group. And so it's so inconsistent. Yep. I don't know how else to advocate for these actual classroom practices when the teacher isn't bought into even, exploring options in the classroom.
Yeah, again, that buy-in is a struggle for people, and a whole lot of people want to start with, well, let's get beliefs. And I always say, don't waste my time, right? I'm not asking anybody to believe. In fact, you shouldn't believe me. You should be incredibly, show me the evidence, show me the data, right? The way we approach it, you want to get buy-in, solve my problem. Right. Make my day better. Don't allow me to basically escape and avoid like the kids. And let's face it, guys, I'm a proud special educator. We do a lot of things right. One of the things that we have done wrong is we've created this beautiful negative reinforcement paradigm. I remember negative reinforcement. Negative reinforcement is you present an aversive, and if the person doesn't behave, you take the aversive away. Well, think about it. I got a classroom. Tammy is driving me nuts. She won't sit down, she won't shut up, she won't learn, she's misbehaving. That's aversive to me as a teacher. So what's the incentive for me to change what I do? None. All the incentives are fill the form out, document, keep pushing it. Eventually somebody will come and take it away. Right? So in essence, our systems reinforce teachers to not do the right thing. High school, it's even worse. There's no incentive for me as an English teacher to change what I do. There is zero incentive. All of the systems in high school are to get rid of kids. We've got 4 or 5 APs that do nothing but deal with discipline, right? We've got them mapped out by age or last name and so forth. We create elegant systems. The counselors, who should be helping, what are they doing? They're scheduling and testing, right? We basically train them, come in to be an assistant, and then we give them tasks that have nothing to do with what we train them to do. So all of our systems are misaligned to help teachers in the classroom. At the end of the day, what we've got to do is, one, we've got to solve the teacher's problem. If you make my life better, I'm bought in, right? But the incentives have got to be there. The systems have got to be set up such that, one, I can't escape and avoid by gaming the system. Two, if I'm struggling, all the systems come and help me in my classroom. Not taking the kid away, right? One of the parallels that I draw all the time when I work with educators, I say, okay, if you've got a child in a wheelchair, right? This child's spine was ruptured in an accident. She is never going to walk. They roll out of your classroom to go down and work with the physical therapist, the occupational therapist. Do you expect that kid to come dancing back into your classroom? They all laugh. No, of course not. They got a disability. Well, then why do you expect kids with learning disabilities and emotional disorders to come back engaged and on task and so on and so forth? They still have a disability. We teach them strategies to basically be more successful. We teach them ways to put accommodations in place. Child's truly disability, they're always going to have that disability, but we can build environments and increase the likelihood that those kids are successful. And the good news is, you know, I work with tens of thousands of teachers, and it's still, thankfully, the very, very, very small few that just need to retire and go away. Right? It's just please, just let it go. Sell real estate.
I can't
do
believe
something
you
else.
said that. Go to the timeout room right now.
The overwhelming majority want to do the right thing, they just don't know what to do. Right? And the other bizarre system we build in education is if you ask for help, you've got to be a bad teacher. Right? If you knew what you were doing, you wouldn't be asking for help. Wrong. Right? The most effective teachers I get the pleasure to watch. So I'll be in classrooms doing observation for kids. Really good teachers, they're doing a great job. The very first thing they ask me is not get rid of the kid, but what'd you think of that lesson? Are there anything else I can do? Are there any other strategies that I can do? Good teachers are always hungry to get better, right? Struggling teachers struggle because we've set the systems up to get rid of kids, not to help teachers, and or the help isn't sufficient systemic enough to truly match the intensity of the challenges. I don't think I have in this one, but I can pull it up. We worked with an elementary school in Columbia, Missouri, that was that quintessential elementary school that every district has and every district writes about. It was Field Elementary. Field Elementary, when the principal, who was just an amazing, amazing woman, came and said, help us. They had 5% of their kids pass the map. Only 5% of the kids. 0% of their IEP kids, 0% of their African American children, 0% of their ELL kids pass the map. 0. Nobody. Not even close to proficient. They knew they had to do something different. So we went in and worked with them. We being my colleague who does a lot of RTI, responsive intervention, a lot of good literacy instruction, went in kind of with this dual approach where we looked at social behavior and we looked at academics. In particular, we looked at literacy. Because literacy is that key gateway skill. If you're not reading fluently by the end of grade 3, you're toast. And every year that goes by, you fall further and further and further behind. Because we stop teaching you to read, and we expect you to read to learn from that point forward at grade 3, right? So we went in and collected data, because that's what we do, data practice systems. We basically looked at a lot of reading measures. One we used was the DIBELS. People familiar with DIBELS? Dynamic indicators, basic early literacies. It's just one metric. It's not the sum total of reading, but it's a pretty darn powerful predictor whether or not kids will master, become fluent readers, and comprehend what they're reading. We benchmarked them and found that 2/3 of their children would never learn to read what they're doing. We found that 1/3 of their kids on day 1 needed highly individualized intensive supports. Another 1/3 needed those tier 2 supports, and then 1/3 were kind of on target. Well, when we shared that data with them, we said, look, you can't keep doing what you're doing. You're going to fail generations of children. And they knew that. They just didn't know what to do instead. They said, we know, help. So we built their entire school day around their data. Not the way we typically organize school, not traditional roles. We built their day around their data. Every child got 90 minutes of effective universal literacy instruction. Effective, i.e. evidence-based. They use some basal readers. They use a lot of other things. A lot of people, do this and think, the Antichrist recommends that stuff. It takes away my creativity. It takes away teachers' ability. No, it doesn't do any of that. In fact, all of the teachers said, this is great, because this school basically had no school-wide literacy curriculum. They didn't have a grade level literacy curriculum. Every teacher at a grade level could teach reading any way they wanted. The teacher said, we love this because now I can be more creative. I don't have to create lesson plans every day. I use this and then I teach. 90 minutes every day. That time was protected. That was the first thing on their schedule, was literacy instruction. They built in a 45-minute block in the calendar that was sacred for tier 2, tier 3. No kids were in there yet, right? School hasn't opened yet, but they built it because they knew kids are going to need those. And then it becomes that, when do we find time? special ed folks in the room, you know this. I get my wife, like the first week of school, just nonstop. Rah! She has this beautiful schedule. She's all set. And then that first week, 5th grade, oh, we decided to swap these things. And the dominoes fall. Right? I always tell principals, if you're really smart, you should start with a special educator and then build all the schedules around him or her. Right? They don't listen to me, of course, but they say short term, whatever you say. So we built their school day, 90 minutes, sustained. Everybody in this school taught literacy during that block. There were times when I would call the school and I get the voicemail. Sorry, and it's phone right now, we're teaching literacy. Because the school secretary was in that classroom helping. The janitors were in there helping. The cafeteria ladies were in there helping. Music teachers, art teachers, PE teachers were in there helping teach literacy. They knew that if 2/3 of their kids needed intensive instruction, that's going to require intensive supports from adults. Right? They also did school-wide PBS, got behaviors under control. Tier 2, they used some small group instruction. I'm trying to remember what they used. And I know Tier 3, they were doing some direct instruction. They were doing Wilson's. They were doing lots of those good evidence-based literacy instruction. Right? So what happened? Well, within 18 months, they went from 5% to, I'm trying to remember the numbers now, around 1/3 of their kids scoring proficient. They went from like 0 to 25% of IP kids proficient. 0 to 19% of their African American children proficient. 0 to 27, I think, of their English language learner kids. That's huge. And I didn't find any school to show that much growth in a year and a half. It took a Herculean effort. It took them to basically build their school day. So this is a very long-winded response to your question about how do I get teachers to buy in? You get teachers to buy in by building systems that help solve them problems and don't take the problems away. We do the same thing, right? I mean, we have a Missouri counselor curriculum. And what I see is the counselor comes in, hang on, I see counselor comes in to teach the social skill lesson, and the first thing that happens is the teacher, boom, because that's their plan time that somebody thinks, well, the counselor's there on Monday, you can take plan time then. That's insane. It's just so backwards. The teacher should be in there co-teaching. The only way kids are going to master skills is that practice, 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 feedback, feedback, feedback. I love it when I work with my teens and we get to about this time of year or March and everybody's tired. It's like, you know, we've been teaching social skills all year. Can we stop? And I'm like, I'm with you. Man, I'm so sick of science. Who's in? No more science the rest of the year. Are you guys ready to now laugh? No, we got to, exactly. But we've got to start moving on acquisition and boring kids to tears and moving into the fluency, building that self-regulatory, that self-management. All those things we know about learning that for some reason we forget when it comes to social behavior. We know it on academic side, but social behavior, they should know, parents should do it, we'll teach it once, boom. We expect you to be a master of that skill. Yes, somebody had a hand in the back.
I did. Do you know if Iowa has a version of you? Because I have a school. Our elementary school has been on the school need assistance list for the elementary's been on it for 6 years.
Right.
And reading.
Where?
In Humiston, Iowa.
Where is that?
That's 5 hours away.
No, tell me like near the biggest city.
South of Des Moines.
Okay.
An hour south of Des Moines.
I know where you're at now. All right.
Our administration, nothing. Those poor elementary teachers didn't even know that their, jobs were at risk, that the state could come in and take over, and our administration had not clued them in, so they were just continuing to do the same thing they had been doing.
Right. Because they don't know what else to do instead. We can't afford
Right,
it.
and test scores are horrible. We have 7th graders, when they come over to us at the middle school, high school, clueless on a lot of things.
Right.
I'm thinking of the school you said, you went in, and I was just wondering if you knew if there was.
Yes.
an
Iowa has a statewide initiative. They have ebbed and flowed, but Iowa just received, like Missouri, a large school climate transformation grant. So So the Office of Safe and Healthy Schools. One of the things that's happened is all these other agencies are taking notice of what we're doing and saying, how do you do that? We spend millions every year, we get no outcomes. So Iowa got one of those grants. In that grant, it focuses specifically on school climate, i.e. positive behavior supports and good academic instruction. Iowa traditionally has always had very, very strong education supports, and Iowa's always been a national leader. I think what's happened, in my understanding, because I work with your state. I've been assigned to your state and getting this new grant. And there are a few districts, that's why I asked, that also got grants. Fort Dodge and Des Moines both got LEA grants. So my advice to you, recommendation, is to contact, and if you can't find them, email me, and I'll give you the contact person who is sort of overseeing this grant. You know, say, hey, we need help. We are ready to play with you guys and to get some support and build in some systems to turn our schools around. Missouri also got a grant, and I'm part of that grant as well. And the focus, the two urban areas, particularly St. Louis Public, and DESE also wants us to work with other schools that are losing or right there on the periphery of losing accreditation. So Riverview, Normandy, First Floor is actually teetering as well in terms of losing accreditation. So there are supports. You know, again, if you're not in Missouri, you can go to pbis.org, and it's like, how do I get this in my state? Click on the U.S. map, your state, and it will show you the contact. So you can go there as well to get some contact information about who's in charge in Iowa. Sure. Well, one of the things that I said earlier as well is that Missouri has also been going down this track for a number of years and has an amazing amount of resources and support. I know in the county, I've been working with Special School District for a long time, and they've been providing, it used to be they provided the entire continuum. They've kind of really focused more on Tier 2, Tier 3 supports now for schools, and sort of encourage schools to participate in our statewide initiative. So pbismissouri.org is a way to access information. And we've got lots of tools, lots of information to help schools put these things in place. Other questions, concerns, challenges that you have in your school, your classrooms?
So, yeah, I'll share. Sure. The school that I'm currently working is just rocking out with fidelity to universal levels and Tier 2 and some Tier 3. The struggle I'm having with my teammates are the documentation and data collection for that to Tier 2, Tier 3. Speaking basically about what are they? How do they choose to put this child in that Tier 2 intervention? The progress monitoring and fading. How do they know when that kid's we can graduate you back down to a check-in, check-out, or to universals and and have them on the watch list until it's kind of faded. So what would kind of be your speech, if you would, to say this is important and this is how it's going to be important for you?
Yep. First, I would say go to the website and get the workbooks. So we have a Tier 2 workbook, Tier 3, Tier 1. It has lots of information. Second, the argument, the rationale that I build is if we are investing time, energy, and resources in supporting kids, we've got to monitor to make sure it's working. The logic is if it's not, let's alter it, let's do something different. If it is, then let's celebrate for a bit, and then, as you said, start fading those things out. Again, it goes back to the ticket piece. It goes back to all of these things. And sometimes I see schools hesitate to do that because the fear is, no, it's going well. We don't want to rock the boat. I had a music teacher come up after a talk one time. She ran the check and check out. It's like, well, when do kids graduate? I've got a kid now, he's coming on his 3rd year of check and check out. I said, well, he's probably about 2.5 years too long. But the fear is, if we take this stuff out, it's going to go back to chaos, right? It's not, provided we continually do those self-assessment checks that we've got those good universals in place. So it's important. And the other thing, though, that when I work with my schools, I tell them, you need to look for really efficient, effective ways to collect that data. Don't waste teachers' time. Look for data where you're collecting. What I tell most of my schools is what data got them to the table. Right? Was it time out of class? Was it office referrals? Was it, then just keep monitoring that data. Create simple, easy ways to check in with the classroom teachers to say, are you seeing improvements? Is it getting better? The beauty of something like check in, check out is you've got de facto data. You've got those kids' daily progress. And you can start fading it, and the good news is kids will let you know right away if you fade it too soon. They're happy to reaccommodate you as students behave. You got no qualms and problems doing that. What else? What other questions? Struggles?
Talk to us a little bit about what type of Tier 3 interventions PBIS promotes or researched and...
Yeah, the heart and soul, the cornerstone is a good functional assessment. And this is something that I know gets folks all upset and worked up. And I've traced the source, and I'm working with DESE to make it go away. Because DESE has told you point blank, anytime you do an FBA and an IEP kit, you've got to get parent consent, which is not true or accurate, right? It's a misinterpretation from my view, and I'm working with compliance to try to create a better set of recommendations for schools, at least in Missouri. So at the heart and soul is a functional assessment, whether you're an IEP kid or not. And then other misrule, people say, oh, we can't do FBAs on other kids because that's a special ed thing. No, it's not. Is the Woodcock-Johnson a special ed thing? Or IQ a special ed thing? Or math quiz a special ed thing? Right? Is instruction in literacy special ed thing? Is instruction in science special ed thing? No, but we do those things in special ed, right? It's not a special ed thing. It's a logic, it's a science to figure out why kids are doing what they do. Once I know why, I can teach you what to do instead. That's easy. The challenge is changing the environment around so that the adults are interacting with kids predictably, consistently, under the new model, not the old. Kids misbehave because they can predict how we behave, and they're dead on every time, right? So we always start with that functional assessment, create that good individual behavior support plan. That's also the time, and I know the county schools have been dabbling in, there's lots of different projects that go into that, but basically looking at how we connect better mental health supports, how we connect agencies such as this that has expertise when we're looking at kids with some pretty significant disabilities. So all those things come in absolutely at Tier 3, but they come in not just let's all sit around the table and speak different languages and get frustrated, but they come in saying, all right, here's what we're doing as a school. Here are our expectations. Here's what we hope this child, this young person can do. How can you help us do that? Not how can you take this kid and fix them and then bring them back. Or how you can come in and do counseling in isolation, not let any of us know what you're doing. How can you value add to what we're doing? Which is real different than the way we do a lot of those interagency, a lot of the wraparound, a lot of those supports. So in other words, kind of taking that person-centered, but really taking it and mapping it to the school, and not just this broad base person-centered. That's it? That's the problems you got? I want to come work where you work. Other questions, challenges? Or if I didn't answer correctly, call me out. We'll have another conversation about it. No, see, you're just like the kids. You're looking at your watch. You know it's 2:30 almost. You know you're supposed to be out at 3. He promised we'd leave earlier. 10 questions, we'll go. Well, a couple final sort of thoughts. One, as I said, I'll get you this PowerPoint, and it's much bigger than the slides that I went through. There's a lot more information specific to classroom. There's also a little bit in there from another project that colleagues and I just finished up looking at adolescents, looking at high schools. As I said, they're totally different animals in terms of how their systems work sometimes. We've developed what we're calling kind of this classroom manual that I think you'll be interested in. It looks at some assessments for classrooms to figure out if effective practices are in place. We've developed this really nice accommodation logic. We, special ed as well as general ed, do a horrible job with accommodation. What's the number one accommodation across the United States in IEPs? Not an aid. What do you think it is? Not retest. The number one accommodation is more time. Since it took you 20 minutes to fail, we're now going to give you 40 minutes to fail. Or we have 39 accommodations in that IEP that nobody can follow or enforce or do. So what we've done is come up with this sort of logic model, same kind of thing, data practice systems, where we go in and do assessments, based on the assessment, say, well, here are the accommodations we recommend. We meet with that high school teacher and say, well, of these, what do you think are feasible in your classroom? What's a good fit in the way you run the classroom? We also sit down, surprise, surprise, and talk with the child, the student. What do you think would be helpful? We then work up the accommodation plan, and we also do something pretty innovative. We actually sit down and teach that to the child. Here's what the plan looks like. We actually sit down and teach with the general ed teacher. This is what this means, this is what it doesn't mean, here's what it looks like. And then we monitor. So a little bit of information about that will be in the PowerPoint along with the website that you can go to get some more information about those things. So again, I know the agency here is focusing on young adults and kids with pretty significant intellectual disabilities. My bottom line is good instruction is good instruction. Classroom management is classroom management. I'm, as I said, a lifetime to the day I die proud special educator, but I really don't care anymore about labels or if you're an IP or not. I'm going to come in and work with you as a teacher, you as a kid, you as a family in the exact same way. Absolutely. I know all of those things we take account. I know if I'm working with kids with autism, it's a little bit different path. I'm still going to teach social skills. I'm still going to give lots of opportunities to respond. I'm still going to give lots of support and feedback and so forth. So those bottom line instructional strategies are universal. It's the level of intensity. All of the self-contained buildings here in the county do school at PBS. So all of the SSD buildings that work with kids that can't, quote unquote, make it in those other environments where a self-contained building is their least restrictive environment, do school at PBS. And it started, unfortunately, but fortunately because they've been successful, with a death. So this is a long time ago. Kid was acting up, misbehaving, got out of control. The adults came in, restrained him, and he died. What did he do? What was the initial offense that got this kid escalated? That resulted in this young man's death. He didn't have his pencil. How many of you seen that? It starts with something as stupid and simple as I don't have my pencil. And then it becomes, it shows up. Damn it, how many times I told you, you can't do it then, you're gonna lose points. Well, I know what it is, that's not fair, F you, and all of a sudden, we're now at the point we gotta restrain this. Good news is, and so they didn't tell me this until after the training started. And then about lunchtime, and my colleagues said, oh, by the way, they're all here because they've been mandated to be here. Because we had this horrific event that happened in one of our schools. And I'm thinking, oh, yeah, thanks for telling me that now. But they were all over it, right? They were all over it. And they struggled a bit, right? But we put it in place. We got data. They were amazing. Just amazing. What's the school right by that? Is it New Order? Right by the New Order, yeah. New Order's data were just freaking amazing, right? They were convinced, no, this is all none of this applies. And I said, look, what do you got to lose? You have nothing to lose. And so, their data were the same, and officer referrals and suspensions and things like that. But one of the things that they did is they mapped the number of kids they thought would need highly intensive individual behavioral support plans. They put universals in place. That number reduced to about a third of the limit. They significantly reduced the number of seclusion and timeout, as well as physical restraint. It applies regardless of disability, regardless of risk. Good instruction, focusing on what we want kids to do instead, teaching and practicing, giving specific feedback, understanding that kids go through phases of learning, working towards building in those for the competent, self-regulatory, self-managed young adults. That's our game, right? We haven't been very successful, and I'm not saying this is the panacea to solve all your problems, but I've shown you evidence, and we've got much, much more, that this is better than not. Other quick questions, final thoughts?
Do the online workbooks and the classroom manuals talk anything about carrying over to home, like homeschool partnerships and how to?
Yeah, a little bit. Not as much, it's a great question. Not as much as we'd all like. And the reason that we did that consciously up front is because we didn't want schools to go in and, because we can't enforce that, we can't guarantee that, right? I was pointing out, short of a court order, I can't get parents to do the right thing or show up. So we basically tell schools to recommend inform your families, communicate, invite a family member to be on the team. It's going to be the honor roll family, that's fine. Get that voice. But if you build it where that's a requirement and it doesn't happen, then people give up. So we always approach it as you build it in school, then you reach out, right? And you reach out in positive ways. Hey, here's what we're working on in this school. Here's what we're doing to help your child be more successful. If you have questions or concerns, give us a call. We'd be happy to partner with you. When we move to Tier 2, one of the things that we talk about is reach out to that parent. Say, hey, we've noticed your child's struggling. We're going to meet and try to come up with some ways to help him or her be more successful. We'd love to have you meet, or if you can't meet at this time, to maybe visit with our counselor or somebody. We always reach out. We don't make it a requirement, because it's going to fail. Particularly the schools I work in. I mean, I characterize them as reluctant families. You know, that back to school night is like the old Western where the tumbleweeds are blowing down the hallways because nobody's there. But we've even worked with those schools and applied the logic of PBS to promote family engagement and development and significantly increased it. It's fun. It's been fun. So there are absolutely encouragement. Do that, reach out, communicate, make it two ways, but we don't build it as a necessary requirement because you can't mandate it. And I know that's a frustrating piece.
So, historically, our kiddos are victims of bullying. Talk to us about how PBS is kind of blending some bullying prevention.
Yeah, the data are equivalent. Probably doing the best stuff out there is Catherine Bradshaw at Johns Hopkins, now she's at Virginia. She's not part of us at all. She basically took our stuff and kind of took us to task. So she developed and designed the randomized control trials, and she's got great evidence to show reductions in bullying. I've developed kind of building on all of the bullying literature, this sort of problem-solving framework that we work with teams and schools where we put universals in place, sort of Tier 2 supports for the victims, Tier 3 support for the perpetrators. Again, building in within the logic of PBS, so using the language. I had a doc student do a great dissertation where she was going to take that and run with it. Well, the school, of course, didn't have time, so the counselor did everything in isolation, and all the data show it did nothing. And it's good. No, that's good data. Because it's basically saying if you're just going to send that kid to the counselor and you think that's going to cure bullying, you're kidding yourself. Without the entire school on board, without those universals, without all the connect points, it's not going away. Right? It's not going away. I have a new colleague at Missouri, Chad Rose. He's doing a lot of stuff around bullying. He got a grant that he's working with me, looking at sort of bringing in some of the social emotional learning, some of the social skill curriculum, again, within the logic of these larger school-wide systems. So we've got evidence out there, and there are studies specific. I think Catherine Bradshaw's probably got the best, where school PBS absolutely reduced bullying. In fact, Chad actually works specifically with kids with disabilities who are victims, and how we bring in these strategies and adapt and adopt. Okay, it is 2:30. I promised we get out early. Go and enjoy.